Chapter 1. The Blood Corpse. 50 years ago, at Biaozi Ridge in Changsha, four local roughnecks squatted on a dirt mound, silence enveloping them as their gazes fixated on a Luoyang shovel resting poignantly in the earth. The shovel still held freshly dug soil, but strangely, crimson liquid kept oozing out from the mound, as if it had just emerged from a pool of blood. "This is going to be a big problem," muttered the old tobacco smoker, tapping his dried cigarette against the ground. "There's a blood corpse beneath if we're not careful. All our efforts will be wasted down there. Should we go down or not?" "It's a simple matter, let's not beat around the bush," said the young, one-eyed man. "If you old-timer can't manage the descent, my brother and I will handle it whatever it is, well, simply blast it with a barrage." The old smoker smiled rather than scolding, turning to the burly man beside him. "Your second son is always stirring trouble, who knows when he'll end up in deep water. You need to teach him better. This business isn't merely about having a box cannon to shoot the breeze." The burly man shot the youth a glare. "You little brat, how dare you speak to the elder that way? When I was digging in the dirt, you were still in your mother's womb. I'm not speaking wrongly. Ancestor, the blood corpse must be a treasure. If we don't go down, we're just going to waste our time here. You've got some nerve to talk back." The burly man raised a hand to strike, only to have the old smoker block it with his tobacco pipe. "You're a father, yet all you do is bicker, not even considering where we are. You were just like him when you were his age. That's what we call the apple doesn't fall far from the tree." The one-eyed youth, seeing his father being lectured, lowered his head and chuckled. However, the old smoker cleared his throat and struck the youth on the head lightly with his pipe. "What are you laughing at? Encountering a blood corpse is no trivial matter. Remember, your second uncle dug one up in Luoyang last time and went mad. You, little brat, with your inexperienced mouth and hands, should be careful. Then should we go or not?" the one-eyed youth asked, scratching his head in impatience. The old smoker took a few puffs, gazing at the sky as if making a decision. He turned to the burly man and said, "If we're going down, then he'll be the first. You follow behind me, and you, second son, will take care of the earth mouse, while the youngest stays up here. With four of us, there's no turning back. Just hold on to the earth mouse's tail when we shout. You pull out the goods." The youngest boy objected. "I refuse. You all play favorites. I'm going to tell my mother." The old smoker laughed heartily. Look, the youngest is starting up with the antics. "Stop fussing. They'll let you touch a gold knife. I don't need your help. I can do it myself." The one-eyed second son flared up and grabbed the youngest by the ear. "You brat, are you looking for trouble? You're inviting misfortune." Used to being bullied by his second brother, the youngest boy looked terrified, casting a glance at his father for help, only to find him gathering tools. The second son, feeling triumphant, taunted, "Look at you, defenseless. This time, the old man won't save you. If you shout again, he'll twist your ear off." Terrified, the youngest quickly covered himself and fled. At that moment, the burly man yelled, "Enough of your chatter. Get ready." With that, he swung a wind shovel into action. Half an hour later, the pit was already so deep it was unfathomable, and apart from the second son making occasional trips for air, the inside was filled with utter silence. Growing restless, the youngest shouted into the pit, "Grandpa, have you made a breakthrough?" After several seconds, a fuzzy voice drifted up. "That I don't know. You stay up top and hold the rope tight." It was his second brother's voice, followed by the old smoker coughing. "Keep your voice down. Listen, there's movement." Then, deafening silence followed. The youngest sensed something was amiss deep below and, frightened, grew quiet. Suddenly, he heard a chilling sound from the pit, a croaking almost reminiscent of frogs. His second brother yelled, "Third son, pull." Not daring to hesitate, he yanked on the earth mouse's tail to pull it back out. After a few tugs, the rope suddenly tightened, as if something down below had clamped onto it, exerting a counterforce that threatened to yank the rope into the pit. The youngest never anticipated such a turn of events, and nearly got pulled in himself. Thinking quickly, he tied the tail around his waist and leaned back, forming a nearly 30-degree angle with the ground, a trick he learned during tug-of-war games with the village boys. This way, the weight of his body bore down on the rope, making it difficult for anything below to pull him in, even if it was a mule. Sure enough, the standoff ensued, with both sides straining but unable to budge one another for over 10 seconds, when suddenly a loud bang echoed from the pit, followed by his father's frantic call, "Third son, run." Just then, the rope went slack, and the earth mouse shot out of the pit, seemingly tangled with something else. At that moment, the youngest didn't care to consider much and swiftly caught the earth mouse before turning to flee. He ran over 2 miles before daring to stop, fumbling to check the earth mouse he had clasped in his arms, and cried out in horror. It turned out the creature had snagged a blood-soaked, severed hand, and he recognized it clearly. It was the hand of his second brother. It seemed his brother, if he survived, would be crippled. Despite being bullied by his brother, they shared a profound bond. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he felt a surge of determination to risk everything to save his brother and father. Just as he turned around, he caught sight of something crimson crouched behind the reeds, staring straight at him. The youngest was no coward. Having braved many oddities alongside his father, he knew that anything could be lurking underground. The most important thing was not to panic, but to adapt. Whatever malevolent entity lay in wait, he figured a hail of bullets would put an end to it. Steeling himself, he stepped closer to the creature, grasping his box cannon firmly in hand. Should the blood-red thing show any sign of movement, he wouldn't hesitate to unleash a storm of bullets. The creature lay immobile amid the grass. The youngest cautiously approached within 3 paces. Upon closer inspection, a spine-tingling dread washed over him. This was unmistakably human. Biting his lip, he unsheathed his long knife, about to stab it for a closer look. However, before he could even bend down, the creature suddenly leaped at him, and in a blinding flash of red, he could only slip back, falling onto his back. In that instant, he instinctively fired the entire clip from his box cannon up close, the bullets tearing through the creature's chest in a spray of blood. The creature staggered back several steps and fell into the underbrush. Rolling on instinct, he leapt up again, aiming for its head and pulling the trigger, but the gun made a clicking noise. Jammed. This old gun had been unearthed from a warlord's grave by his great-grandfather and hadn't seen much use over the years. Unfortunately, while trailing behind his father, he had never had a chance to maintain it, and with so little exposure to firing, it had become useless when the barrel heated up. Just as luck, even drinking water brought trouble. Watching the blood-red entity wriggle back to life, he cursed under his breath, the courage he had felt moments ago draining like a plug. In a panic, he swung the gun and hurled it away. Not caring if it hit, he turned and fled. This time he didn't dare look back, sprinting for a nearby tree, reasoning that it couldn't climb. Lost in thought, he stumbled over something and fell face first onto a tree stump, blood pouring from his nose and mouth. That blow was enough to disorient him. He felt dizzy as he struggled to get up, but found he could barely move his hands. Hearing a rustle behind him, he turned just in time to see the creature closing in, the grim specter of death looming closer. An understanding dawned on him as he faced his imminent demise rather than fear. He managed a bitter smile and lay flat on the ground, accepting his fate. In an instant, the entity pounced onto his back, delivering a crushing blow. He felt a rush of warmth and bile surging forth as the monstrous weight bore down on him, followed by an unbearable itch that clouded his vision. His senses began to fail him. Just then he spotted his brother's severed hand tumble from his arms, as if still clutching something. With great effort, he blinked, trying to focus, realizing it was a piece of silk cloth. This was undoubtedly something his brother had risked everything to steal. He couldn't bear to think about what had happened to them. They might still be alive. He needed to secure this precious item. If he died, they could find it on his body, making the sacrifice worthwhile. Summoning his last strength, he grasped the cloth from his brother's hand, shoving it into his sleeve. At that moment, a buzzing filled his ears, his vision clouded, and his extremities grew cold. Based on his previous experiences, it was certain that at this point, he had soiled himself. Those poisoned by corpses tend to die in a most unsightly manner. I hope the girl from the neighboring village doesn't see me. Lost in delirium, his mind spiraled as he partially regained consciousness, involuntarily recalling the croaking sound he had heard in the pit. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he realized the sounds were different from before. But by then, he could no longer think rationally. Reflexively, he raised his head, only to find a monstrous face looming over him, leaning in to inspect him, those soulless eyes devoid of life. Chapter 2. 50 years later. 50 years later, at the Shilling Society on Hufong Street in Hangzhou, my reverie was interrupted by an elderly man that I closed my grandfather's notebook and scrutinized him. "Do you accept rubbings here?" he inquired. His demeanor peculiar, as if he had a special purpose that I was indifferent to transient business. Most transactions in the antiques market occurred privately, with only trivial dealings on the surface, yielding little profit. Thus, I brushed him off, saying, "Yes, but the price won't be high." My implication was clear. If you have nothing of value, kindly leave me to my reading. "Oh, could you perhaps introduce me?" he asked, appearing as if he were strolling through a supermarket. I felt a twinge of impatience. In our line of work, 3 years could pass without a single sale. Yet once business commenced, it would flourish for another 3 that accustomed to leisurely days. I detested catering to those with only a superficial understanding of antiquities. Each piece bore a story, and to recount them all could take days. That if every customer sought detailed introductions, we might as well open a tea house. That I gestured dismissively, indicating that we did not offer such services. Suggesting he visit one of the many neighboring shops, he looked at me awkwardly, but did not leave, instead asking, "I would like to inquire if there are any rubbings of the Warring States silk manuscripts here? You know, the ones stolen by those local fellows in Changsha 50 years ago, and subsequently swindled by an American." "You mentioned they were swindled by an American. What more is there to find?" My irritation flared. "If you're searching for rubbings, you ought to scour the market. There's no specific volume to seek." He lowered his voice, saying, "I heard you have connections. That I was referred by Lao Yang." Upon hearing the name Lao Yang, I was taken aback. Hadn't he been imprisoned the year before? Was it possible he had implicated me? This man before me might be an undercover officer, and a sense of panic gripped me, causing my speech to falter. Which Lao Yang? I don't know him." I understand, he chuckled, producing a watch from his pocket. "You see, Lao Yang said you'd recognize this." The watch was a treasured gift from Lao Yang's first love during his youth in the Northeast. He cherished it as if it were his very life, often brandishing it while drunkenly lamenting, "Wan Li." When I once asked him the name of his beloved, he pondered for so long that he ended up in tears, exclaiming, "I forgot, damn it." The fact that Lao Yang had entrusted this watch to the man indicated he was indeed someone of significance. Yet, I found him off-putting and untrustworthy. Nevertheless, since he was introduced by Lao Yang, I felt obligated to extend some courtesy, especially as he had approached me directly, and interrupting him might sow discord. After deliberating, I resolved to be straightforward. Raising my hand, I said, "Well then, since you were a friend of Lao Yang, what brings you here?" He smiled broadly, revealing a prominent gold tooth. "A friend of mine brought back some items from Changsha and wishes for you to appraise them, to ascertain their authenticity." I began to understand. This man likely had something of value, but was perhaps inexperienced in the field. That it was audacious to seek assistance in a legitimate antiques market. Typically, such individuals were desperate, and it was best not to offend them. That I forced a customer service smile and replied, "You speak with a Beijing accent. To come all the way south to consult with me is quite flattering. Surely there are many capable individuals in Beijing. That I suspect your intentions may not be entirely innocent." He chuckled. "They say Southerners are shrewd, and you prove it true. You seem young yet remarkably perceptive. To be candid, I'm not here to seek you out. I wish to meet your esteemed grandfather." My heart raced, and my expression darkened. My grandfather's background was exceptionally rarefied, known to very few, and inquiries about him were seldom benign. Coldly, I asked, "What is your interest in my grandfather?" The elderly man, taken aback by my sudden change in demeanor, hastily reassured me. "No ulterior motives, none at all. I'm merely a passionate antique enthusiast, wishing to know if your grandfather retained any copies of the Warring States silk manuscripts after they were pilfered in Changsha, that we wish to purchase a copy to compare with the one we possess." Before he could finish, I called out to my dozing assistant, "Wang, show our guest the door." The elderly man grew anxious. "Why rush? We were discussing something important," I replied. "You've come too late. My grandfather passed away last year. If you wish to find him, you might as well seek a gnarled tree to hang from. Perhaps you'll encounter him there." As I pushed him toward the door, I forced him out onto the threshold. The elderly man, remarkably tenacious, clung to the doorpost, refusing to leave, exclaiming, "Wait, let me say one more thing." After struggling for a while without success, I cursed, "Speak quickly. Don't waste my time." "You little rascal. Why must your words be so harsh?" He grinned slyly. "Even though the old man is gone, it is not the end of the world. At the very least, you could have a glance at what I brought. Surely you would do Lao Yang a favor. I glanced at him. His smile was insincere, and he appeared determined to linger. Moreover, a crowd of onlookers had begun to gather outside. And if this continued, I might find myself featured in tomorrow's headlines. Reluctantly, I nodded. Very well, come inside, but let us keep it civilized. However, I must forewarn you, I cannot guarantee any conclusions. Of course, I understand the rules of the trade. In truth, the Warring States silk manuscripts comprised over 20 volumes, each distinct. The piece my grandfather had stolen was merely a small fragment. A few copies had indeed survived, treasures hoarded by my family, unattainable by mere wealth that I could fabricate a tale, and this old man would likely never discern the truth. Once we returned to the inner room, I instructed Wang to pour tea for the elderly man, and then urged him to present his items. That he hesitated, pulling out a sheet of white paper from his pocket. That my irritation flared anew. It was merely a photocopy. Of course, such treasures can't be carried around casually. They shatter at the slightest jolt, he said, lowering his voice conspiratorially. If it weren't for my extensive connections, this would have long since left the country. Consider it a service to the people. Wouldn't you agree? I chuckled. By your demeanor, you seem more like a grave robber than a benefactor. Surely you must realize this is a national treasure. Are you willing to risk your neck? His facade crumbled at my accusation. But he had needs, so he bore it, saying that it's not entirely fair. Every profession has its intricacies. Your grandfather was quite renowned in Changsha as a treasure seeker. I raised a finger to silence him, stating, do not speak of my grandfather again. If you wish to see that, take it back and examine it at your leisure. All right, let us put that aside. Just show me what you think of my findings, so I can be on my way. I unfolded the sheet of paper. The formatting revealed it to be a well-preserved Warring States silk manuscript, but it wasn't the one my grandfather had taken. However, upon closer inspection, I noted discrepancies from the authentic piece. Since I had agreed to assist him, I didn't wish to provide a lackluster assessment. Fearing future trouble if I brushed him off I placed the document under a magnifying glass for thorough examination. After scrutinizing it for a while, I finally turned to the elderly man, shaking my head. While the photocopy's line pattern suggests an ancient origin, it is likely a forgery from a later dynasty, an antique imitation, if you will. This is an awkwardly classified item. It's neither entirely genuine nor completely false. Is this not the manuscript your grandfather stole? To be honest, the piece my grandfather took was swindled from him by that American before he even had the chance to examine it. Unfortunately, I cannot provide a definitive answer to your question. I sighed dramatically, feigning sincerity that if he knew I possessed rubbings, word would surely spread, leading to trouble with others seeking them. It was better to mislead him into seeking elsewhere. The elderly man, reading my expression, seemed to buy my story. Sighing, what unfortunate luck! It seems there is little hope of finding that American. Why are you so fixated on this manuscript? I asked, finding it peculiar. Collecting ancient texts is often a matter of fate. Seeking an entire set of 20 volumes from the Warring States period seemed overly ambitious. Young brother, to be frank, I'm not a grave robber. Look at my frail physique. I wouldn't last a day in that line of work. However, my friend is indeed an expert that I'm not privy to the details of his dealings. But he has his reasons, and it's south not my place to pry. He chuckled, shaking his head and sighing. Well then, since I have your word, I'll take my leave that I won't trouble you any further. With that, he rose, clasped his fists in a respectful gesture, and departed without looking back. That I observed him departing with an air of profound disappointment, and a pang of sympathy stirred within me. However, in our line of work, one must exercise utmost caution at all times. Such trivial matters, at worst, only require a bit more time. After some reflection, I found solace in this realization that at that moment, I suddenly remembered that I had not taken the photocopy with me. Perhaps the earlier shock had been too overwhelming that I absent-mindedly picked it up and glanced at its contents, only to discover an intriguing pattern, a visage resembling that of a fox, with two pupil-less eyes that seemed to project a three-dimensional quality. As if they were emerging from the paper itself, that I gasped in astonishment. I had been so preoccupied with discerning its age that I had neglected to scrutinize its content. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a rare treasure. Once Lao Yang emerged, I could utilize this photocopy to create a few counterfeit rubbings, which would surely amuse me, that I captured an image of it with my digital camera and handed the paper to Wang outside. If that gold-toothed fellow returned shortly, I would simply return it to him, ensuring he did not suspect me of attempting to swindle him that my grandfather was a native of Changsha, a grave robber by trade. It was entirely unsurprising that he ventured into such a profession. In contemporary terms, it could be described as hereditary that my great-great-grandfather, at the tender age of 13, faced a devastating drought in central China, which inevitably led to famine that in those times. Even the wealthy could not procure food. The outskirts of Changsha were devoid of sustenance, but abundant in ancient tombs. Thus, the villagers turned to grave robbing for survival. During those years, countless perished from hunger, yet none from their village met such a fate, as they subsisted on the treasures they unearthed, exchanging them with foreigners for provisions. That as time progressed, this practice accrued cultural significance. By the time of my grandfather, there were established customs and sections historically. Tomb raiding was divided into northern and southern factions. By tradition, grave robbers were classified as southern, primarily relying on soil probing to locate ancient tombs. Prior to the Republic of China, they employed probing awls, transitioning to the Luoyang shovel thereafter, which could determine the depth and era of a tomb with a mere sniff. Many novels depict the frequent use of the Luoyang shovel. Yet the northern faction does not utilize it. They excel in accurately judging the location and structure of tombs, a practice known as seeking the dragon and locating the grave. The division between the two factions was initially based on literary scholars, seemingly unrelated to the underworld. However, amidst the chaos of the times, many who took to this line of work began to incorporate such practices that my grandfather had never defined his methods until his apprentices inquired, at which point he recognized that his approach could likely be categorized as Southern. Since their establishment, the two factions have been embroiled in unending disputes. The Southern faction accuses the Northern of being insincere, riddled with tricks. They argue that robbing a grave should be a straightforward affair, devoid of bureaucratic entanglements. The Southern faction boasts fewer rules and is unperturbed by the presence of the deceased, while the Northern faction disparages the Southern as country dogs, accusing them of desecrating cultural relics, claiming that every grave they plunder collapses, even dragging corpses out for profit. That in turn, the Southern faction labels the Northern as hypocrites, insisting that they are thieves masquerading as something more noble. Over time, skirmishes erupted, occasionally escalating to violent confrontations, with reports of corpse disputes in western Hunan. Ultimately, the factions drew a metaphorical line along the Yangtze River. The Northern faction referred to their activities as grave robbing, while the Southern called it sand washing or soil washing. The Luoyang shovel was only invented after this division, as the Northern faction deemed it beneath them. Following the liberation, the distinctions between the Northern and Southern factions became less pronounced. My grandfather identified as Southern, yet among his associates were numerous Northern practitioners. Their offspring, too, found themselves in a state of confusion regarding their affiliations, a matter not worth delving into. My grandfather was illiterate. Post-liberation, he attended a literacy class at that time. He could only wash sand, and learning to read nearly overwhelmed him. Fortunately, his newfound education allowed him to document some of his experiences. In the old district of Biaozi Ridge in Changsha resided my grandfather, who meticulously recorded his tales in an aging notebook. My grandmother, an educated woman and a refined lady, was captivated by his stories, ultimately leading to their union in Hangzhou, where they settled. That notebook became a cherished heirloom within our family. Following the incident, my grandfather's sense of smell was irrevocably diminished, prompting him to train a dog to detect soil, earning it the moniker King of Dogs. This is a true story among those in Changsha who have engaged in grave robbing. The elder generation is well aware of this name, as for how my grandfather survived subsequently, or the fates of my second uncle and great-grandparents. He has steadfastly refused to divulge in my recollection. I have never encountered my one-eyed, one-armed second uncle, leading me to speculate that his fate was likely grim. Whenever the topic arose, my grandfather would sigh, stating, "That is not a tale fit for children." Regardless of our inquiries or attempts to coax him, he would not reveal a single word. Ultimately, as we matured, our childhood curiosity waned. That evening, as I was closing up, I received a text message. Upon opening it, I discovered it was from my third uncle. He is the only remaining member of the previous generation still engaged in the grave robbing trade that I had heard that he had turned over a new leaf for a time, but later found himself at odds with his superiors, prompting him to return to the world of antiquities that he often boasts that he began his career earlier than anyone else, having gone solo at the age of 6 and gained a reputation by 10. A veritable prodigy of grave robbing. However, this grave robber has largely retired from active duty. According to his subordinates, he occasionally ventured into tombs to retrieve items a few years back, but has since settled into a more leisurely role of brokering deals. A sign of his advancing age that I opened his message, expecting an invitation to dinner, only to find a terse note. 9 p.m., Chicken Eye Yellow Sand. This was our clandestine code, indicating that new goods had arrived and that I should come and peruse them. My third uncle maintains excellent connections over in Mianshan and has numerous apprentices, so perhaps one of them had unearthed another tomb, and the treasures had made their way to Hangzhou. I contemplated whether to go, only to receive another message. Has a dragon's back, hurry. Finances were tight lately. Seeing something valuable that I could not afford felt worse than not seeing it at all. However, upon hearing about the dragon's back, my interest was piqued, as this term implied the presence of a treasure that my third uncle's discerning I was remarkable. If he deemed it worthwhile, it must indeed be an extraordinary find. Such opportunities, once missed, are irretrievable. With determination, I locked the shop, hopped into my dilapidated Jinbei van, and sped towards my third uncle's location. When it came time to sell, his place was always bustling. Arriving late could mean missing out entirely. Anxiously, I pressed the accelerator a bit harder, only to be pulled over by a traffic officer at an intersection. After some delay, I finally arrived at his building an hour later. I stepped out of the vehicle. I heard him call from above. "You little rascal, I told you to hurry. What good is your presence now?" My spirits sank. His tone suggested the treasures had likely been sold that I called up. "Is it true?" "Uncle, don't tell me you've already sold the good stuff. You know it's good. Yet you didn't come faster. I'm the first to inform you." I sighed, unwilling to argue. That moment, a young man emerged from his front door, carrying a long camphor wood box securely wrapped in cloth, revealing only a portion of the lid that I recognized it as a sword box, typically used for storing treasured swords or knives, which meant that even the box itself held considerable value. If it contained a sword, the worth would be astronomical. That I surmised that this might indeed be the dragon's back, and pointed at the item on the young man's back. My third uncle nodded, gesturing in resignation. Feeling disheartened, I prepared to leave, but my uncle called me back, explaining that there were still many people in his storage room selecting items and asking me to assist in collecting payments. With nothing else to do that evening, I decided to join the fray. Once matters were settled, we shared a glass of Wulianye, and I recounted the incident with the gold-toothed old man who had come to inquire about our affairs. Sharing it as a humorous anecdote to my surprise upon hearing it, he clicked his tongue, exclaiming, "A gold-toothed fellow from Beijing? That's akin to committing suicide on a bridge rather than jumping into the river. What a collision! Curious." I asked if my uncle was familiar with them, prompting him to explain that he had heard of a few audacious gold robbers in recent years, with a particular gold-toothed individual from Beijing who was responsible for selling their loot. Recently, it seemed they had indeed unearthed a treasure trove in Changsha, yielding quite a bounty. That I surmised that the silk manuscript might have originated from that tomb, and printed out the images from my camera for him to examine. Initially, my uncle appeared nonchalant, but upon seeing the manuscript, his expression shifted dramatically. "What's wrong?" I inquired. "Is there something unusual about it?" Furrowing his brow, he replied, "I told you to learn more from me, but you never listen. Any discerning eye can see that this is a map." I glanced at the printed silk manuscript, dense with text, then back at my uncle's face, perplexed by his assertion. Had he truly reached a level of understanding where he could discern pictures from mere words? How was it that this man, known for his indulgences, possessed such insight? As he criticized me, he pulled out his reading glasses to examine the document, explaining that this was known as the Ada-Ray map, also referred to as concealed script, which meticulously outlined the geographical details of a location using specialized language. While it appeared to be a collection of nonsensical words, the information contained within was immensely rich, serving as a form of code used in ancient military operations. I remarked, You barely recognize a few characters. Where did you acquire such skills? He replied, this is not something learned. It comes from experience. I found myself laughing uncontrollably. My third uncle possesses a rugged disposition. His character most akin to that of my grandfather. His talent for boasting is unparalleled, and I suspect the references to the 8-array chart must have originated from his friends. Yet, how much he truly comprehends remains a mystery. My uncle fixated on a few characters, muttering to himself, those fortunate latecomers are indeed lucky. How come I have never encountered such things? You truly stumbled upon a gem this time. I inquired about the location marked on the map, and after furrowing his brow for a considerable while, he uttered words that sent a shiver down my spine. It seems it's a tomb. The bamboo slips from the Warring States period are not a dedicated work, but rather akin to a diary or a collection of reflections that my earlier encounters with such materials revealed their diverse content, although they hold significant value for the study of the cultural life of that era. My lack of archaeological interest rendered them unappealing. This instance, however, was particularly intriguing that I hurriedly asked if it was possible to discern whose tomb it might be. Shaking his head, my uncle replied, I cannot fully decipher it yet. But this tomb must belong to a noble from the state of Lu during the Warring States period. The fact that its location is recorded in a bamboo slip indicates the person as high status. And surely, this burial site is quite hidden, a prime spot worth exploring. Upon hearing it was a grand tomb from the Warring States, my heart raced. The treasures from the Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties are certainly exquisite, but they pale in comparison to the ancient royal tombs of the Warring States. Their age renders their contents unfathomable. Perhaps we might unearth some ancient relics, a temptation far beyond mere monetary allure, rendering the prospect irresistibly enticing for tomb raiders. Yet upon reflection, I realized I would never have the opportunity to partake in such an endeavor that my upbringing was strict. My father was adamant about ensuring our generation completely distanced itself from such pursuits. Neither I nor my two cousins had ever dabbled in this line of work, and even the Luoyang shovel was forbidden. As a child, I once used a needle to fish in the river, nearly incurring my father's wrath that my uncle, the only bachelor in the family, possessed a more carefree spirit and had always critiqued my father's ways. Observing my demeanor, he shook his head, stating, You, my child, are far too earnest. Your father forbids you from going down there, and you actually heed him. At over 20, what do you have to fear? If he were to strike you, so be it. It wouldn't cost you your life. At your age, I went wherever I pleased without concern for my grandfather's authority. I retorted, Who are you, after all? Everyone in Hangzhou's Samleton knows that you, Uncle Wu, are as revered as they come. My uncle shot me a bemused glance, lit a cigarette, and mentioned that he would take me to see it one day, discreetly, without letting my father know. The Wu family had been making a living underground for centuries. Such ties are not easily severed. I remained uncertain if he spoke earnestly or lightly, dismissing it from my mind. The two of us conversed late into the night, and before I knew it, I had consumed half a gin of liquor. Realizing I would not be able to return home in that state, I rose to bid farewell, opting for a taxi instead of driving. Upon returning to the small room I rented at the other end of Shichiao, dawn was breaking that I sent a message to Wang, instructing him to open the shop on his own, then collapsed onto my bed, falling into a deep slumber that I slept soundly until the afternoon. Though my rest was not entirely refreshing, that my mind was a whirlwind of bizarre, dreamlike images. Tombs, zombies, interspersed with amorous scenes. A veritable hodgepodge. Upon waking, an inexplicable sense of unease enveloped me that I washed my face, hoping to find some distraction online. But to no avail did I resign myself to stepping out onto the balcony for a smoke, observing the rural landlord's wife down below, engrossed in a game of mahjong. After a prolonged period of contemplation, I realized my thoughts were consumed by the ancient tomb my uncle had mentioned that I called him, inquiring about his plans, whether he intended to send his men or go himself, and if there was anything I could assist with. My uncle replied that he would let me know once he had made a decision, and then hung up. In the days that followed, for reasons unknown, I felt a persistent restlessness, a nagging discomfort in my chest. I found myself calling my uncle frequently, engaging in aimless conversations, trying to glean any information about the ancient tomb. Sensing my underlying intent, My uncle chuckled on the other end of the line. Stop your rambling. I know what you're thinking. Let us be honest. Are you itching to go down there and see for yourself? There is no shame in admitting it. Stop behaving like a timid girl. Realizing that was indeed my true desire, I felt a tinge of embarrassment and remarked, who knows if your words from last night hold any weight? After all, we had quite a bit to drink. You might have forgotten. My uncle laughed heartily and said, if you truly wish to go, come over immediately. There is much to prepare. I could hardly contain my excitement and exclaimed, absolutely. I'll even pull a card if necessary. Upon arriving at my uncle's place, I found him on the phone, coordinating with a few experienced hands from Mongshan. While he spoke, he scribbled a note for me, instructing me to procure some supplies that he cautioned. Be sure not to buy counterfeit goods, and prepare some travel gear. Otherwise, we might get detained before we even arrive. I nodded vigorously in agreement. Then we each set off to fulfill our tasks. The items my uncle requested were rather obscure, likely to test my resourcefulness. The list included things that were not commonly found in stores, such as waterproof mining lamps, threaded steel pipes, archaeological shovel heads, multipurpose military knives, folding shovels, short-handled hammers, bandages, and nylon ropes that I spent nearly 10,000 yuan acquiring just half of the items on the list, with some requiring advance orders. Yet, that was the least of my worries. The most troublesome item was the request for firearms that my uncle anticipated that we would be venturing into the deep woods. And without guns, we would be ill-prepared. Not to mention, encountering a wild boar could be quite perilous. Firearms were a necessity, and handguns were out of the question. Lacking connections, I scoured the second-hand market, seeking information in both legal and illicit circles, and eventually managed to procure a few used double-barreled shotguns. 3 days later, our party of 5 boarded a long-distance bus bound for Lini, Shandong, and my uncle brought along 3 individuals, 2 of whom I had met before, down-to-earth men with whom I could converse easily. The third was the lad I had seen carrying a sword box beneath my uncle's building, whose relation to my uncle was unclear. He proved to be rather irksome, a total deadweight who spent the entire journey staring blankly at the sky, as though he expected it to collapse upon him. Initially, I attempted to engage him in conversation, but soon I grew weary and ceased to acknowledge him, ultimately not even knowing his name. The bus sped along the highway, and the lengthy journey was largely endured through fits of sleep. After 12 hours of jolting travel, we arrived in Lini. Historically, Lini was located in the territory of the state of Lu, nestled in hilly terrain at the foot of Mount Ti. My uncle had meticulously compared the geographical features of ancient Lu and Qi, pinpointing our primary target to be the Mengshan Mountains in the Yiming region. Due to a lack of resources, we were uncertain if this location fell within the bounds of ancient Lu or Qi, so we decided to proceed step by step. Mengshan, formerly known as Dongming and Dongshan, towers majestically within the confines of Pingyi County in Shandong Province. It is a branch of the Taishan mountain range, stretching over 70 kilometers and crossing the counties of Pingyi, Mingyin, Feixian, and Yinan. While some tourist developments are well established in certain areas, the maps we procured did not align with the one we held. It seemed the site we sought lay deeper within the mountains that I sought the guidance of several local mountain-dwelling guides, inquiring about the ancient place names marked on our map, but to no avail. The region had long been ravaged by war, with many villages incinerated during the anti-Japanese efforts, rendering exploration exceedingly challenging. With no viable options, our quintet wandered aimlessly around a few scenic spots, ultimately deciding to venture into the mountains. We boarded a local dirt bus, traveling to Guazimio, then switched to dirt motorcycles for the final stretch along narrow paths, eventually alighting from ox carts on winding earthen roads. As we disembarked, it became clear that apart from the endless rolling hills, modernity had completely vanished from sight. Believing we had reached our destination, we all leapt from the cart. That moment, a dog came bounding towards us, eliciting laughter from my uncle, who jested with the old man driving the ox cart. Old fellow, shall we ride this dog for the next leg? It seems quite capable. How could one ride a dog? The old man chuckled heartily. This dog is merely for sending messages, for the final stretch. There are no vehicles. We must use a boat, and this dog will guide the boat over. With that, he urged the ox cart down a slope, and we hurriedly followed suit. The hills here differed from those in the south, with a higher elevation and an abundance of dense underbrush. untouched by human activity for years. The ground was covered in a thick layer of loamy soil, dark and muddy, often sinking up to our knees with each step. We fashioned makeshift walking sticks from branches, proceeding with utmost caution. Upon descending into the valley, we were met by a crystal-clear mountain stream, 5 or 6 boat widths wide, its depths obscured from view. The banks of the stream were dominated by towering cliffs, with only a flat expanse of rock where we stood. Above, the dense canopy of trees cast a heavy shade, significantly lowering the surrounding temperature. Uncle Sam supported himself against the back of the ox cart and inquired of the old man, "Can this dog swim?" "Oh, it swims quite well indeed," the old man replied, sitting atop the cart, tapping the dog's head with his smoking pipe. "Dumbass, go take a swim and show us." The dog, seemingly quite intelligent, leapt into the river with a bark, splashing about and swimming a circle before emerging. Shaking off its fur and lying down with its tongue lolling out, that we all laughed, and the old man glanced at the sky, saying to us, "It's still too early. The boatman surely hasn't started working yet. Let's take a break and have a smoke." I looked at my watch. It's only 2 in the afternoon, and he hasn't started? What kind of schedule does this boatman keep? He's the only boatman around here, and he's quite formidable. He starts and stops whenever he pleases. Sometimes he doesn't even work for an entire day, leaving everyone exasperated, the old man chuckled. "There's nothing we can do. He is the sole boatman for miles around, and he runs the show as he sees fit. Even the village chief can't do anything about it. Shouldn't you hold a representative meeting to dismiss him and hire someone more efficient?" Uncle Sam asked. We considered it, but you wouldn't understand, being from out of town. Here, the mountain spirit only respects him. Anyone else who ventures into that cave is sure to never return. Only he knows the way through. And how to navigate it, the old man explained. "Ah, there's a cave to pass through?" Uncle Sam exclaimed in surprise, quickly pulling out a map to examine it. "Indeed, it's a river cave. But tell me, old man, does that cave really devour people?" The old man chuckled. "That's just something passed down through generations. I can't recall it clearly that I've heard it mentioned, but who knows if it's true?" Upon hearing this, we speculated it might be related to ancient tombs and urged him to elaborate. Noticing our interest, the old man took a puff from his pipe and began recounting a tale. Long before the village existed, that cave was already there, but no one knew it was a passage through that it was said to be quite eerie. Once someone entered, they could not escape. Over time, villagers claimed that a serpent spirit resided within, laying traps in the water to prevent boats from entering point one day. However, a man emerged from the cave in a small boat, claiming to be a peddler from outside. The villagers were skeptical, believing him to be a transformed serpent spirit intent on causing harm. Fortunately, a few neighboring village women recognized his Changsha accent, confirming he was a legitimate peddler who came yearly to trade cosmetics that a few village elders quickly ran to the neighboring village to verify. And upon confirmation, they released him. Since then, it seemed the cave recognized people. Only the boatman's family could enter and exit without issue, and nothing had gone awry for hundreds of years. "What about that dog? Isn't it supposed to serve as a messenger?" I inquired, puzzled. "As for that, I'm not certain. It's just an old saying passed down through generations. Who knows if it holds any truth?" the old man replied, tapping his pipe against the ground. "We seldom travel this waterway. There's a mountain path above that we usually take. However, you all have brought too much gear, and in recent years, the mountain has been unstable, with rocks frequently tumbling down that we wouldn't want to press our luck. Let us just wait a bit." From my vantage point below, I observed the towering mountains, their peaks rising sharply, with no other travelers in sight. Unsure of the old man's words, I noticed Uncle Sam deep in thought. After a moment, he clapped his hands, calling out, "Dumbass, come here." The dog obediently trotted over, and Uncle Sam picked it up to sniff it. His expression shifted. "Heavens, what is that smell?" I too lifted the dog for a sniff, and the pungent odor made me cough uncontrollably. Its owner must have been quite neglectful in bathing it. One of the companions named Pansy burst into laughter. "You think you can learn from your uncle? You're still too green. This wretched dog reeks." I grimaced in disgust. "Pansy, come over and take a whiff." Uncle Sam beckoned. "No, thank you," Pansy replied. "I can't stand the smell of dog, that I'll be embarrassed if I throw up." Stop whining and come over. There's something very peculiar about this dog's scent. Reluctantly, Pansy approached, lifting the dog to his nose for a quick sniff. Only to pale instantly. This smells like a corpse. Surely not. I gasped, feeling the hairs on my neck stand on end, while even the quiet fellow's face turned ashen. Uncle Sam lit a cigarette, furrowing his brow as he regarded the dog, instructing us, "Bring your gear. That cave ahead may well be a burial cave. Stay alert." One of Uncle Sam's other companions, a burly man we called a Kwai, who was as large as the ox, timidly asked, "What exactly is a burial cave?" I don't know, but a few years back, I found a similar cave in Taiyuan, Shanxi, where the Japanese massacred and piled up bodies. Wherever there is a burial cave, there is bound to be slaughter. That much is certain, that I thought it would be interesting, so I conducted some experiments there, placing dogs and ducks on bamboo rafts and filming. The cave was no more than a kilometer long, and I had enough cable, but by the time I pulled the cable taut, the raft never emerged. It was pitch dark inside, and I had no idea where it drifted off to. When I tried to pull the raft back, it capsized suddenly, and then Uncle Sin spread his hands. The last thing I saw was half a face, too close to the screen to tell if it was animal or something else. In ancient times, crossing such caves meant passing through with both the living and the dead. If something alive entered, it would never return. However, I've heard that there are places in Changsha where children are fed human flesh from a young age, accumulating the scent of death within them. When they grow up, they resemble the dead, becoming invisible even to ghosts. Old man, your boatman's ancestors must have come from Changsha, right? The old man's expression shifted slightly, and he shook his head. I wouldn't know. That was in the time of his great-grandfather, long before our current dynasty. He glanced at the sky and called out to the dog, "Dumbass, go fetch your boat." The dog barked and leapt into the water, swimming toward the mountain's rear. That moment, I noticed Uncle Sam exchanging glances with Pansy, who discreetly retrieved a backpack from their luggage. The young man seated nearby also stood up, taking out his own bag. As Pansy passed by me, he whispered in Hangzhou dialect, "That old man seems suspicious. Be cautious." Chapter 4. The Burial Cave. Uncle Sam's companions were seasoned in the ways of the world, and I trusted them implicitly. Upon hearing Pansy's words, I immediately understood the gravity of the situation. I retrieved my belongings from the cart and carried them close to me, wary of the possibility that we might be robbed. Throughout our journey, we had encountered numerous scams, and I had gained some awareness of basic precautions. The giant Akwai also signaled for me to stay close and not wander off, seeing the stern expressions on their faces. I felt a surge of anxiety, unsure of what was amiss with the old man. Just then, Dumbass splashed back, and the old man thumped his pipe against his pants, declaring, "Let us go. The boat is here." Indeed, a flat-bottomed boat emerged from behind the mountains, made of concrete and towing a raft that a middle-aged man, resembling a local, stood at the bow. That I scrutinized him. He appeared exceedingly ordinary, the kind of person you wouldn't notice in a crowd. Yet, for some reason, perhaps a trick of the mind, recalling Uncle Sam's tales of cannibalism made him seem somewhat sinister, with a hint of cunning that he called out to us, guiding the boat to the rocky shore. And the old man patted the ox's neck, beckoning us aboard. We tossed our gear into the boat's hold, while the ox cart and the ox were secured to the raft behind. Given the excessive amount of gear we had brought, there was no room to sit, forcing us to perch on the boat's edge. After negotiating a fare with the middle-aged man, Uncle Sam signaled for us to set off. The boatman maneuvered the vessel skillfully, and we glided out into the water. As we reached the center of the mountain stream, rounding a bend, a sudden cool breeze enveloped us, and the scenery opened up before us. We still had a distance to travel before reaching the cave, but this stretch of landscape was breathtaking, with steep mountains rising on either side, a sight to behold that I marveled at the beauty. Pulling out my digital camera to capture numerous photos, the boatman steadied the vessel, and we drifted along the current, the deep stream winding through the mountains. Each time we thought we had reached the end, he would turn the bow, revealing yet another stunning vista. We traveled through the intricate waterways for quite some time, and as I lit my third Baishi cigarette, he finally brought the boat to a halt, advising us, "We're about to pass through a water cave. While inside, please keep your voices down and refrain from looking at the water, especially avoid speaking ill of the mountain spirit." We exchanged glances, unsure how to proceed. Pansy asked Uncle San in Hangzhou dialect. What should we do? Should we heed his warning? After a moment's thought, Uncle San replied in the same dialect. At this point, we can't discern if these two are genuinely suspicious. The twists and turns here are more perilous than I anticipated. Let us follow his lead for now. We'll navigate one step at a time and prepare ourselves. We each nodded in agreement. I had heard from several locals along the way about the sinister dealings that transpired in these mountains. Tales of luring outsiders to secluded spots to rob them, only to leave no survivors, burying the bodies so thoroughly that even the gods could not find them. Yet, those were tales from before the liberation. I wondered if such horrors still existed. Pansy, having served in the military, remained remarkably composed, his hand resting upon his waist knife, casting me a knowing glance that I too grasped my backpack tightly, bracing myself for any sudden turn of events that might lead to our belongings tumbling into the water. The boat made a sharp turn, nearly 180 degrees, rounding a cliff at the bow, and the cave emerged before us that I in our earlier discussions. We had envisioned it as a grand cavern. But upon sight, I couldn't help but exclaim in dismay. This was hardly a cave, but rather a mere hole, barely wider than the boat by a scant 10 centimeters. Most alarming was its height. One could not enter without stooping low. They say that great rats do not enter narrow holes, and in such cramped quarters, if there were individuals inside plotting against us, we would be rendered utterly immobile. Pansy cursed. Damn, this hole is frightfully ominous. Among the renowned attractions of the Yiming Mountains, there lies a famous underground canyon, the entrance of which bears some resemblance to this one that I had initially thought this too was a karst fissure adorned with stalactites, but upon entering, I quickly realized it was nothing like I had imagined. The initial stretch of the cave was illuminated, but once we turned a corner, it instantly plunged into utter darkness. Pansy activated his miner's lamp, shining it forward, revealing the cave walls to be smooth and damp, glimmering with an unusual green hue, reminiscent of a layer of moss. Akue glanced upwards, inhaling sharply. Third uncle, this cave is no ordinary one. It seems to be a tomb raider's tunnel. Third uncle reached out to touch the cave wall, a look of puzzlement crossing his face. Damn it, it truly is a raider's tunnel, ancient and well-worn. It must be many years old. The middle-aged man crouched at the bow, propelling the boat with a single pole. Interjected, "Oh, this place seems to have some history. Indeed, we are currently traversing a mountain known as Wufan Ridge, which has been passed down through generations as a great tomb, and there are plenty of such water-filled caves scattered around here." "Ah, it appears you are quite knowledgeable." Third uncle courteously offered him a cigarette. He shook his head. "What knowledge do I possess? I merely absorb tales from those who came here before. After hearing so much, I can share a few words, but please do not consider me an expert." Pansy and Decay both had their hands on their knives, exchanging banter while remaining vigilant to their surroundings. I could not discern any shift in atmosphere on the surface, yet I felt a cold sweat begin to bead in my palms. Third uncle lit a cigarette and inquired about the cave's particulars from the boatman, who confessed he did not truly understand the situation, but mentioned various rules passed down from above, such as refraining from loud speech and avoiding gazing into the water, as long as they adhered to these guidelines. Nothing untoward would occur. Their family had survived this way for generations without breaking the rules, so he could not ascertain their veracity. Just as we were conversing, the muted oil bottle suddenly gestured and whispered, "Shoo! Listen! Someone is speaking." We were startled by his abrupt movement, immediately holding our breath. And indeed, faint whispers echoed from the depths of the cave. The sounds were ethereal, reverberating through the cavern in a way that imparted a strange sensation. I strained to discern the words, feeling as if I could understand, yet remained perplexed. After a while, unable to make sense of it, I turned to the middle-aged boatman, asking if such sounds were common in the cave. After a few attempts, I received no response, and when I turned back to the bow, the boatman had vanished without a trace. Stunned, I called out, and upon looking back, I realized that the old man had also disappeared. "Pansy, where have they gone?" Third uncle yelled anxiously. "I don't know. I didn't hear any splashes," Pansy replied, equally flustered. "It seemed as if they suddenly zoned out. This is bad. We have no scent of corpses on us. Who knows what might happen?" Third uncle lamented. "Pansy, you fought in Vietnam. Have you ever consumed human flesh? Are you joking, third uncle? When I served, they were already in the process of withdrawal. I barely fired my weapon. Pansy gestured toward a Kue. Hey, fat K, didn't your family used to sell human meat buns? Surely you had your fair share as a child. Nonsense. That was just a joke, and besides, those buns were for others, not for me to eat. Seeing them on the verge of an argument, I hastily made a pause gesture and chided them. All three of you combined are over 150 years old. How embarrassing. No sooner had I spoken than the boat jolted violently, prompting Pansy to swiftly shine the miner's lamp into the water. By its light, we glimpsed a massive shadow gliding beneath the surface. Fat Kue turned pale, pointing into the water, his jaw trembling as he struggled to utter a word. Concerned he might faint, third uncle slapped him sharply, scolding, "What a coward! Why are you stammering? Those two kids haven't made a peep, and you've been around for so long. Are you going to faint? Oh my God, third uncle, that thing is enormous. We might not be enough for a meal." Fat Kue gasped, now perched in the middle of the boat, as if fearing that something from the depths might suddenly snatch him away. "Get a grip!" Third uncle glared at him fiercely. "We have weapons, and we have people here. I, Wu's third son, have sifted through sand for so long. What monsters have I not encountered? If you have nothing to contribute, stop your nonsense." Pansy's face had turned ashen. For him, it was not merely fear, but a profound shock. In such a constricted space, with something so enormous darting through the water, it was no wonder that everyone's minds felt muddled. Pansy glanced around and said, "Third uncle, this cave feels strange. I'm getting anxious. Let us discuss things once we're out of here." Fat Kue immediately agreed, and while I too yearned to leave, I felt a need to defer to third uncle's judgment before voicing my own. Strangely, at that moment, third uncle turned to the muted oil bottle, seemingly seeking his opinion. Given third uncle's disposition, he usually dismissed authority, yet now he appeared apprehensive of this young man, which piqued my curiosity. The muted oil bottle had not been listening to our conversation, but the formerly stony expression had vanished from his face. His eyes were now fixed intently on the water, as if searching for something. I wanted to inquire about this person's background, but the timing was inappropriate, so I discreetly asked Pansy, who merely shook his head in confusion, indicating that he too was unaware, though he noted the man possessed remarkable skills and pointed out his hands with a nod. "Look at those hands. How many years would it take to develop such dexterity?" I had not previously observed the man's hands closely, but upon inspection, I realized they were indeed extraordinary. His middle and index fingers were particularly long, instantly reminding me of the ancient technique of the famed tomb raider, who employed his fingers to explore hidden chambers. I had come across such accounts in my grandfather's notes, where experts among the tomb raiders possessed hands that were steady as mountains, imbued with great strength, capable of easily dismantling the intricate mechanisms within tombs. To achieve such skill, one must begin training from a young age. Undergoing an arduous process, as I pondered the capabilities of his hands, I suddenly saw him swiftly plunge his right hand into the water. The motion so rapid it was like a flash of lightning that in an instant, he withdrew his hand. Two remarkably long fingers pinching a dark, wriggling creature, he tossed the creature onto the deck, declaring, "No need to panic. It was just this thing." I leaned down to take a closer look. Startled, I assented that a water leech. So, the massive shadow we saw earlier was merely a multitude of these water leeches swimming by. "Indeed," the man replied, wiping his hands on his clothing, although I still found it hard to accept. We collectively exhaled in relief. Fat Kue, in a sudden fit of panic, stomped on the creature. Damn it, that scared me half to death. But then a thought struck me. How could there possibly be such a vast number of water leeches moving simultaneously? Moreover, these leeches were far too large. I turned to observe the muted oil bottle. Noticing he too appeared perplexed, gazing into the depths of the water, lost in thought. Fat Kue continued to crush the remains of the creature, perhaps attempting to salvage some dignity after his earlier fright. Third uncle picked up a severed limb from the creature, bringing it to his nose for a sniff, and exclaimed in horror, "This is water leech. It's a corpse eater." We all froze. Sensing the gravity of the situation, that name alone sounded ominous. Such creatures feed on decaying flesh. They thrive in places where death abounds. That it appears we've arrived at a site of accumulated corpses upstream. And it's likely quite extensive, third uncle said, eyeing the dark abyss of the cave. Does this creature bite the living? Dekue asked timidly. If it were of normal size, they wouldn't bite humans. But given the size of this one, I can't say for certain, third uncle replied, puzzled. These creatures typically remain in areas heavy with corpses. They rarely swim about. Why are there so many migrating all at once? Suddenly, the muted oil bottle turned his head toward the depths of the cave, stating, I suspect it may be related to the strange sounds we heard earlier. Did any of you manage to discern what they were? Fat Kue shook his head. No matter how I listened, I couldn't comprehend. It felt as if someone was speaking, yet upon closer inspection, I found it unintelligible. The dull oil bottle nodded. It seemed as though there were whispers behind us. Could it be that something is watching us nearby? Ah, my dear little grandfather, please do not frighten me, that I may be large, but I dread those nameless entities. You mentioned a band of horse thieves. And I, Decay, would not fear them. Yet this unknown presence leaves me trembling. I thought to myself that staying here was untenable, as a sense of discomfort lingered in my heart, fluctuating between presence and absence. Perhaps it was the oppressive atmosphere of the cave affecting my psyche, that I then said, regardless of what it is, our paramount concern should be to exit swiftly, that we are currently flowing against the current. And returning should be quicker than our arrival. I believe we have only been in this cave for less than 10 minutes. Exiting should not pose a problem. Indeed, what young Master San said is correct. Dekue eagerly concurred. You simply need to voice your thoughts. And we can climb over the mountains once we exit. I shall bear the burden, for I possess great strength. Even if we delay by a day or two, it would not matter much. Would it? We can expedite our excavation and make up for lost time. Young Master San cast another glance at the dull oil bottle and inquired, Brother, what is your perspective? The dull oil bottle replied nonchalantly, To wish to leave now may be too late. Those two individuals who permitted us entry must be exceedingly confident that we cannot escape. Not leaving. Are we to wait here until we perish? Pansy gazed at him, and the dull oil bottle merely turned his head away, closing his eyes in a state of meditation. Pansy found himself at a loss and turned to Sanshu, saying, I propose we cannot remain here, for Kue will surely be terrified. Let us retreat. The path we came is not complex, and it might lead us out. Should we encounter any peculiarities, we can devise another plan. That seems to be our only option. Sanshu nodded in agreement and instructed Pansy, illuminate both the front and back with the mining lamps. Stow away the hunting rifles. Dekue and I will use them for support. Pansy and Deji will keep an eye on the rear, and brother, you shall guide us. We all acknowledged this plan, and Pansy produced another mining lamp, illuminating our rear. The second boat's ox, caught in the light, let out a bellow, prompting Pansy to curse, Sanyi, we must drive this ox into the water. Otherwise, we cannot maintain our support. Since the mining lamp had been directed forward, we had neglected to notice that we had forgotten the boat trailing behind us. Upon realizing this, I was taken aback. It appeared these two old thieves had indeed planned meticulously. The cave's height rendered the ox incapable of standing, let alone driving it into the water. With the load of equipment alongside the ox, the water was already quite deep. If we boarded, not only would the pole struggle, but we might risk sinking. Thus, this trailing boat acted as a cork, effectively blocking our escape. That moment, I vaguely heard strange sounds emanating from the depths of the cave, and they were notably more numerous than before. The noise resembled the hushed whispers of countless little spirits, evoking an extreme discomfort. Everyone fell silent, and the atmosphere turned eerily tense. Suddenly, my attention became wholly captivated by this sound. I attempted to retract my focus several times. Yet I was irresistibly drawn back. That I sensed danger. There was something amiss. Though I recognized this, I could not shake it off, and my mind was filled with this sound. Just then, I felt a sharp kick, causing me to lose my balance and tumble into the water. Instantly, the cacophony in my head ceased, and almost simultaneously, I saw Pansy fall as well. Then came Sanshu and Dekue, followed by the dull oil bottle, who jumped into the water, mining lamp in hand. The sounds were significantly muted underwater, and we were not greatly affected. However, visibility was exceedingly poor, and I squinted to discern anything. The dull oil bottle gestured underwater and shone his lamp. The water was not very deep, revealing a layer of white sand below. He scanned the area, finding no plants or fish. Unable to hold my breath any longer, I surfaced for air, and as I shook the water from my eyes, I was suddenly confronted by a bloodied face hanging upside down, its eyes wide open and fixed on me. That I recognized him as the middle-aged man who had ferried us across. Upon looking up, I realized he was left with only his upper body, as a large black worm was feasting on his entrails, occasionally writhing. I was paralyzed with fear. This was surely a grotesquely enormous leech. My heavens, how many corpses must it have consumed to grow so large? Pansy's head emerged beside mine, but he was less fortunate, as he was still trying to comprehend the situation. The worm emitted a shrill sound, flinging the corpse directly onto Pansy's head, its moss sinking into his scalp. Pansy, being a person of worth, instinctively flipped his left hand, revealing a military knife that had somehow found its way into his grasp. He thrust the blade upward into the worm, piercing it through. Had it been me, I would have surely met my demise in that instant. The worm screeched in agony, unable to withstand the force of Pansy's blow, and it was sent sprawling away. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye, and Pansy paid me no mind, as the worm was now pressing against my face. That I in my mind, I cursed Pansy for his lack of loyalty. He often boasted of how he would protect me, yet now, in a moment of crisis, he had flung this deadly creature onto me, while he wielded a knife. I was left with merely my hands. My situation was dire. The worm wasted no time, using its razor-sharp claws to slice into my face, causing me to wince in pain. That I attempted to shake it off, but its barbed claws firmly latched onto my clothing, with several piercing into my flesh, drawing tears from my eyes. That moment, the dull oil bottle resurfaced. Noticing my struggle, he rushed over, inserting 2 fingers into the worm's back, exerting force, and yanked out a long, white, spaghetti-like object. That I in less than a second, the worm, which had previously held the upper hand, lay lifeless. That I tossed the worm's corpse onto the boat, feeling as though I had awoken from a nightmare. Dekue raised his thumb to the dull oil bottle, exclaiming, "Brother, I am in awe of you. You managed to extract the worm's innards." "Enough." Pansy, with 2 bloodied holes in his head, grumbled, "Look at your so-called education. That is the central nervous system. This fellow here has rendered the worm incapacitated. Are you suggesting that the worm is not dead?" Dekue, having 1 foot already on the boat, hesitated at this revelation, retracting his foot back into the water. The dull oil bottle performed a flip, landing on the boat and kicking the worm aside. "We cannot kill it yet. We need it to navigate this corpse cave." "Do you think that sound we heard earlier came from this worm?" Sanshu asked, recalling how the worm had emitted several cries which did not seem to match. The dull oil bottle turned the worm over, revealing a fist-sized hexagonal copper bell affixed to its tail, seemingly embedded long ago and now tarnished green. Each of the bell's 6 sides was inscribed with intricate incantations. As Pansy wrapped his wounds, he kicked the bell, which suddenly began to move on its own. The sound it produced mirrored that which we had heard before, ethereal, as if floating between realms. Now it seemed tangible, indicating that this bell was indeed the source of the sound, but it required the accompaniment of an expansive echo to evoke its mesmerizing effect. The bell must contain a remarkably delicate mechanism, able to endure the ravages of time without decay, likely composed of a precious metal. Yet, how could it emit sound autonomously? As I pondered this, the bell's ringing grew, increasingly frenzied, as if a vengeful spirit trapped within sought to escape its confining artifact. Regrettably, its diminutive size rendered the scene somewhat absurd. Pansy, having finished bandaging himself, seemed unfazed, as if such injuries were a daily occurrence. The bell clanged noisily, exasperating him. In annoyance, he attempted to stomp it down. However, the copper casing, having aged significantly, shattered underfoot. That a foul-smelling green liquid erupted from within. Sanshu, incensed, swung a fist at Pansy's head, but upon remembering Pansy's recent injuries, refrained, opting instead to scold him. "You could have been more careful. This object is undoubtedly a sacred artifact, and you treat it so carelessly. San Yi, how was I to know it was so fragile? Pansy protested. Feeling wronged, Senshu shook his head in disbelief, prying away the copper fragments to reveal a series of small bells, each varying in size and shape, nestled within a finely crafted hollow sphere riddled with holes. The sphere had been crushed underfoot, revealing a large green centipede, its head flattened from the impact, and the green liquid had oozed forth from its body. Uncle San deftly flipped the hollow sphere with the tip of his knife and discovered a tube extending into the part connected to the enormous corpse. Exclaiming, "I fear that when this centipede grows hungry, it uses this tube to burrow into the corpse to feed. What an extraordinary symbiotic system this is. I wonder how it was conceived." The half-submerged body of the boatman bobbed in the water, sinking and rising, prompting Uncle San to sigh. This is a case of self-inflicted consequences. They must have intended to leave us in this corpse pit, waiting for us to perish before retrieving our belongings. Little did they know, today, fate has turned against them, and they themselves ended up dead at the hands of this massive corpse. Truly a fitting end. This is a classic case of irony. It seems our luck may still be on our side, I remarked. Pansy shook his head, saying, "That creature's claws surely lack the strength to tear a person in half in such a short span. If it possessed such power, my brains would have already been scooped out. I believe there is more than one of these creatures. This one must have carried the body here to feast alone after the dismemberment." De Coué, who had been quite relaxed until this point, swallowed hard at his words. "Do not panic. Did this young man not just say we need this creature to navigate through the tunnel? Let us place this enormous corpse at the bow of the boat, allowing it to pave the way for us. This creature, which feeds on corpses, is steeped in dark energy, akin to those wandering spirits that I in this corpse pit. It is likely the reigning predator, with it aboard our vessel. We are bound to escape," Uncle San declared. "Come, we shall not retreat. I am keen to discover what lies ahead, which could give rise to such a monstrous insect." Upon hearing Uncle San's words, I found merit in his reasoning. We had already lingered in this tunnel for quite some time, and the oppressive atmosphere, which rendered us unable to lift our heads, was unbearable that we retrieved folding shovels from our luggage to use as paddles. Pushing against the stone walls as we sailed forward, as I rowed, I examined the cave walls, and suddenly a question arose, prompting me to ask Uncle San. These are solid stone blocks. How did the ancient tomb raiders excavate them? Even today, it would require hundreds of laborers to dig a hole this deep. Uncle San replied, "Look how perfectly round this cave is. It is indeed very ancient. The ones who excavated this tunnel must have been officials, specifically a military unit dedicated to tomb raiding. It seems that locating the burial site marked on our map may not be as straightforward as we had hoped." Uncle San, how can you be so certain that the tomb still exists? A military unit could have excavated such a long tunnel, and it is possible that everything has already been taken. De Coué interjected, "I suspect that when we entered, there might not even be a coffin board left." Uncle San grunted in response, saying, "If this cave has been plundered for thousands of years, we would have nothing to say. However, you must understand that this cave is indeed marked on the map, indicating that this tunnel existed before the burial of the tomb's owner. The age of this tunnel should predate the ancient tomb we seek. Furthermore, there is certainly more than one burial site in this vicinity. Who knows which tomb this tunnel was dug to rob?" "So, you mean," I now sensed a chilling undertone in Uncle San's words, "that everything we are encountering, including the colossal corpse and the age of the hexagonal bronze wind chime, might predate even the Warring States period?" Uncle San shook his head. "What concerns me more is why our tomb owner chose to situate his burial site amidst another already plundered tomb. This is a significant breach of feng shui." Suddenly, the mute oil bottle gestured for us to be silent and pointed ahead that we saw a green phosphorescent glow deep within the cave, where the miners' lamps could not reach. Uncle San sighed. "We've arrived at the accumulation of corpses." We halted the boat. This was undoubtedly the most perilous stretch of the waterway, that if we were unprepared, it would be unwise to venture further. Uncle San glanced at his watch and said, "This corpse pit is one that one can enter, but not exit. After digging through sand for so long, this is our first foray into such a place." I sense that there might be something truly unusual about this cave. No kidding. Uncle San shot him a glare and continued. But this is merely the old man's perspective. Whether this cave can only be traversed by the boatman leading the way, leaving others behind, remains unknown. That if this cave, he emphasized, truly is a corpse pit, then danger must surely lie ahead. That as for what we might encounter, we have no way of knowing. We could find ourselves in a ghostly maze, unsure of our direction, or perhaps hundreds of water ghosts might come to overturn our boat. The Kue gasped in fright. Surely it can't be that bad. Anything could happen, Uncle San said. Our luck has been poor. We've encountered so many dangers before even reaching the tomb. However, when it comes to sand digging, one cannot fear ghosts. If one fears ghosts, one should not pursue this line of work. Since we have chosen this path, encountering peculiar occurrences is simply par for the course. He called for Pansy to retrieve the double-barreled shotgun from his backpack. Now that we have modern technology at our disposal, our advantages far surpass those of our predecessors. That if any water ghosts do appear, they will be the unfortunate ones. The Kue trembled in fear, and I remarked to Uncle San, "Your pre-battle motivational speech sounds like a ghost story. It is quite the opposite effect." Uncle San pulled the gun's latch. "This fellow has truly shamed me this time. I never expected him to be so useless. Damn it, before we came here, he boasted like a mighty warrior." He then handed the gun to the mute oil bottle, instructing, "It can fire twice. Once we use up the shots, we must reload. These are all scattershot, so they lose their potency over distance. Aim carefully before pulling the trigger." I was quite familiar with the double-barreled shotgun. I had even won an award for shooting clay pigeons in my youth. I took it up while Uncle San and Decay held their military knives in one hand and used the folding shovels to paddle the boat with the other. Pansy, the mute oil bottle, and I held the guns, slowly steering toward the phosphorescent accumulation of corpses. Under the faint glow of the miner's lamp, I noticed the cave was widening, and the green light drew nearer. That I first heard the mute oil bottle utter something in a foreign tongue, followed by Pansy swearing. And then I beheld a sight I would never forget. As we neared the green light, the cave suddenly opened up into an immense natural cavern, with a waterway transformed into a river. The banks of this river were lined with ghastly green corpses, indistinguishable as human or animal. Rows of neatly arranged skeletons closest to the inner recesses appeared to be intentionally placed there, while those further out were in disarray, particularly those near the riverbank, exhibiting all manner of positions. Many corpses, not yet fully decomposed, were covered in a thin gray membrane, resembling cling film tightly wrapped around them. Occasionally, enormous centipedes would burst forth from the corpses. These were considerably smaller than the one aboard our vessel, but still 4 or 5 times larger than ordinary. That some smaller centipedes attempted to partake in the feast. The larger ones would swiftly kill and consume them. Most of these corpses had floated down from upstream, becoming stranded here. Everyone, be cautious and observe for any peculiarities around. Look, Decay, with his keen eyes, pointed to the cavern wall. That we turned to see a green, crystalline coffin embedded in a nearly vertical wall of the cave. Inside, it seemed there was a female corpse clad in white, but the distance was too great for us to discern any details. "There's another one over there," Pansy called from the opposite side. We looked and indeed found another crystalline coffin at a similar height on the other wall. Yet this one was empty. Uncle San gasped. "Where has that corpse gone? Could it be a Zongzi?" Unearthed. Uncle San, "There shouldn't be any Zongzi here, should there? Everyone be alert. If you see anything moving, do not ask questions, just fire," Uncle San warned, keeping a wary eye on our surroundings at that moment. As we turned the river's bend, we passed a pile of bones. That Decay gasped, falling back into the boat, and we focused our gaze to see a woman clad in white feathers, her back to us, with long black hair cascading down to her waist. From the adornments on her attire, I deduced it was from the Western Zhou period. I couldn't help but swallow nervously, whispering, "The corpse is right here. Stop, stop." Uncle San wiped the sweat from his brow. "Decay, pass me the black donkey's hoof from the bag. This could very well be a millennium-old Zongzi. We should use that hoof from 1923. The new one might not suffice." After repeating this twice, without response, we turned to see Decay foaming at the mouth, convulsing. Had the circumstances allowed, I might have burst out laughing. Pansy, you go get it. Damn it, if I have to bring him along again, he deserves to be devoured by the Zongzi. Uncle San took the black donkey's hoof, spat on it twice, and said, "Behold the prowess of Wu San. Dear nephew, take note. This millennium-old Zongzi is a rare sight, that if I fail, you can shoot me in the top of my head to put me out of my misery." I pulled him back. "Do you truly have confidence?" "In truth, I do not harbor an overwhelming fear. After all, I have never encountered such occurrences before. There is something slightly melancholic about the silhouette of a slender woman clad in plain, white attire. Yet in typical horror films, the image of a long-haired woman in white seldom induces much dread. That it is merely a psychological effect, though my heart races uncontrollably that it this moment. The mute oil bottle gently pressed his hand upon my uncle's shoulder, stating, "The black donkey's hoof is effective against zombies. This fellow is likely not a zombie. Allow me to handle it." He retrieved a lengthy object from his bag, which I recognized as the dragon's spine he had acquired from my uncle. Unwrapping the cloth, he revealed a gleaming black ancient blade, seemingly crafted from exquisite black gold. He drew the blade across the back of his hand, then positioned himself at the bow of the boat, allowing his blood to drip into the water. And no sooner had the first drop fallen than, with a resounding splash, all the corpses emerged from their vessels, scrambling frantically away from our boat as if they had seen a ghost. In an instant, the water around us was devoid of the wretched figures. Before long, the mute oil bottle's hand was drenched in blood, and he pointed his bloodied hand towards the woman in white, causing her to kneel. That we stood in stunned silence as the mute oil bottle urged my uncle, "Hurry, do not look back." Although I was curious about the woman's appearance, the thought of possibly encountering the visage of a desiccated corpse deterred me from taking that risk. My uncle and Pansy rowed with all their might, and soon we beheld a narrowing opening ahead, resembling the one we had entered. That it appeared that this passage was at the heart of the mountain, excavated from both sides to create this waterway. Thus, it had transformed into a narrow capillary structure, capable of remaining dry even if the water levels outside submerged the entrance. That as we gradually navigated into the thieves' den, we were compelled to lower our heads. Before entering, I remembered the warning not to look back. Instead, I glanced at the water's reflection to see if she was pursuing us. That it was a fateful decision. Upon seeing the reflection, I nearly lost my breath. That in the water's surface, an unknown entity clung to my back. Just as I was about to scream, an uncontrollable urge to turn around overtook me, and I felt a heavy blow to the back of my head before everything went dark. Chapter 7. The 7 Stars and the Lu Wang. Over 100 heads, I cannot ascertain how much time had passed. That I drifted through a myriad of chaotic dreams, and in a haze, I seemed to glimpse the woman in white facing away from me. That I yearned to see her face and rushed to her front, yet still only beheld her back. That I ran repeatedly, but no matter how fast I tried, I could only see her rear. Puzzled by this strange occurrence, I suddenly realized that she possessed 2 backs. That I awoke with a start, my eyes snapping open to a sky painted with crimson hues and a blood-red sunset. Awake. Pansy's broad face beamed at me. I squinted to adjust to the light, and Pansy pointed to the sky. "Do you see? Damn it, we finally emerged." I touched the back of my head. "You rascal. Did you hit me? Would it have been better not to? I warned you not to look back. You nearly led us to our doom." My memories surged back, and I anxiously touched my back to check if that thing still lingered. Pansy laughed heartily. "Rest assured, it has departed." "What was that thing?" I asked, still shaken. "That fellow mentioned it is called Aquai. It is merely the spirit of the woman in white, a ghost of sorts. She borrowed your vitality to escape from that corpse hole." However, he did not divulge the details before he fainted. My uncle explained as he rowed. "But it seems that fellow is quite significant. A millennia-old ghost bowing before him speaks volumes about his capabilities." I sat up, observing the mute oil bottle and fat Kue sleeping soundly beside me. That I smiled. The journey here had felt uneventful, but now, gazing at the sky, a sense of comfort washed over me. That I inquired, "Who exactly is he?" My uncle shook his head. "I truly do not know. I had a friend in Changsha recommend an experienced assistant, and they introduced him. All I know is his surname is Zhang. Throughout our journey, I tried to gauge him, but he either slept or stared into space. I have no clue about his origins, but the one who introduced him has considerable influence in this field. so he should be trustworthy. Upon hearing this, I found Zhang's mysterious nature increasingly intriguing. But since my uncle had spoken so highly of him, further inquiries seemed futile that I glanced ahead and asked Pansy, "Can you see the village? It seems to be just ahead." My uncle pointed to the distant flickering lights. "It appears that village is not as dilapidated as we imagined. It even has electric lights." The mere thought of a village conjured images of hot showers, sizzling wild delicacies, and the long braids of village maidens. Igniting a surge of excitement within me at that moment, I noticed a group of figures atop the mountain, riding mules, likely heading to the village as well. For the mountain was not steep, and I could discern that they did not appear to be locals. As we approached the landing, a small child in the village spotted us and suddenly shouted, "Ghosts!" We were bewildered, but the child fled at an astonishing speed, leaving us powerless to respond. The cow remained docile on the boat, displaying no sign of agitation. The it was indeed a good cow. Pansy, having raised cows back home, took on the role of herder. When we disembarked, De Coué awoke, still believing he had been dreaming, first receiving a beating from my uncle, followed by a few kicks from Pansy. The mute oil bottle seemed to have lost too much blood. Remaining unconscious, that I helped him onto the ox cart. This man was astonishingly soft, almost as if he possessed no bones at all, that I ensured he was comfortable. My uncle stopped a passerby to inquire about nearby inns, and the individual regarded us as if we were mad. "What do you think this is? Our village is only about 30 households. Do you expect to find an inn? If you need a place to stay, head to the village's guest house." Reluctantly, we made our way to the guest house, which resembled a ghostly abode, yet to our surprise, it was rather decent. At least it had phone and electrical services, and it was a concrete building. The most valuable feature was the availability of hot water, and the bedding was quite clean. In this village, it could easily be classified as a 5-star standard. After we each took a refreshing shower, washing away the stench of death, we gathered in the hall to eat stir-fried vegetables. The mute oil bottle finally regained consciousness, appearing rather unwell, that we ordered a plate of pig liver to help him recover, refraining from questioning him further. After all, he was our savior, and some discussions could wait until he regained his strength. That we ordered beer, mindful that we needed to work the next day, so we could not indulge excessively. While eating, we flirted with a female server. "I must say, young lady, your place is quite impressive. You have concrete floors and the roads outside are also paved. Did those mules carry all this concrete from the mountaintop?" "Not at all. How long would that take? We've had a road here for ages. Those liberation trucks could easily come through, but 2 years ago, a landslide buried the road and a large ding was unearthed in the mountain. Many officials from the province came to inspect, declaring it a national treasure from the Warring States period, and they took it away, disregarding the road. Isn't that infuriating? The village said they would repair it. But what could they do? No funds, so the repairs have been sporadic. A year later, and it's still under construction. What about the waterway? There's a landing here, is there not? That was all from the pre-liberation era. Ships haven't traversed these waters in years. If someone offers you passage by water now, they are undoubtedly up to no good. You outsiders must be cautious. This waterway is quite sinister. Over the years, a few have drowned here, and not a single body has been recovered. Our elders whisper that the mountain god has devoured them." I exchanged glances with my uncle, thinking to myself, what kind of guide have you found? It seemed he had merely procured a rogue. My uncle, feeling embarrassed, hastily took a swig of his drink. "By the way, are there many outsiders here? Though this guest house may appear small, let me tell you, every outsider stays here. Ever since the ding was excavated, the number of outsiders has surged, and some are even planning to build villas on the other side of the mountain." My uncle exclaimed, "What the hell? Building villas in this desolate wilderness could only mean they were either expatriates or grave robbers." The young lady was taken aback, and Pansy quickly pulled my uncle aside. "Grandpa, you're getting on in years. No need to be so startled." Then turning to the girl, he added, "It is nothing." He is just a bit incredulous. I heard my uncle mutter a curse under his breath. Then he offered an awkward smile, asking, "Are there any famous historical sites or interesting places around?" The waitress smiled sweetly, then suddenly lowered her voice. "You gentlemen don't seem like tourists. Are you perhaps here for something more clandestine?" Seeing us silent, she sat beside us. "To be frank, Every outsider who comes here is likely after something illicit. If you truly are here for sightseeing, then all that gear you brought is nothing but a burden. My uncle glanced at me and poured the young lady a glass of wine. So, you read quite knowledgeable then? Ah, I see that I heard from my grandfather and others that over the years, many treasure hunters have come here and unearthed quite a few valuable items. However, my grandfather mentioned that the truly remarkable treasures lie deeper within. In a legendary tomb of an immortal, in comparison to the treasures of the immortals, gold and silver jewels are but trifles. Oh, Uncle Sam responded with keen interest. So, your grandfather has ventured inside? The young woman smiled coyly. Well, that's a bit misleading, that my grandfather only heard about it from his grandfather. This legend has been passed down for who knows how long, that it is said that the immortal was sent by the Jade Emperor, transforming into a great general who assisted the emperor in battle. Once he achieved his goals, he ascended to the heavens, taking his physical body and the treasures he wielded in battle to be buried with him. That tomb is said to surpass even those of emperors. Otherwise, how could it be called the tomb of an immortal? Given this, many must have sought out the tomb, right? Uncle Sam inquired anxiously. Has anyone ever found it? Alas! You are unaware that the site has become completely inaccessible. 2 years ago, during a landslide, that area collapsed as well. Can you guess what emerged from the mountains? What? A ding, perhaps? Fatquiventuret. What a notion! If it were truly a ding, it would have been taken away long ago. Let me tell you, but you mustn't share this with anyone, the young woman said after sipping her beer. Over 100 severed heads were excavated from that site. Uncle Sam frowned. Just heads? No bodies? Indeed, she replied. Isn't it terrifying? Ever since that landslide, there has been no way to access it. Even mules can't get through, that if you wish to reach the site, you can only climb over foot by foot. I've seen several groups attempt to go there, but the elders shook their heads upon seeing the mountains collapse. Uncle Sam glanced at the silent man Yuping, who showed no reaction, and then asked the server, before the mountain collapsed. Did anyone manage to go inside? Some did, but I saw them go in for a few days and emerge empty-handed. They arrived full of excitement, but left looking like beggars, reeking terribly that my grandfather said they might not have even found the treasure they were looking for. What about you all? Do you wish to try your luck? Well, as you said, we must at least take a look. Otherwise, it would be a wasted trip, Uncle Sam chuckled, not saying anything further. The server went to hurry the kitchen for our meals. And Pansy remarked, it seems likely that the treasure we seek is indeed in that area, but judging by what this young woman said, our equipment may struggle to reach the mountains. There are methods for excavating with or without equipment. This Warring States tomb typically consists of vertical shafts, straight up and down, without chambers that we want to know if that holds true here until we see it. The heads unearthed indicate what our ancestors referred to as a ghost head pit. It must have been a sacrificial burial site in the past. Uncle Sam pulled out a map, pointing to a circle marked on it. Look here. This spot is still quite far from the main tomb. Those who came before, according to geomancy, would have stopped here. This is the dragon's head. Generally, the tomb would be beneath this area, but if you look further in, this spot is a gourd-shaped opening. Without venturing further, one wouldn't realize there's a hidden cavern inside. This is where the true dragon's head lies. The architect of this tomb must have been well-versed in geomancy, deliberately setting a trap for them to fall in it that, if I'm not mistaken, beneath this false dragon's head lies a heavily fortified false tomb. Seeing us captivated, Uncle Sam continued with pride, without this map, even our ancestors would have been led astray. Tomorrow, we shall bring only the essentials and set out lightly to scout the area, that if it proves impossible, we can always return to gather our gear. We nodded in agreement, and after enjoying a bit more of our drinks, we returned to our rooms. Then came the task of dismantling our equipment, that in this day and age, we certainly didn't need traditional Woyang shovels. Uncle Sam presented an archaeological trowel, constructed from interlocking steel pipes. You could attach as many sections as needed, far more discreet than the wooden-handled Woyang shovel. Since Warring States tombs are generally found below 10 meters, we couldn't skimp on the steel pipes. Each of us carried 10. Along with a trowel head, Pansy had a short-barreled rifle, securely wrapped in leather. He pulled it out, much shorter than the double-barreled guns one might find on the black market, easily concealed within clothing. He stuffed it along with some ammunition into his backpack. Uncle Sam remarked that a double-barreled gun would be useless for turning in tight spaces. Pansy's short gun was far more practical. I prepared a digital camera and a trowel, thinking I had little else to bring, as I was merely an apprentice excavator. After a night without incident, I awoke feeling pleasantly refreshed as we hurried through breakfast, packed some dried rations, and set off. The young woman, quite helpful, enlisted a village boy to assist me. After traversing 2 hours of mountain trails, the bare-bottomed child pointed ahead. There it is. Indeed, before us lay a mountain, its contours shaped by mudslides that we now stood between two mountain ranges. This canyon stretched long, likely a river during the rainy season, but after the recent drought, only a shallow creek remained. The steep mountains on either side were impassable, and the riverbed ahead was blocked by boulders fallen from above that I patted the boy's head and said, "Go back and play. Thank your sister for me." The child extended his hand. 50, please." I paused, and the child remained silent, staring intently at me. "What 50? I inquired. Uncle Sam burst into laughter, producing a 100 yuan bill. The boy snatched it and hopped away. Did I realize with a chuckle? Even the kids in these mountains are quite shrewd. People di fobuts, da kumutut. And Pansy kicked him. "Do you have any culture? Go die for your—" Without further ado, we began our climb. The rocks were stable enough, and before long, we had crossed over, not nearly as terrifying as the young woman had described. We didn't see the head she mentioned. Behind the landslide lay a canyon that gradually gave way to trees, eventually leading to a dense forest. The ecology here was a mystery. At that moment, we spotted an old man down in the canyon, drawing water. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was the very same old man who had guided us into the cave. Startled, he stumbled into the creek and then scrambled to escape. Pansy laughed and scolded him, pulling out his short gun and firing a shot into the sandy ground in front of the old man. The old man jumped in fright and ran back. Pansy fired 3 more shots, each landing in the prints the old man had left. Cleverly, the old man soon realized he was being toyed with and fell to his knees, crying out, "Great uncles, spare me. I, an old man, am truly out of options, and had no choice but to catch your attention that I never imagined I would encounter such esteemed beings." As he spoke, tears and snot streaming down his face, Uncle Sen asked, "What is this? You seem quite robust. What troubles you?" "To speak frankly, I am indeed ill. Though I appear hardy, I must consume several doses of medicine daily. You see, I am here drawing water to brew my medicine." He pointed to a nearby water barrel. "I must ask you, how did you disappear so suddenly in that cave? If I speak, will you spare my life?" the old man inquired cautiously. "Rest assured, we live in a lawful society," Uncle Sam replied. "Confession brings leniency. Resistance brings severity." Yes, I confess," the old man said. "In truth, there is nothing of great significance. Although the cave appears to be a straight shaft, there are many concealed openings above. Unless one is actively searching, they would remain undetected. I took advantage of your moment of inattention to slip into one of those openings. Once your vessel departed, I would emerge. The donkey would hear my whistle and bring over a wooden tub, and thus I would escape. After the deed was done, the boatman, Lu Lauer, would give me my share, though it was not much." Suddenly remembering something, he added, "By the way, where is Lu Lauer? Surely he has also fallen into your hands." Pansy made a gesture of execution. "He has already met his end." The old man paused, then slapped his thigh. "He deserved it. I never wished to partake in such actions that Lu Lauer threatened me, claiming if I did not comply, I would share his fate. Please, you must let me go." "Spare us your sob story," Uncle Sam replied. "Where do you reside? And why are you drawing water here?" "I reside within that cave." The old man indicated a nearby cavern. "You see, I am but an old man with no farmland to tend to. My son passed away prematurely, and I have no shelter to call my own. Now I merely await death. Such a pitiful state. So you are quite familiar with this area. Then, perfect. If you wish for us to spare you, you must guide us to a certain location." My uncle pointed towards the forest, causing the old man's countenance to change dramatically with fear. "Good heavens! Are you all here to plunder the graves? You cannot do that. There are monsters within." Upon hearing this, I sensed an opportunity. Clearly, this old man possessed some knowledge that my uncle inquired. Have you seen them? Ah, a few years back, I led a group there under the guise of archaeology. The moment I arrived, I knew they were grave robbers. However, these individuals were unlike any I had previously encountered. The petty thieves I had seen before merely sought to plunder graves, but this group, let me tell you, their demeanor was extraordinary. They disregarded all the tombs around and insisted on venturing deep into the mountain. At that time, I was the sole villager who had ever been to that place. They were extravagant, offering me 10 large bills all at once. Upon seeing that money, I lost my resolve and led them into the woods. We kept pressing forward until we reached a location I had visited before, but they insisted on going further that I refused, saying that no amount of money could buy my life. They countered with another 10 bills, and I told them that even 100 would not change my mind. Their leader then turned hostile, brandishing a gun at my head. With no choice left, I had to lead them deeper into the forest. He scratched his head and continued. Eventually, they claimed to have arrived at their destination. These people were ecstatic, and then they began to tinker with something, saying it was right beneath us. That night, I had a bit too much to drink, and we set up camp that I fell asleep and lost all sense of time. But when I awoke, you won't believe it. Everyone had vanished. Their belongings were still there. The fire had not even gone out. I was terrified and called out, but no one responded. That I sensed something was amiss, and thinking they were gone, I decided to flee. That I ran for an entire day and night before I finally reached the village. It seemed the old man was haunted by a terrifying memory as he squinted and recounted. I had barely run a few steps when I heard someone calling my name. To my astonishment, I saw a woman from their group waving at me, that I was about to scold her for being the only one left, when suddenly I noticed a large tree behind her. Its branches twisted and claw-like. Looking up at that tree, I was horrified to see it was festooned with dead bodies. Their eyeballs popped out, that I was so frightened that I lost control and ran for an entire day and night to return to the village. You see, that must be a tree demon. If I hadn't grown up on hearty fare, I would surely have been ensnared by that monster. My uncle sighed. Indeed, you are also one who has feasted on hearty fare. He then waved his hand. Pansy understood and bound the old man. With him as our guide, we would save ourselves much trouble. The old man was most reluctant, yet according to his account, reaching the location he spoke of would take a day. Daki led the way, and we quickened our pace, continuously checking the map, hoping to reach our destination before nightfall, relying on both the map and the old man's memories. After half a day's journey, we initially conversed, but soon the overwhelming greenery made our eyes weary, and yawns escaped our lips as fatigue set in. Suddenly, the old man halted. Pansy cursed. What trickery is this? The old man, trembling, gazed at a thicket and whispered, What is that? We turned to look, and there, glimmering in the grass, lay a cell phone. The phone appeared to have been dropped recently, and upon picking it up, I noticed it was smeared with blood, a foreboding sign. It seems we are not the only ones here. There must be others, perhaps injured. This phone certainly did not fall from the sky. I opened the contact list to find only a few phone numbers and no other information. That my uncle remarked. Regardless, we cannot search for them. Our priority is to keep moving. I scanned the surroundings for clues, but found none. So we continued onward. However, encountering such a modern object in this desolate wilderness felt surreal, prompting me to ask the old man if anyone else had ventured into the forest recently. That he chuckled. 2 weeks ago, a group of about 10 entered, and they have yet to return. This place is perilous, gentlemen. We could still turn back. It's just a monster, right? Daki retorted. Let me tell you, our young master here can make even a 1,000-year-old corpse bow to him. With him around, no demon or ghost stands a chance, right? He sought confirmation from the silent Manyu, who offered not a single response, as if he were invisible. Daki, feeling thwarted, was left with no recourse that we pressed on until twilight descended. And before 4 o'clock in the afternoon, we finally reached our destination. Before us stood a dozen nearly intact military tents. The quality of these tents was exceptional, although they were now covered in decaying leaves. The interiors remained dry and clean. Inside, we found numerous supplies scattered about, but no bodies, suggesting the old man had not lied. We even stumbled upon a generator and several cans of gasoline, though most parts were in disrepair. Fat Daki attempted to start it, but it yielded no response. Yet the gasoline was still usable. That I inspected further. I noticed all items had their labels torn off. Even the tents and backpacks bore no insignia. Strange. As it seemed these individuals wished to conceal their origins, that we kindled a fire at the campsite and prepared a simple dinner. The old man remained vigilant, casting wary glances at the surroundings, fearful that a monster might emerge and ensnare him. The taste of the compressed food was utterly unpalatable, and I could barely manage a few sips of water. Manu, while eating, scrutinized the map and pointed to a location marked with a fox-like visage. "We are certainly here." We all gathered around, and he continued, "This is a sacrificial site. Beneath us lies the altar, where the sacrificial offerings are likely interred." My uncle knelt to scoop up a handful of soil, inhaling deeply before shaking his head. After a few steps, he collected another handful and remarked, "It's buried too deep. We must dig a few shovels down." We assembled a rebar and attached the shovel head, with my uncle marking the spot for digging. Daki secured the shovel head and began to dig with a short-handled hammer. Then my uncle placed a hand on the rebar, sensing the ground beneath. After striking down 13 times, he suddenly exclaimed, "We've got something." We pulled the shovel up section by section, and when the last handful of earth was unearthed, Daki brought it to the firelight for us to see. The color drained from our faces, including Manu's, when we realized the earth resembled soil soaked in blood, dripping a liquid that resembled fresh blood. That my uncle brought it to his nose and frowned. Both he and I had read accounts of blood-soaked corpses, but the specifics remained elusive even in my grandfather's notes. Yet, given the blood-stained soil, the tomb below would undoubtedly be extraordinary. That I looked at my uncle, eager to see his decision. After a moment's contemplation, he lit a cigarette and said, "Regardless, we must excavate first." Meanwhile, Pansy and Daki did not pause. With Daki digging a few more shovels before handing the shovel head to my uncle, that he sniffed each shovel head and began to connect the holes with a trowel. That I in no time, the outline of the ancient tomb began to take shape beneath the surface. Excavation positioning is the fundamental skill of a grave digger. Generally speaking, the surface appearance typically reflects the underlying tomb structure, and errors are rare. However, as I observed the outline, I sensed something was amiss. Most warring states' tombs lack an underground chamber, yet this one clearly had one, and with a brick ceiling. Truly unusual. My uncle measured with his fingers and finally pinpointed the coffin's location, stating, "Below lies a brick ceiling that my shovel cannot penetrate. I can only estimate the position based on experience. This underground chamber is peculiar. I cannot ascertain the thickness of the bricks. So we shall proceed by breaking through the back wall first. That if that fails, we will have to reassess. So we must act swiftly." My uncle and the others had been digging for over a decade. Their speed remarkable. With 3 shovels spinning and flying, they descended 78 meters in no time. Since we were in this wilderness, we saw no need for soil management, simply tossing the earth aside, and before long, Daki called from below, "We've got it!" Big Kue has excavated a substantial area beneath the theft tunnel, revealing an extensive brick wall. That we activated our mining lamps and descended into the depths, where Dun Yuping observed Big Kue striking the brick wall with his hands, prompting him to intervene, saying, "Do not touch anything." Dun Yuping's gaze was piercing. Startling Big Kue, he extended 2 fingers and traced the wall, feeling along the mortar for an extended period before pausing to declare, "There is a hidden anti-theft layer within. When we move the bricks, we must remove each one outward. Pushing them inward or smashing them is absolutely forbidden." Pansy felt the wall and exclaimed, "How can that be? There isn't even a crack. How could we possibly extract these bricks?" Dun Yuping, undeterred, felt a brick, suddenly exerted force, and astonishingly pulled a brick from the wall. The earthen brick was remarkably sturdy. To extract a single brick using merely 2 fingers requires an immense amount of strength. Those fingers were truly extraordinary. That he carefully placed the brick on the ground and pointed to its reverse side, revealing a dark red wax wall. This wall contains alum acid used during the alchemical processes. If we break through, this potent organic acid will pour over us instantly, causing severe burns. I swallowed hard, recalling the headless creature my grandfather had described, filled with shock. Could it be that it was not merely a blood corpse, but rather my great-grandfather, doused in alum acid? Did my grandfather's shots not strike my great-grandfather? Dun Yuping instructed Fat K to dig a vertical shaft 5 meters deep, then retrieve a syringe and a plastic tube from his pack, connecting the tube to the needle and placing the other end into the pit. Pansy ignited a fire starter, heating the needle until it glowed red, which Dun Yuping carefully inserted into the wax wall. Immediately, crimson alum acid began to flow into the vertical shaft. Soon, the dark red wax wall transformed to white, indicating that the contents had completely drained. Dun Yuping nodded, stating, "It's done." We promptly began removing bricks, quickly creating an opening large enough for a person to pass through. Third uncle tossed a fire starter into the opening to illuminate the interior, that we had breached the northern side of the tomb and discovered the ground was covered with large stone slabs, inscribed with ancient characters. These slabs were arranged in a pattern reminiscent of the Bagua, with larger ones on the outside and smaller ones at the center. Surrounding the tomb were 8 long-lasting lamps. All extinguished, at the center of the tomb stood a 4-legged square cauldron, its lid adorned with carvings of the sun, moon, and stars. Directly opposite us, to the south of the tomb chamber, lay a stone coffin, behind which was a passageway, seemingly leading downward, the destination unknown. Third uncle leaned in to sniff, and then beckoned us to enter one by one, that he examined the inscriptions on the ground, and asked Dun Yuping, "Brother, can you decipher who was buried here?" Dun Yuping shook his head, saying nothing, that we lit several fire starters and tossed them into the long-lasting lamps, illuminating the entire tomb chamber. I recalled the creature described in my grandfather's notes, alongside his repeated mentions of hearing eerie sounds, causing a chill to run down my spine. At that moment, Pansy climbed onto the cauldron to inspect its contents. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Third uncle, there are treasures here?" We all ascended to see a headless, dry corpse within the cauldron, its clothing completely rotted away, adorned with some jade ornaments. Pansy, without hesitation, removed the ornaments, declaring, "This must be the remains of a human sacrifice. They decapitated the head to worship the heavens and placed the body here for offerings. These are likely war captives, as slaves wouldn't possess ornaments." Pansy leaped into the cauldron, eager to explore further, and Dun Yuping, too late to stop him, glanced back at the stone coffin, relieved to see no immediate reaction. Third uncle scolded, "You fool, this cauldron is meant for sacrificial offerings. Do you wish to become a sacrifice yourself?" Pansy chuckled, "Third uncle, I'm not Big K. Don't scare me," as he pulled out a large jade vial. "Look, there are indeed many fine treasures. Let us turn the cauldron over to see what else we can find. Stop messing around. Get out." Third uncle insisted, noticing Dun Yuping's pallor and his unblinking gaze fixed on the coffin. Realizing something was amiss at that moment, I heard a clicking sound that I turned, feeling a chill. The sound was not emanating from the coffin, but rather from Dun Yuping himself. Initially, I thought he was intentionally trying to frighten me. Yet his expression and demeanor suggested otherwise. Dun Yuping continued to emit that clicking noise without moving his lips, and we four stared at him in horror, wondering if he might indeed be a malevolent spirit. Third uncle, sensing the terrifying expression on Dun Yuping's face, swiftly pulled Pansy out. Suddenly, Dun Yuping fell silent. The tomb chamber was enveloped in an eerie stillness, and after an indeterminate time, I grew impatient and was about to inquire about the situation when the coffin lid abruptly flipped upward, beginning to tremble violently. Then a chilling, spine-tingling sound emanated from the stone coffin, eerily reminiscent of the croaking described in my grandfather's notes. Big K, witnessing this, sat down in fright that I felt my legs weaken, nearly collapsing. However, third uncle, having seen much in his life despite his shaking legs, managed to remain standing. Dun Yuping, upon hearing the sound, turned pale, suddenly kneeling on the ground and bowing deeply towards the coffin, that we quickly followed suit, kneeling and banging our heads in reverence. Dun Yuping raised his head and emitted a series of strange sounds, as if reciting some incantation. Third uncle, drenched in cold sweat, whispered, "Could he be conversing with it?" Finally, the stone coffin ceased its trembling. Dun Yuping bowed once more, then stood up, addressing us. "We must leave here before dawn." Third uncle wiped his sweat and asked, "Brother, were you just bargaining with this malevolent spirit?" Dun Yuping gestured for silence. "Do not touch anything here. The entity within that coffin is immensely powerful. If it is released, even the highest deities could not contain it." Pansy, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, chuckled and asked, "What about that foreign language you mentioned earlier?" Dun Yuping ignored him, pointing to the passageway behind the coffin. "Proceed quietly. Do not disturb the coffin." Third uncle composed himself. With such a formidable person by our side, our courage swelled considerably that we gathered our gear. With third uncle leading, Dun Yuping bringing up the rear, we switched on our mining lamps and descended into the tunnel behind the coffin. Big K, passing the coffin, pressed himself tightly against the wall to maintain distance. An amusing sight, though I lacked any inclination to mock him at that moment. The passage sloped downward, lined with inscriptions and stone carvings that I glanced at them, unable to comprehend their meaning. Although I had experience with rubbings and antiquities, I could decipher only a few words. However, it is worth noting that even if I understood every character, the absence of punctuation made grasping the meaning exceedingly difficult. The ancient spoke with great brevity and skill. For instance, I recall a tale of a ruler from the Qi state who, when posed a question by his military advisor, received a simple nod in response. The ruler pondered this yes for days, contemplating whether it signified agreement or dissent, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. And on his deathbed, he asked the advisor if that was indeed the intended meaning. The advisor merely smiled and said, "Yes." The emperor promptly passed away. Third uncle treaded cautiously, each step taking considerable time. The mining lamp's light was not particularly penetrating, rendering the front and back equally dark, reminiscent of our experience in the water cave, which made me quite uncomfortable. After approximately half an hour, the tunnel began to ascend, indicating that we had traversed a significant distance at this point. We encountered a theft tunnel, prompting third uncle to gasp in surprise. He feared being outpaced by others and hurried to investigate. This theft tunnel had clearly been recently excavated, the soil still fresh, that I inquired. Old man said that a group entered this valley 2 weeks ago. Could it be them? I can't tell, but this tunnel appears hastily dug. It seems more like an escape route than an entrance. "I fear we may have been preempted," he replied. "Don't lose heart, third uncle. If they did excavate it, they must have exited through the original path. It seems likely something went awry. I believe the treasure must still be here," Pansy reassured him. Third uncle nodded, and we resolved to press on. Since someone had already cleared the way for us, we felt no need to be overly cautious that we quickened our pace, and after another 15 minutes, arrived at a broader corridor, significantly wider than the one we had entered, adorned with elaborate decorations, indicating we had reached the main burial area. At the base of this corridor stood a colossal jade door, remarkably transparent, now wide open, as if someone had unlatched it from within. Flanking the door were 2 statues depicting ghastly figures, one brandishing a ghostly claw, while the other held aloft a seal. They were shrouded in darkness. My uncle examined the jade door and discovered that the mechanisms atop it had been compromised. That we slipped through the crack of the door, entering a vast, pitch-black chamber. The mine lamp's power was waning, casting only a feeble light. However, we could discern the outline of what appeared to be the main tomb. Pansy swept his lamp across the room and exclaimed, "Why are there so many coffins?" In the absence of a strong light source, it was exceedingly difficult to ascertain the contents of the tomb. That I cast a glance around, and indeed, the center of the chamber was adorned with numerous stone coffins, arranged in a discernible order, though not particularly neat. Above us loomed a grand dome, embellished with intricate murals, surrounded by solid stone slabs, each densely inscribed with characters. That I set my mine lamp down on the ground, while Pansy placed his lamp at an intersecting angle. Illuminating our surroundings, we noticed 2 side chambers adjacent to the main tomb. That my uncle and I approached the first stone coffin and struck a match. This coffin was of an entirely different caliber from the one we had seen while descending the thief's tunnel. It was elaborately carved with inscriptions. To my astonishment, I could comprehend parts of the text. The inscriptions chronicled the life of the coffin's occupant, revealing that he was a feudal lord of the state of Lu, endowed with a ghostly seal that allowed him to summon spectral soldiers from the underworld, thus rendering him invincible in battle. That he was conferred the title of King Shang of Lu. One day, he sought an audience with the Duke of Lu, expressing that after years of borrowing troops from the underworld, he now faced a rebellion by minor spirits and must return to repay his debt to the Lord of the Underworld. He requested permission from the Duke to return to fulfill his obligations. The Duke granted his request, and upon bowing his head, the king transcended. The duke anticipated his return and constructed this mausoleum to preserve his remains, hoping he might serve him once more. The text was verbose, detailing the battles he fought, noting that whenever his ghostly seal shone, legions of spectral soldiers would emerge, seizing souls. Pansy, upon hearing my explanation, marveled, "How formidable! Thank goodness he died early. Otherwise, the state of Lu would surely have unified the six kingdoms." I laughed heartily. Not necessarily. Ancient tales often exaggerate. While your King Shang could summon spectral soldiers, who has to say someone from Qi couldn't he summon celestial troops? I recall tales of flying generals. Surely you perused the classic of mountains and seas. Regardless, at least we now know whose intrigue we stumbled upon. But with so many coffins here, which one belongs to him? Pansy inquired that I examined the inscriptions on several other coffins, most bearing similar content. We counted a total of 7, precisely mirroring the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, yet none provided any distinguishing markers that I was scrutinizing some inscriptions I couldn't decipher. De Kuei suddenly shouted, "Look, this coffin has already been opened." I approached and indeed found the coffin lid was not entirely sealed, revealing numerous fresh prime marks that my uncle retrieved our crowbar from the bag and, with great care, pried the coffin lid opened. As he directed the lamp inside, Pansy emitted a peculiar sound, gazing at us in confusion. "Why is there a foreigner inside?" To our astonishment, there lay a foreigner, and not just any foreigner. He appeared remarkably fresh. Having been deceased for less than a week, Pansy reached to rummage through his belongings, but the dandy oil bottle seized his shoulder with great force, causing Pansy to wince in pain. "Don't move. The true occupant lies beneath him." Upon closer inspection, we indeed discerned another corpse beneath the foreigner, its features obscured, and my uncle produced a black donkey's hoof and asserted, "It should be a black-haired fellow. We must act swiftly." At that moment, De Kuei tugged at my sleeve, pulling me aside. Typically straightforward, I found his behavior perplexing and asked what was amiss. He pointed at the wall opposite us, where shadows cast by our mind lamps danced, whispering, "Look, that's your shadow, right?" I retorted with irritation, "What? Are we now afraid of our own shadows?" His expression was grave. Upon hearing my words, his mouth quivered and I thought, could it be that he was genuinely frightened? He gestured for silence and indicated the shadows. "This is mine. This belongs to Pansy. That is San Yez, and this is Xiao Ji's. You see, that totals 5, correct?" Nodding, I suddenly felt a sense of unease that De Kuei swallowed hard, pointing at a solitary shadow that did not align with ours. Nearly on the verge of tears, he asked, "Whose shadow is that?" I scrutinized the shadow closely, just as it dipped its head. When it raised it again, it appeared grotesquely enlarged, nearly broader than its shoulders. The terror was indescribable, sending chills down my spine, and I uncontrollably screamed, "There's a ghost!" Everyone turned to face me, yet I could not cease my cries, pointing at the shadow while simultaneously turning my head. Almost simultaneously, I caught sight of its owner, a creature with an enormous head. It grasped a peculiar weapon. In the dim light, that deformed head was far more terrifying than any monster I could imagine. The dandy oil bottle quickly raised his lamp, and we discerned the true nature of this creature. It resembled a person with a large clay pot atop their head. Goodness! My overwhelming fear swiftly transformed into intense fury. It was indeed a person, with a pot on his head, holding a flashlight, striking a pose reminiscent of an Egyptian. The pot had 2 holes, through which 2 beady eyes peered out, infuriatingly grotesque. The atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. We were at a loss as to whether this individual was friend or foe. Equally stunned by his presence, before our minds could process the situation, Pansy cursed, "Damn it, I'll shoot you." He reached for his gun, and upon realizing we were agitated, the figure exclaimed, "Oh my God," and swiftly darted down the corridor from whence we had come. Pansy, without hesitation, raised his gun and fired a shot that shattered the pot atop the man's head, leaving just a ring around his neck. The man fled. He shouted curses. "You're courting death. Just wait until I return to deal with you." With that, he vanished in an instant. The dandy oil bottle remarked, "This is bad. We cannot let him reach our thief's tunnel, that if he encounters that coffin, it will be disastrous." He swiftly drew the ancient black gold knife from his bag, not bothering with a mind lamp, and in a few strides, he plunged into the darkness in pursuit. Pansy felt compelled to assist, but was restrained by my uncle, who insisted, "You'll be of no help. Quickly check those two side chambers to determine where he emerged." I hurried to the right side chamber and discovered a tunnel carved directly into the stone wall. With a candle nestled in the corner, casting a faint green glow, I gasped. It turned out this fellow was a tomb raider. Then I noticed a bag on the ground, presumably left behind by him. Upon opening it, I found various tools, several batteries, and a rudimentary map of the ancient tomb. Although hastily drawn, I immediately recognized that the squares represented the 7 coffins. Scrawled around the edges of the map were numerous notes, seemingly from several individuals discussing their findings, including a large question mark labeled 7-star suspicious coffins. My heart raced. I recalled seeing this term in my grandfather's notebook. It mentioned that among the 7-star suspicious coffins, only one was genuine, while the others were rigged with traps or deceptive mechanisms. In any case, opening the wrong one would trigger a perilous mechanism or spell, leading to dire consequences. It appeared that the foreigner had been unaware of this, mistakenly believing each coffin contained treasures, only to fall victim to whatever force had dragged him inside. His companion, likely witnessing the calamity, fled in terror, carving a new escape route through the corridor. Having pieced together this analysis, I felt quite justified in my deductions. Grasping the map, I intended to share my findings with my uncle. However, upon stepping outside, I discovered only a single mind lamp remaining, one that had been dampened in the corpse tunnel, flickering erratically and proving difficult to use. Strangely, my uncle and Decay were nowhere to be found. I ventured into the other side chamber, but there was still no sign of them. I picked up the flickering lamp and called out, "Uncle." Logically, they could not have abandoned me, so I grew increasingly concerned that something had gone awry. Yet, I had heard no sounds of struggle. Considering Pansy and the others' capabilities, they would surely have made a commotion if faced with any sort of monster. However, aside from the echo, there was no one to respond to me in this shadowy tomb, with 7 cold coffins and a strange corpse, which abruptly thrust me back into reality. I suddenly recalled that I was not a professional grave robber, and being alone in this tomb was utterly impossible for me. Even in the absence of any monsters, my imagination alone could easily drive me to despair. I shouted again, desperately hoping for someone to answer. But silence reigned once more. That moment, my mining lamp flickered ominously, as if it were about to extinguish. Cold sweat broke out on my forehead, and confusion began to cloud my mind. If it remained quiet, perhaps I could gradually regain my composure. But unfortunately, just then, I heard a sound from the stone coffin lid, a noise I could not identify among the 7. A wave of dizziness washed over me, and my heart raced to my throat. I retreated against the wall, and suddenly something flashed. Turning my head, I realized it was merely the candle in the adjacent chamber that had gone out. I let out a sigh of despair, wondering why it had extinguished when I hadn't taken anything from it. Glancing back at the stone coffins, I was horrified to see that the ancient corpse in the already open coffin had sat up. The foreign corpse seemed to rise alongside it, as if the two were rising together. Though thankfully, they did not turn to look at me. I dared not gaze any longer. I closed my eyes and, trembling, cautiously edged along the wall until I darted into the adjacent chamber. My grandfather had written in his notes that the secret to cultivating courage was to act as if nothing had happened when one could not see. I thought this wise. Otherwise, staring at a millennia-old corpse sitting upright would incapacitate my ability to think. I placed the mining lamp in a corner, attempting to shield its light from the outside, and frantically rummaged through the fat man's bag to see if there was anything useful inside. After a while, I unearthed some compressed biscuits and several sheets of paper, densely covered in writing and drawings. It appeared that he had brought all the important items with him, for outside, there was no light whatsoever, only impenetrable darkness. I had no idea what the corpse was up to, if it merely continued rising and lying down to work on its abs. I would have no fear of it. What I dreaded was its potential approach. Just then, a gust of wind blew in from the thief's tunnel, and I had a sudden realization. This tunnel must lead outside, or at the very least to another location, which was better than remaining here. I marked a sign by the tunnel's entrance, hoping that if my third uncle returned, he would know I had ventured inside. I picked up the mining lamp, packed the fat man's bag on my back, and crawled in the tunnel that I climbed. I recalled the common knowledge my grandfather had shared with me in my youth about ancient circles and squares, the Qinling and Han slopes, the shallows and depths. Oh wait, no, I cursed under my breath. Shaking my head, I realized how little I truly knew about these matters, observing the tunnel, which seemed neither completely round nor square. I pondered when it might have been excavated, that if that lad with the head dug this tunnel himself, then when he tapped on the tomb bricks, he must have triggered a mechanism. If he were skilled, there would have been some sound. Yet when he entered, we hardly noticed, suggesting that this tunnel had been here for quite some time. Thus, it must have been excavated by another group, or it had been prepared long ago. I surmised that either he had descended from someone else's tunnel, or his tunnel had intersected with this one, that after climbing for a while, I indeed encountered a fork in the path. The methods used to dig these two tunnels were entirely different, indicating they were excavated by separate groups. Regardless, both must lead outside, so I resolved to choose one at random to ensure my third uncle could find me. I marked the tunnel I selected and crawled in. At this point, I envisioned the fresh air of freedom, a bright moon, and hoped that when I emerged from the tunnel, I would see a campfire, with people waiting to pull me up, ushering me into their tent, where I could eat some provisions and enjoy a good night's sleep. Then my third uncle would find me, and we could return home together. I was utterly exhausted. Others might spend their entire lives in the grave-robbing business, encountering only a few white-haired and black-haired figures. Yet here I was, on my first venture, surrounded by corpses, unable to catch my breath. That I thought to myself, it would be ideal if the person waiting for me above were a woman who might even give my shoulders a comforting squeeze. Just thinking about it filled me with renewed vigor, and I quickened my pace. Before long, I saw a flicker of light ahead. Overjoyed, I pressed on, believing it to be the dawn before me. Using all my limbs, I thrust my head out, yearning to inhale the fresh air. But to my astonishment, I froze in place. The greater the hope, the larger the disappointment. Before me lay another tomb passage, strikingly similar to the one I had traversed earlier. It seemed this tomb was exceedingly complex. Frustrated, I cursed under my breath and shone my mining lamp around. Upon closer inspection, I realized I was indeed in the same passage I had come through. How was it possible that this thief's tunnel connected to the other side? Initially, we thought someone had dug this tunnel in an attempt to escape. I was utterly bewildered, unable to fathom the intentions of those who had excavated this tunnel. As I recalled the maps and diagrams drawn on the papers in that young thief's bag, I considered that perhaps they contained clues that I end this moment of desperation. I sat down, spread out the pieces of paper, and began to sift through them. One sheet appeared to be a design sketch made before they dug the tunnel, filled with chaotic notes, particularly regarding the design and speculation surrounding the blood corpse tomb. I struggled to comprehend it, as it was written in a disordered manner, but I caught a glimpse of the words glazed domes among the jumbled text. Clearly, they had devoted considerable thought to bypassing the mechanisms of the blood corpse tomb. I wondered if their plans were ever executed. Another sheet depicted a claw-like figure resembling a tree or perhaps a monstrous talon. As I flipped through the papers, I finally came across something of significance, an aerial view of a burial site. I recognized the underwater passage, as well as the location designated for the 7-star suspicious coffin, which was drawn quite clearly. However, the tomb chamber we entered was not depicted, suggesting they had not yet arrived there. I also noticed the thief's tunnel I had just crawled through, with the fork clearly marked. That I saw that if I had chosen the other passage, I would have reached a location that ended abruptly, with the word collapse scrawled beside it. The meaning was unmistakable. My hope of returning to the surface through the thief's tunnel had been dashed. Upon examining the map further, I found the most peculiar aspect was that to the left of my current position, there was no pathway connecting to any location, yet a tomb chamber was illustrated there. That a dashed line connected this passage to that tomb chamber, suggesting it existed in a different space altogether. I instinctively felt the wall behind me, wondering if there might be a secret passage concealed there. That I scrutinized the wall closely, recalling my grandfather's notes on the construction of stone secret doors. Generally, for a mechanism to endure for millennia without decay, it must be triggered by stone and mercury. The trigger mechanism would require a flat panel, and the wall was covered in engraved inscriptions, indicating that if there were indeed a secret door, There must be a movable stone concealed in a very inconspicuous location. Following this reasoning, I crouched down to examine the area where the stone wall met the floor. And indeed, I discovered a suspicious square stone slab that I pressed it down, but nothing happened. However, it felt loose that I pressed again, but still no response, and I began to feel uneasy that I stood up and kicked it, and suddenly heard a rumble that I had expected, as in typical foreign films, that the wall would rotate to transport me to the next chamber, or that the wall would open like a door. Therefore, when the ground beneath me suddenly gave way, I was completely unprepared, and I fell through. Such a secret door should be called a trapdoor. I cursed silently, fearing for my life. Who knew what lay below? Perhaps a few hidden steel blades awaited me, that I in the blink of an eye. Before I could finish my thoughts, I landed heavily on the ground, and before I had time to be thankful for not dying, my mining lamp slipped from my grasp and crashed to the ground, the battery popping out, plunging me into darkness. That I in this dire situation, that mining lamp was as crucial to me as my very life. Without light in this ancient tomb devoid of any source of illumination, I would be trapped in a dead end. That I hurriedly groped around, desperate to retrieve the lamp, that I remembered its location distinctly and quickly found it. The battery should be on my left, so I reached out to the left and suddenly touched a cold hand. A wave of nausea washed over me as I discerned that this individual appeared to have been deceased for approximately a week, that he was likely yet another victim of the previous tomb raiders. Could it be that he too met his demise upon discovering that mechanism? As this thought crossed my mind, I hurriedly fumbled for a battery in the dimming light, managed to insert it into the miner's lamp. And to my relief, it flickered back to life. The proprietor had mentioned that this lamp could withstand impacts from over 3 meters, and it seemed he had spoken the truth, with the lamp illuminating my surroundings. I surveyed the area, which was stark and rudimentary, essentially a square cellar with irregular stone walls piled high. Numerous holes resembling exhaust vents punctuated the walls, dark and mysterious, seemingly leading to unknown depths. Occasionally, allowing a cool breeze to waft through, that I proceeded to examine the corpse. It was that of a middle-aged man, roughly 40 years of age, his abdomen torn open, a clear fatal wound. He was clad in camouflage attire, his pockets bulging. That I reached inside and retrieved a wallet containing some cash and a note indicating a station storage. Continuing my search, I discovered a steel stamp on his belt buckle, inscribed with the number 02200059. Strangely, there were no other items to verify his identity. That I tucked the wallet into my pocket, intending to study it further once I was outside. The architectural style here bore a resemblance to ancient tombs from the Western Zhou dynasty. Yet it also resembled a temporary escape route. That it seemed improbable that anyone would construct a tomb atop another's burial site. This likely served as a contingency plan for the craftsmen who built it. In ancient times, particularly during the Warring States period, participating in the construction of noble tombs was tantamount to a death sentence, either by poisoning or being buried alive with the corpses. Yet, the ingenuity of the laboring class should not be underestimated. Most craftsmen would create a secret passage for their own escape. As I swept the lamp across the space, I indeed spotted a narrow door set high within one wall. However, it was situated quite a distance from the ground, with a wooden ladder beneath it that had decayed beyond use. Estimating the height, I realized I could not leap high enough. Just then, a face suddenly emerged from that passage. To my astonishment and delight, I exclaimed, "Pansy, it's me!" Pansy, startled, recognized me, but instead of displaying relief, he appeared horrified. Nearly tumbling back into the passage, my confusion deepened as Pansy abruptly drew a gun, aiming it directly at me. Instinctively, I feared that he mistook me for a threat, and I shouted, "It's me, Pansy! What the hell are you doing?" He seemed oblivious to my words, and in an instant, the gun discharged with a deafening bang, reverberating within the cavernous space. The bullet whizzed perilously close to my ear, striking something behind me, and I felt a warm, foul spray splatter against the back of my head. Whirling around, I was met with the sight of several greenish, monstrous creatures clinging to the walls, their menacing presence palpable. That a few had even ascended to the ceiling, mere inches from my head, just as I contemplated retreating to distance myself from these grotesque insects. 2 of them sprang from the wall like springs, almost instantly reaching me. Simultaneously, 2 more gunshots rang out overhead, obliterating the 2 creatures midair, showering me with their viscous innards. Amidst the chaos, I heard Pansy shout, "I'm running low on bullets." "What the hell are you doing just standing there? Hurry up and come over." With Pansy as my ally, I felt a surge of confidence and dashed towards him, but he fired again, likely dispatching another creature. I soon reached the base of the wall, and Pansy extended his hand down to me, that I leapt and grasped it just as the rough stone provided me with enough purchase to ascend. Yet before I could steady myself, Pansy's gun emerged from beneath me, and he fired once more, the shell ricocheting painfully against my groin that I yelped in agony, nearly losing consciousness, cursing, "What the hell? Are you trying to castrate me?" Pansy retorted, "Damn it. Life is more important than anything else." Suddenly, I realized the miner's lamp was no longer in my possession. Turning back, I saw it had fallen below, surrounded by an army of grotesque creatures, an ominous mass of greenish forms seething as they crawled forth from the shadows. I asked Pansy, "How many bullets do you have left?" He rummaged through his pockets and produced one, offering a rueful smile. "Just one glorious bullet left." No sooner had he spoken than one of the creatures leapt onto the stone path. Emitting a chilling squeak, Pansy, having been a soldier, adeptly adapted to the situation, wielding his gun like a hammer, using the wooden stock to crush the insect before kicking it aside. However, this was not a sustainable solution. More and more insects continued to swarm us. We fought valiantly, kicking and striking, yet several managed to ascend our bodies, their barbed claws tearing at my flesh that I urged Pansy, "We must flee. We cannot fend off so many." He inquired, "Where do we run to?" I pointed behind us, declaring, "There must be an exit. This tunnel is certainly a means of escape constructed by ancient tomb builders that if we follow it, we shall surely find a way out." Pansy vehemently cursed, "Nonsense. You bookish types believe everything you read. I tell you, this passage is a labyrinth. I've traversed it thoroughly, and reaching this point was already a stroke of luck, that if we retreat, who knows how long we'll wander." A chill of doubt gripped me. Had I miscalculated? Yet, given the dire circumstances, there was no time for contemplation. With the insects multiplying around us, I shouted, "Anything is better than becoming a feast for these creatures." At that moment, a thud resounded as another person tumbled through the hidden door above, crashing onto the insects and causing them to scatter in panic. This unexpected arrival startled the creatures, and the newcomer cursed, "What the hell? Why is this door still opening downward?" He shone his flashlight around, exclaiming, "What the hell is going on? So many insects." Upon recognition, we realized it was the very thief who had previously frightened us in the main tomb. The insects quickly regrouped, closing in on him. To his credit, the man wielded his flashlight like a weapon, striking down a few creatures, but it proved futile as they swarmed over his back. He screamed, attempting to claw them off in that moment. Pansy suddenly produced all of his firecrackers from his pocket, igniting them in a swift motion before leaping into the fray that I barely had time to react. He rolled onto the ground beside the plump thief, and the insects recoiled from the flames. However, the firecrackers were not a long-term solution, and as Pansy's rapid movements diminished the flames, he shouted, "Do you have any more?" I checked my pockets and found a few remaining firecrackers. Resolutely, I thought, "Damn it, I'll risk it." I mimicked Pansy's leap, but unfortunately, my execution faltered, and I landed clumsily. The firecracker slipped from my grasp, tumbling into the massive insects. Pansy cursed, "Are you trying to kill me?" I scrambled to my feet, rushing to his side. The creatures, wary of the fire, hesitated momentarily, but as the flames dwindled, their encirclement tightened and a lump formed in my throat as I contemplated our grim fate. The plump thief coughed, "Comrades, I've dragged you down with me. It seems we are destined to meet our end here, that I've never feared anything, but I never imagined it would end like this." Clad in a dark outfit, he was indistinguishable in the shadows. Yet upon closer inspection, he was indeed a rotund man. It was surprising that someone of his size could engage in tomb raiding. Pansy seethed, "You fat bastard, where the hell did you come from? I'd love to knock you out." I watched as the firecrackers flickered perilously low, tears welling in my eyes. "You all must think of something, or it won't matter who strikes whom. We'll all be feasting for the insects." Pansy surveyed our surroundings, handing his gun to the fat man, and then passing the firecrackers to me. We could burn our clothes to buy some time, But this flame is too small. We might not even ignite it before we're done for. On the count of 3, I'll draw their attention, and you both sprint to the wall. Form a human ladder to climb up. There is no time to waste. Without waiting for my refusal, Pansy leapt into the swarm of insects. Instantly, they surged towards him, creating a path for us that I shouted in an attempt to save him. But the fat man pulled me back, urging, "Climb." With a firm grip, he propelled me forward, and I scrambled up, extending my hand to pull him along. Glancing back, I saw Pansy rolling on the ground, swarmed by insects, and I was on the verge of tears. The fat man yelled, "Hurry. Just a few more steps, move." However, it was utterly impossible for Pansy to rise again. His mouth was already infested with corpse worms that he attempted to stand several times, only to be forcefully thrown back to the ground. I never anticipated that these insects would exhibit such ferocity. Pansy curled up, watching us from below, his anguished head shaking in despair. Eventually, his face became entirely obscured by the writhing mass of corpse worms. I saw him extend his hand, forming a gesture resembling a gun. His hand was riddled with wounds, and I understood that he was imploring us to end his suffering. The stout man, unable to bear the sight any longer, gritted his teeth and shouted, "Brother, I'm sorry." At that moment, a sudden mechanical sound echoed from above, and another individual leaped down. It is crucial to note that this person jumped, rather than fell, landing with remarkable stability. Though with considerable weight, he crouched to absorb the impact and steadied himself with one hand on the ground, exhaling deeply. The corpse worms momentarily hesitated, then, as if driven mad, began to scatter frantically, desperately seeking to distance themselves from this newcomer. The once overwhelming tide of these monstrous insects receded, vanishing into the depths of several crevices in the walls. Upon closer inspection, I couldn't help but feel elated. This individual was none other than the silent oil bottle. The stout man gasped, "Heavens, this fellow is still alive." However, upon scrutinizing him further, my relief turned to concern as I noticed that his upper garments were completely shredded, and he was drenched in blood, evidently suffering from severe injuries. The silent oil bottle caught sight of the barely conscious Pansy on the ground and rushed over to hoist him onto his back. We quickly extended our hands, one of us grasping Pansy and the other the silent oil bottle, pulling them up. That it was truly a miraculous reversal of fate. Moments ago, we were staring death in the face. And now, the situation had dramatically shifted. In our haste, we wished to assess Pansy's injuries, but the silent oil bottle gestured for us to hurry, saying, "We must flee. It is pursuing us." Although I had yet to grasp the meaning of his words, the stout man had already sprung into action, appearing deeply empathetic. As he lifted Pansy onto his back, I picked up Pansy's miner's lamp to illuminate the path ahead, and the four of us dashed deeper into the stone passage. I lost all sense of time, unable to tell how many turns we had taken. The silent oil bottle halted the stout man, stating, "Enough. The design of this stone passage is peculiar, and it should not be able to pursue us for long." We paused, only to realize we were drenched in sweat. I hastily inquired about what was chasing us, but the silent oil bottle sighed, ignoring my question, and gently laid Pansy on the ground. I realized that the priority was to examine Pansy's wounds. It was evident that Pansy had sustained grave injuries, his body riddled with lacerations. Even if we had an abundance of bandages, wrapping him up would turn him into a mummy. Upon inspection, I was fortunate to find that most of the wounds were not deep. However, there were several gaping gashes on his neck and abdomen that could prove fatal. It appeared that these insects excelled at targeting vulnerable areas of the human body. I recalled the earlier corpse I had touched, which had also suffered severe injuries to the abdomen. The silent oil bottle pressed on Pansy's abdomen, extracting a black gold ancient dagger from his waist, saying, "Help me hold him down." Alarm surged within me, a foreboding sense of dread, and I hurriedly asked, "What are you planning to do?" He gazed at Pansy's belly as a butcher might regard his prey, his long fingers gliding near the wound as he explained, "One is burrowed inside him." "Surely not," I replied, casting a doubtful glance at the stout man, who was already securing Pansy's legs. "Based on your reactions, I have more faith in him," he retorted. Reluctantly, I held down Pansy's hands as the silent oil bottle deftly sliced open the gash on his abdomen, swiftly inserting his fingers into the wound, searching, probing, and finally extracting a green corpse worm. This series of actions was executed with remarkable speed, yet Pansy writhed in agony, his strength overwhelming as I struggled to restrain him. This one suffocated within him, the silent oil bottle declared. Casting the worm aside, the wound is too deep. Without disinfection, it could lead to infection, which would be most troublesome. The stout man produced a bullet from his firearm, suggesting, "Shall we adopt the advanced techniques of the American people and apply this bullet where it is truly needed? We could unscrew the bullet head and use fire to cauterize his wound." Pansy seized the stout man's leg, gritting his teeth in pain as he cursed. "I'm not shot. Are you trying to burn my intestines?" He retrieved a bundle of bandages from his pocket, stained with blood, evidently from a wound on his head, exclaiming, "Thank goodness I didn't discard these. Wrap me up tightly, this injury is nothing." The stout man replied, "These days, individual heroism is out of fashion. Comrade, that I can see your intestines. There's no need to feign bravery." He moved to tend to Pansy's wounds, but I and the silent oil bottle quickly intervened, warning, "Do not act recklessly. If the bullet burns his insides, it will be disastrous, though we must first bandage him." After a moment's consideration, the stout man conceded, and we hurriedly wrapped Pansy's injuries, tearing strips from my own clothing to provide an additional layer of support. Pansy writhed in pain, nearly losing consciousness, and as I watched him lean against the wall, I couldn't help but feel a surge of guilt. Had I not dropped that fire starter, perhaps he wouldn't be in this dire state. At that moment, I recalled something and asked the stout man, "By the way, who the hell are you?" Just as the stout man was about to respond, the silent oil bottle made a gesture for silence. I immediately heard a chilling cackle echoing from one side of the corridor. Chapter 15. The seven-star Lu Wang. The stout man raised his firearm, which held a single bullet, signaling to the silent oil bottle, as if suggesting, "Shall we confront it?" The silent oil bottle waved his hand in disapproval and then motioned for us to mimic him, covering our noses. He covered Pansy's nostrils with one hand while extinguishing the miner's lamp with the other. Suddenly, we were enveloped in absolute darkness, the only sounds being the eerie cackling and the rapid thumping of my own heart. During this time, all my focus was on that sound, which drew ever closer. Accompanied by an unusual, rancid odor in the air, I was nearly suffocated with fear, feeling as if I were a condemned prisoner awaiting execution. Abruptly, in a moment of distraction, the sound vanished. My heart raced. Had it discovered us? After what felt like an eternity, a chilling yet distinct cackle suddenly resonated beside us, so vividly real that it seemed to be right next to my ear. My scalp prickled, and I desperately pressed my lips together to stifle a scream. Cold sweat soaking my clothing. Those minutes were an agonizing torment. My mind was blank, unsure whether I awaited death or survival. After approximately 30 seconds, the sound finally began to recede into the distance, and I sighed inwardly, sensing a flicker of hope. Suddenly, with a loud pop, some fool had the audacity to break the silence with a fart. The sound vanished instantly, and simultaneously, the miner's lamp flickered back to life, revealing a monstrous face nearly pressed against mine. Two soulless eyes boring into my own, that I stumbled back several steps in fright, at which point the silent oil bottle shouted, "Run!" The stout man, seemingly clumsy yet surprisingly agile, rolled onto the ground, hoisting Pansy onto his back and sprinting away, that I followed closely behind, shouting in exasperation, "You fat fool! Was that you who farted?" The stout man's face turned crimson as he retorted, "Did your eyes see Fat Lord fart?" I was filled with frustration, exclaiming, "You truly are a disaster." Just then, I heard the stout man cry out, "Ah!" Startled, I was about to inquire what was wrong when I suddenly found myself falling into an abyss that I had neglected to grab the miner's lamp. And after turning several corners, I could hardly see anything. It felt as though the ground beneath me had vanished, and I couldn't discern how deep the drop was, but it felt like I was plunging into an endless chasm. However, that sensation was quickly replaced by the sharp pain in my backside. Just as I was spinning in disorientation, a flash of light illuminated the area. The stout man had activated his flashlight. I looked around to find myself in another stone chamber, quite rudimentary in nature, reminiscent of the one where we had fought the corpse worms earlier, albeit distinct in size. The stout man, however, appeared quite anxious, exclaiming, "What a twist of fate! Surely we won't be beset by more worms here. I thought to myself that with the silent oil bottle present, we should be safe from the insects. But when I turned to look, to my dismay, he was nowhere to be seen. Had he taken a different route? In a panic, I recalled that in the chaos, I hadn't even noticed whether he had followed us. It dawned on me that whatever that creature was, it would not let us escape unscathed, and he must have stayed behind to shield us momentarily. The more I pondered this, the more apprehensive I became. If this continued, it would surely lead to our demise. The stout man surveyed the surroundings, then placed Pansy in a corner before sitting down himself, rubbing his backside as he asked, "By the way, I need to ask you something. Are you also here searching for the ghost seal?" Upon hearing this, I was baffled. Could it be that such a thing truly exists? The stout man listened intently, seemingly detecting no signs of pursuit, and whispered to me, "What do you think? You know nothing, and yet you dare to descend into this tomb? Do you have any idea who this King Lu Shang is?" Upon hearing this, I felt as though I could extract something valuable from his words, so I inquired, "Isn't he merely a minor feudal lord? I've only heard tales that he could summon spectral soldiers for battle." "Nonsense," the rotund man scoffed, casting a dismissive glance my way. "Let me tell you, this so-called King Lu Shang and the notion of summoning spectral soldiers is nothing but a grand deception. The secrets hidden within this ancient tomb are so profound that, unless I reveal them to you, you would never fathom them, no matter how hard you try." In my years of dealing in antiques and rubbings, I had accumulated considerable experience in discerning character. This line of work demands a keen eye, for one must not only observe objects but also read people. Upon examining this rotund individual, I sensed he was not genuine. Rather than coaxing information from him with flattery, I decided to provoke him instead. That I feigned skepticism and remarked, "Your words are rather lofty. If you truly possess this knowledge, why are you floundering about here like a headless chicken?" The rotund man was evidently taken aback by my challenge. He shone his flashlight on my face and declared, "You still don't believe me? Before I arrived here, I meticulously prepared for over a month that do you know what this King Lu Shang did? Do you understand what summoning spectral soldiers entails? Are you aware of the purpose of the ghostly seal?" Seeing my silence, he smirked with self-satisfaction. "Let me enlighten you. This King Lu Shang, in flattering terms, was a general, but to put it plainly, he was nothing more than a grave robber like us." Suddenly, I recalled that my uncle had mentioned something similar, though I couldn't fully grasp how they had drawn such conclusions. The rotund man continued, "But he was more formidable than we are. He plundered graves and was even granted kingship. Historical texts record that the troops of King Lu Shang mostly rested by day and marched by night. Moreover, they would frequently vanish entirely, only to reappear unexpectedly elsewhere. At the sites they visited, it was often said, the graves are numerous and dilapidated. When inquired, they would say the spectral soldiers have emerged. How could we, materialistic proletarian revolutionaries, possibly believe in the existence of such spectral soldiers? They must have been grave robbers who, upon being discovered, claimed that King Lu Shang had summoned the spirits of the deceased, thus spreading the tale of spectral soldiers far and wide. People of that time were steeped in superstition, and the legend became increasingly exaggerated. I remained skeptical and replied, "Is it not rather presumptuous to draw such a conclusion based solely on these fragments of information?" The rotund man shot me a glare, irritated by my interjection, and retorted, "Of course, there is more evidence than just this. The most direct proof is this 7-star suspicious coffin, which historical records indicate was first utilized by grave robbers, fearing that they would meet the same fate after countless grave robberies. They devised this deceptive coffin scheme based on their experiences. They believed that no matter how intricate the mechanisms were, they could not deter grave robbers. The only solution was to sow doubt and hesitation, rendering them incapable of proceeding. Of the 7 coffins, aside from the genuine main coffin, any one of the other 6, if mistakenly opened, would lead to certain death, either through hidden crossbows or malevolent sorcery. It wasn't until the Song dynasty that this ruse was refined by some skilled individuals. Such designs stemmed from disreputable professions, and common folk deemed them inauspicious. Furthermore, placing 7 coffins within a single tomb would incur excessive costs. I was astonished to discover that this seemingly bumbling man possessed such profound knowledge. However, Sensing he had more to say, I asked, "So, is there a method to discern which one is the main coffin?" The rotund man patted my shoulder, perhaps sensing my change in demeanor, and replied smugly, "Ah, I see you are quite the eager learner. Allow me to impart some wisdom akin to Confucius. To distinguish among the 7-star suspicious coffins is not impossible. However, we have our own codes. Typically, when grave robbers encounter the 7-star coffin, they would bow their heads and quietly withdraw, for our ancestors would not hold it against them that in the tumultuous times of war, some mountain-moving Taoists, destitute and desperate, eventually broke the rules that time. A wise individual devised a method to circumvent this trap, using 2 pry bars to lift one corner of the coffin, then drilling a small hole in the coffin's base to probe with an iron hook and ascertain what lay within. By doing so, one could determine the true nature of the coffin. I couldn't help but marvel at the intellectual duel between grave robbers and designers, a narrative worthy of a tome. The rotund man suddenly leaned in conspiratorially and whispered, "However, I fear that all 7-stone coffins here may be mere facades. This King Lu's tomb might well be a fabrication." He then shone his flashlight toward the stone passage from which we had fallen, ensuring no creature was approaching, before continuing, "Originally, I couldn't fathom this, but upon descending into this labyrinthine stone passage, I realized that this is, in fact, a Western Zhou tomb." I gasped in shock. Could it be that this is not an escape passage excavated by those artisans? At that moment, Pansy, lurking in the corner, cursed, "I told you. How could this possibly be an escape passage? Have you ever seen anyone carve an escape route to resemble a maze? Who would have such an inclination?" My mind swirled with confusion. I grasped at thoughts but couldn't pinpoint the crux. How could anyone construct their burial site atop another's grave? Isn't that tantamount to seeking extinction? The rotund man stroked his chin and replied, "As a grave robber, you surely understand the significance of feng shui. For those of us engaged in this line of work, such beliefs are trifling. Feng shui, aside from guiding our endeavors, holds little value otherwise. This ancient knowledge pertains to the deceased and has no relevance to us, the socialist youth." He thumped his chest proudly. "Moreover, burying oneself in another's tomb possesses its own feng shui principles. It is referred to as, what was it, dragon-laying tombs or something of the sort. Such superficial names are not worth our concern. As long as your fate aligns and the arrangement is proper, it is entirely plausible. Thus, the coffin of King Lu Shang must surely be concealed within this Western Zhou tomb. There can be no mistake." Pansy erupted in laughter, remarking, "Oh, really? With your lackluster appearance, you think you understand feng shui?" The rotund man bristled with indignation. "What do you mean understand? If I didn't comprehend it, how could I possibly know so much?" Pansy burst into laughter. But the moment his mirth peaked, he winced in pain, clutching his abdomen, and exclaimed, "I don't know where you've gleaned these absurdities, but if you truly understood feng shui, why not lead us out of this labyrinth? I've turned around 7 or 8 times and still can't find the way." Recalling Pansy's words, I asked, "By the way, how did you all abandon me and flee? Do you have any idea how close I was to death? What about my uncle and the others?" Pansy straightened himself, albeit with difficulty, and said, "I can't be entirely sure that moment. That young man chased after the fatso, and although my uncle told me not to follow, I thought that if that lad was anxious, it must be for a significant reason. Moreover, there's something I haven't mentioned. I always felt that this young man had ulterior motives for tagging along with us. I was skeptical of him and wanted to see for myself, so I followed." He furrowed his brow, lost in thought. After running for a few minutes, I suddenly spotted something in the tomb passage ahead. I shone my light on it, and it vanished in an instant, which made me quite anxious that I approached that spot, and to my astonishment, I saw what appeared to be a human hand, 5 fingers long, wedged between the stones. The rotund man gasped, his mouth moving as if to speak, but ultimately falling silent. Pansy reminisced about that moment in vivid detail, saying, "So I leaned in to take a closer look. You know me. I can't resist my curiosity. Even when it comes to excrement, I want to take a taste. Now that I think about it, it sends shivers down my spine that I never expected that hand-like thing would suddenly lunge out, grabbing my throat with a grip so strong it nearly choked me that in that instant, I was at a loss for what to do. Thankfully, I had a military knife on me. While I struggled, I tried to slice at that hand. Its wrist was alarmingly slender, barely thicker than its fingers that I couldn't fathom where its strength came from. With one slash, I made a long cut, and it immediately released its grip. Retreating into the crevice, Pansy rubbed his neck in thought. I swear there must be something suspicious behind that wall. So I began to investigate. That I knocked and kicked at the wall, and suddenly I must have pressed something. And before I knew it, I plummeted. He patted the wall. Later, as you all know, I fell into a stone chamber just like this one and discovered the stone passage. Luckily, I have some agility after jumping for a while. I finally managed to ascend. Otherwise, I might never have encountered the young master. So, you have no idea where my uncle and the others are? I sighed. Pansy, having just realized their disappearance, revealed a look of deep concern. I turned to the rotund man and demanded, "You fatso, how did you make your way down here? Speak the truth. Did you provoke that ghostly entity?" The rotund man remarked, "Ah, if you insist on saying that, then I am truly more aggrieved than Susan. When I arrived at that place, that old man, who had seemingly appeared from nowhere, had already unleashed that monstrous creature. The lad trailing behind me caught sight of it, exclaimed in dismay, and promptly turned to flee. That I assessed the situation and thought that if I were to confront that creature, my chances of survival were not entirely bleak. However, the spark of revolution must be preserved, and I had yet to fulfill the mission entrusted to me by the organization. Thus, I too turned and ran. After a short while, I noticed that young fellow had halted ahead of me. Beckoning for me to stop, I was still trying to comprehend the situation when he kicked the wall, causing me to tumble down. That I had assumed he intended to rescue me. But to my dismay, I found myself surrounded by a swarm of insects. Damn it. At this juncture, he glanced around, as if in a state of panic, fearing the insects might crawl forth to bite him. Pansy shot me a glance and remarked, "You see, this lad appears to be quite knowledgeable about this ancient tomb. Quite extraordinary indeed. There must be something amiss." I had always held a favorable opinion of the stout man, for his presence instilled a sense of security in me. Yet, Pansy's words made me reconsider. It seemed that throughout our journey, this individual possessed an uncanny ability to anticipate events. That in my backpack, I still had a few pieces of compressed biscuits I had procured from the rotund man. It struck me that I had not eaten for quite some time, so I took them out and shared them with everyone. Pansy ate sparingly, stating that should his intestines have already been perforated, consuming too much would be unwise, thus leaving more for us to eat, as we were uncertain when we might escape. Although the rotund man longed to indulge, he felt reluctant to overindulge. That I recounted to them the events I had encountered. And gradually, our spirits lifted. That we fell into silence for a while, then chatted about various topics. The rotund man suggested that merely sitting idly was not a viable option, proposing we venture into that stone passage in search of fortune. Pansy concurred, and thus we resolved to rest a little longer before setting out once again. That I, in a state of drowsiness, caught between sleep and wakefulness, I suddenly noticed the rotund man making exaggerated facial expressions at me. I had always found him to be rather unreliable, almost giving off a sense of schizophrenia. Who, I mused, would think to use a pot as a mask to frighten others in an ancient tomb? Such a person must either possess an excess of bravado or a dearth of sense. Given that one among us was grievously injured and 3 others were unaccounted for, it baffled me that he could still muster the energy to make faces at me. If I had the strength, I would have lunged at him. However, at that moment, I noticed even Pansy was joining in, making similar expressions. That I thought to myself, "Goodness, can madness be contagious?" I then observed them repeatedly patting their left shoulders, their mouths moving as if uttering, hand. Seeing the cold sweat trickling down their brows, I felt puzzled and glanced at my own hands, finding nothing amiss. Perhaps it was my shoulder. I casually turned my head and was suddenly confronted by a small green hand resting upon it. This hand had fingers of equal length, with an exceedingly slender arm, precisely as Pansy had described. Truly terrifying. The rotund man gestured frantically for me to remain still. That I was not particularly frightened, when one is beset by a multitude of unexpected events. A strange calm can ensue at that moment. I felt as though I were merely the target of a prank. Overwhelmed by annoyance, I contemplated seizing that hand and biting it fiercely. Of course, reason prevailed, urging me to remain motionless. The rotund man, wielding Pansy's firearm, attempted to prod the hand off my shoulder. As soon as the gun reached it, the hand coiled around it like a serpent, yanking it backward. The rotund man was unwilling to relinquish his grip, and with a vigorous shake of his ample backside, he engaged in a tug-of-war with the hand that I rushed to assist him, and though he was quite strong, together we found ourselves at an impasse with that slender arm. Just as we felt we might falter, Pansy tossed a military knife to the rotund man. With a curse, he slashed upward with the blade, slicing a strip of skin from the hand. The hand released its grip and fled into the darkness, its movements reminiscent of a snake. In that moment, both the rotund man and I found ourselves unceremoniously tumbling to the ground. The rotund man, like a hefty pig, sprang back to his feet and chased after it, only to discover a very deep crevice. He forced himself into it, and though it was relatively spacious inside, the entrance was too narrow for his bulk to squeeze through. With a frustrated sweep of his hand, he angrily pried at the stone bricks, only to his astonishment find that the seemingly solid stone wall yielded easily to his efforts. "Look, there's a large hole here," he exclaimed as we gathered around, and with a glimmer from his flashlight, he illuminated the interior, revealing an unexpected scene. The hole was dark and mysterious, leading who knows where. We had not anticipated that within the shadows of the wall lay a narrow passage, explaining how those corpses could appear and vanish at will. Pansy examined the surface of the hole, musing, "It appears to have been excavated by human hands. Could this be a passage for those corpses? Are you suggesting those corpses are lurking within?" The rotund man, initially eager to crawl into the hole, hesitated upon hearing Pansy's words. Pansy reassured him quietly, "Fear not. When that lad tended to my wounds earlier, I applied some of his blood to my hands. Look," he pointed to a smear of blood on his palm. "If you two apply a bit of saliva to your faces, it should do the trick." I couldn't help but chuckle. "You really have no shame. That lad at least saved your life." Pansy chuckled sheepishly. I didn't know why at the time, but when I saw his blood dripping to the ground, I felt it should not go to waste. The rotund man, bewildered by our conversation, asked, "Is that young brother's blood truly so potent?" We both nodded and recounted the situation in the corpse hole, causing the rotund man to become quite intrigued by the blood on Pansy's hand, exclaiming, "That sounds splendid. In the future, when I delve into tombs, I can flaunt it. Damn it, if anyone dares to extinguish my candle, I'll make them kneel on the coffin lid." He spoke as though he wished to carve that blood from Pansy's hand. Pansy turned to me and said, "I wonder what purpose this small hole serves. However, since we cannot find our way out of that stone maze, perhaps this offers us a glimmer of hope. Shall we venture in?" I surveyed the ominous hole, which could barely accommodate a single person, and felt a chill creep up my spine at the thought of entering. Yet, remaining idle would only lead to our demise, so I nodded in agreement. The rotund man removed his belt and secured it around his waist, instructing Pansy, "Hold onto this belt while I clear the way ahead." Without further ado, he crouched and was the first to enter the hole. Pansy grasped the belt and followed suit. As I watched them disappear into the darkness, I swallowed hard, murmuring a prayer for divine protection, and steeled myself to follow. The rotund man crawled at a sluggish pace, often struggling to progress, needing to catch his breath and shrink his backside to fit through. Pansy, trailing behind, found it arduous, remarking humorously, "For heaven's sake, don't you dare pass gas." The rotund man, panting heavily, lacked the strength to respond, and seeing him so fatigued, I realized he must be utterly spent. Thus, like three little insects, we wriggled our way through, without any sense of how long we had been crawling. Suddenly, the rotund man whispered, "Light." He accelerated, causing Pansy to wince as his wound was tugged, prompting him to plead, "Take it easy." The rotund man crawled with remarkable speed, a miracle given his size, and as I beheld the light growing ever brighter, I thought, could it be that fortune truly favored us and this passage led to the surface? At last, the rotund man emerged from the hole, and as soon as he did, I heard him shout in terror, "What on earth is this place?" With great caution, I crawled out of the hole, where I found only a small ledge upon which to stand. Beyond that lay a precipice. descending at least 15 meters, with a fierce wind blowing that I had no choice but to cling to the cliff wall to survey my surroundings. Words fail to capture the grandeur of what lay before me. A vast natural cavern, roughly the size of a football field. The ceiling bore a significant fissure, through which moonlight poured, perfectly outlining the contours of the cave, that I found myself positioned against the western wall, with no means of climbing up or down. A quick glance revealed that the walls around us were riddled with countless holes, thousands upon thousands, so densely packed that it seemed as though a barrage of super-caliber artillery had raked across them repeatedly. Yet, the most astonishing sight was the colossal tree standing in the center of the cavern, nearly 10 stories tall, a trunk so massive that it would take 10 people to encircle it. Upon that grand tree, numerous vines as thick as utility poles, coiled and entwined, crisscrossing to the extent that they enveloped everything capable of being ensnared. These tendrils descended like willow branches from the tree, some suspended in midair, while others had already reached the ground, that a few vines audaciously extended through the crevices of the cave walls, and in every direction one glanced, there were creeping vines, even encroaching upon the very edge of our cave entrance. Upon closer inspection, I noticed that many items hung from the branches deeper within. At first, I mistook them for fruits, yet the outline suggested otherwise. These objects were obscured behind the dense foliage of vines, occasionally swaying in the breeze, creating an eerie spectacle. At the base of this natural cavern lay a stone corridor, commencing from a small structure reminiscent of a sacrificial altar, extending beneath the tree's canopy. I discerned that the corridor culminated at a stone platform with a dozen steps, atop which rested a jade bed, upon which, astonishingly, appeared to lie a figure. The distance rendered it impossible to perceive anything beyond a mere silhouette. I dared not draw any conclusions. The rotund man was exceedingly exhilarated, exclaiming, "Damn it, I've truly found it. This must be the main burial chamber of the Western Zhou tomb. The body lying on that jade platform must undoubtedly belong to King Shang of Lu. That despicable Lu Shang has truly overstepped, usurping a rightful resting place. Today, I, your esteemed fat lord, shall rectify this injustice and teach you the consequences of grave robbing." His fervor led him to forget his own profession, inadvertently including himself in his tirade. At that moment, Pansy suddenly interjected, "You would do well to refrain from reckless actions. King Shang of Lu is notoriously malevolent. I suspect there are deeper mysteries at play here. We ought to find a way to ascend back to the surface through the fissures above." I glanced upwards, taken aback by the challenge of climbing to the top, only to find that we would have to dangle for a considerable distance to reach that crevice. We were no more than ordinary mortals. How could we possibly achieve such a feat? I turned to seek the opinion of the rotund man, only to see him already half his body over the precipice. Completely disregarding Pansy's warning, observing his agility, I refrained from stopping him. He swiftly descended over 2 meters to another opening, just as he intended to continue his descent when a hand suddenly emerged from the cave, seizing his foot. The rotund man jolted in fright, kicking at the hand in an attempt to free himself, only to hear a man's voice from within the cave. "Don't move, one more step and you'll meet your doom." Upon hearing this, I was elated to recognize it as my Uncle San. "Uncle San, is that you?" I called out. The voice from below responded with astonishment. "Nephew, where the hell have you been? I've been worried sick. Are you unharmed?" Relieved to confirm it was indeed my uncle, I replied, "I'm fine, but Pansy is injured. It's all this rotund man's fault." As I attempted to peer down to assess the situation, I realized that this opening was obscured from my vantage point, allowing me only a glimpse of the rotund man's lower leg. Suddenly, the rotund man shouted, "Comrade, I kindly request that you refrain from grasping my foot." Uncle San retorted, "Where did this rotund fellow come from? Spare me your quips and descend immediately. Do not tread carelessly. Whatever you do, avoid touching those vines." The rotund man inquired, "Which one? Is it this one?" as he pointed with his toe. "No," Uncle San exclaimed. Before the warning could fully escape his lips, the seemingly innocuous vine suddenly rose like a serpent, its tip unfurling like a flower, resembling a ghastly hand. The vine hovered, seemingly sensing the rotund man's presence. mirroring his movements, swaying left and right as if engaged in a deadly dance. It dawned on me that the spectral hand pansy had observed, as long as my own, was indeed these very vines. The rotund man, unfazed, began tracing circles with his foot, teasing the vine that I mused on the unreliability of this character. It was no wonder he could only venture into tombs alone. If he continued alongside us, he would surely bring about his own demise. As I was lost in thought, Uncle Sam's frustration escalated. "Have you no sense? Do you even comprehend what you are dealing with? Come down at once." No sooner had he spoken than disaster struck. The vine ensnared the rotund man's foot, and, with a swift motion, nearly dragged him off the cliff. Earlier, both the rotund man and I had struggled against a single vine. Now, with no leverage on the precipice, it appeared he was on the brink of disaster. In a moment of desperation, I sought a stone to hurl at the vine. Yet the cliff was barren, devoid of any loose debris. As I fumbled around, I suddenly felt a constriction around my foot. Glancing down, I realized, to my horror, that a spectral vine had emerged from an unseen crevice, ensnaring my leg. I frantically searched for something to grasp, but it was too late. A tremendous force yanked me outward. Before I could comprehend the situation, I found myself suspended in mid-air. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though I were weightless, unable to grasp anything with my limbs, before being forcefully slammed against the cliff face. The impact was more severe than colliding with a solid object. It was as if I had been hurled against it. Dazed and disoriented, I felt the vine tighten its grip, yanking me downward, causing my hands to bleed as I struggled futilely for purchase. What followed was a free fall down a 15-meter cliff. I shut my eyes, resigned to my fate, convinced that death was imminent. Just then, several more vines, seemingly drawn to me, spiraled from above. One particularly thick vine ensnared my waist, wrapping around me multiple times. The thick vine jerked me back, slamming the back of my head against the stone wall, inducing a ringing in my ears, and I suddenly felt lightheaded, as if being dragged by those vines, colliding with branches and stones along the way, my body suffering no reprieve from the onslaught. When I finally became aware of my stillness, I was struck by an overwhelming wave of nausea and dizziness. I attempted to open my eyes, only to find my vision obscured by what appeared to be a layer of sand. Taking several deep breaths, I gradually regained my composure, and as my vision cleared, I discovered that I was hanging upside down from a branch of that massive tree. Below me lay the stone platform that held the mysterious corpse. Upon closer inspection, I was astonished to realize that the stone platform did not merely cradle one body. Beside the figure I initially observed lay a young female corpse, draped in white gauze. Her eyes closed in serene repose, exuding an unexpected beauty and exhibiting no signs of decay. That if one were not to look closely, one might easily mistake her for merely sleeping. Adjacent to her was the male corpse, adorned with a bronze mask resembling a fox's face, clad in tight-fitting armor, his hands positioned across his chest, clasping a purple gold box. I scrutinized the armored corpse multiple times, sensing an unsettling feeling that a closer examination revealed that through the eye holes of the bronze mask, the corpse's eyes were, in fact, open, the icy blue orbs staring coldly at me. The gaze was truly chilling, sending shivers down my spine. I found myself fixated, uncertain of how to respond, as I dangled there like a sausage, unable to flee, forced to pray, while desperately seeking a means of escape. Yet, after a quarter of an hour, the armored corpse remained motionless, its eyes unwavering, leading me to question whether it was merely my imagination. Nonetheless, the eerie gaze remained fixed upon me, creating discomfort even for the most divine beings. I averted my eyes, contemplating how to devise a plan for descent. Hanging inverted was rapidly causing my head to throb with blood. Summoning every ounce of strength, I lifted my head, only to discover the extent of my injuries. My body was nearly covered in bruises, and my foot remained ensnared by a vine. Turning my head, I gasped in horror. Wherever my eyes could reach, the area was filled with an assortment of corpses, obscuring any view of a head. This was no mere collection of dozens or hundreds of bodies. I estimated the number at least in the thousands. The corpses swayed in the wind, resembling a macabre wind chime formed from bones, evoking profound discomfort. Upon closer inspection, I discerned both human and animal remains, the majority thoroughly desiccated, while others exhibited severe decomposition. The air thick with a foul stench. Swarming over these cadavers were countless maggots, akin to flies. Feasting voraciously, I felt a wave of relief wash over me, recalling that I had smeared some blood from a closed oil bottle onto my body, evidently proving effective. Although such actions may seem unethical, it was far better than losing limbs at this juncture. I remembered that the rotund man, like me, was ensnared by the spectral vine. That a wave of concern washed over me. But peering outward revealed nothing but vines, rendering visibility impossible. As I fumbled about my person, I could only locate a solitary digital camera, and nothing else of use seemed to be at hand. Just as my frustration reached its peak, I felt the vine at my feet loosen momentarily, causing me to plummet downward. Nearly convinced I would fall in a flurry, I raised my hands to shield my head, only to discover that it had merely slackened for a brief moment before halting again. Upon opening my eyes, I found my face alarmingly close to that of the female corpse, mere inches from a ghastly mouth-to-mouth encounter. Terrified, I instinctively pressed my lips together and attempted to retract my neck. That moment, my gaze caught sight of a small dagger at the waist of the armored corpse beside me. Overwhelmed with joy, I thought to myself, "Dear spirit, under these dire circumstances, might I borrow a small blade from your companion? Surely he would not take offense." With this in mind, I twisted my waist and strained to reach for the dagger, swinging my hand 2 or 3 times before suddenly exerting all my strength to grasp the hilt. To my astonishment, the dagger was secured tightly, and instead of withdrawing it, I inadvertently yanked down the entire belt of the armored corpse. Realizing my blunder, I panicked, fearing the wrath of the deceased. Quickly, I clamped my legs around the scabbard and pulled with all my might, finally freeing the dagger, its blade glinting ominously in the dim light. I recognized it as a fine weapon and felt a surge of fortune wash over me. With all my might, I swung it and severed the vine, my sole focus on the task at hand. Oblivious to what lay below, the vine snapped. I plummeted downwards, and in that fleeting moment of regret, it was too late. I found myself sprawled atop the female corpse. Thankfully, I managed to cushion my landing just enough to prevent crushing her, or else I might have forced even the foulest of substances from her. However, the inertia was overwhelming, and I could no longer maintain any distance. My face pressed directly against hers, feeling her icy skin send chills through me. In that instant, I froze, my mind racing with dread at the thought of a tongue slithering from her mouth to ensnare my throat, extracting my very essence. In a peculiar twist of fate, I felt a flicker of relief that it was a female spirit, and rather comely at that. Had it been a male specter, I would have been utterly repulsed. Yet after a moment of petrified stillness, no tongue emerged, and I thought to myself, perhaps I was fortunate to encounter a spirit of civility. Slowly, I attempted to lift my head and escape, but just as I raised it halfway, a sudden waft of fragrance enveloped me, and the corpse's arms draped over my shoulders. Stunned, I became rigid with fear. That moment, the nearby corpse emitted a low thud, and dread filled me as I thought, "My friend, it is your wife preventing my departure, not my own impertinence. Do not misconstrue the situation." Turning to assess the source of the noise, I realized it was the piece of armor I had inadvertently dislodged from the other corpse, and I breathed a sigh of relief. The only consolation was that I was entangled with the female corpse rather than the neighboring monstrosity. Otherwise, I might have soiled myself in terror. We remained locked in this tableau for several seconds, and observing her lack of further movement, I pondered a stealthy escape from beneath her arms. However, as I made my attempt, her hands mirrored my movements, following my every advance and retreat. Taking a deep breath, I resolved to break free, intending to roll away, but to my shock, her grip was so tenacious that my upward motion caused her to sit up. The sudden jolt caused her mouth to open, revealing something she had been concealing within. Upon closer inspection, I discerned it to be a copper key adorned with emerald-like jewels. The deep green hue suggested its significance, though I could not ascertain its exact nature. I recalled that ancient people sometimes placed jewels in the mouths of the deceased for preservation, that if I were to extract this key, it might transform this millennial-old beauty into a mere mummy. A horrifying prospect I dared not entertain. Yet the current predicament was undeniably awkward. I could not simply flee with a corpse in TOW. As I hesitated, I suddenly heard distant shouts growing nearer. I looked up to see a figure careening through the underbrush, colliding with several branches before a vine ensnared him, leaving him dangling above my head. It was none other than the corpulent fellow, who, it seemed, had succumbed to the same fate as I, and appeared to be in worse condition. Fortunately, he had avoided a head injury and hung there, cursing, "Damn it, I never imagined such thick branches could exert so much force." When he spotted me, his expression turned to one of surprise. "Comrade, are you engaged in some work with the flower maiden?" I was torn between laughter and tears, unable to speak loudly for fear of disturbing the delicate situation. I gestured emphatically. "This one is deceased. You must help me find a way out." The rotund man, realizing his precarious position, exclaimed, "Well, you better get me down first." I threw the dagger upward, and he caught it deftly, immediately flipping over to sever the vine. At first, I remained unaware of the potential consequences, but suddenly it dawned on me, just too late. I began to shout a warning for him to wait. He let out a strangled cry and fell, landing atop the armored corpse, inadvertently knocking off its mask. Just as I leaned in to inspect, the rotund man spun around, shouting, "Whatever you do, don't look. That's a blue-eyed fox." Unfortunately, his warning came too late. In that fleeting moment, I glimpsed the visage hidden beneath the mask. The sight sent a shockwave through me, leaving me stammering, "What manner of creature is this?" Beneath the mask lay a pale, ghastly face. Upon closer inspection, one could still discern the remnants of human features. The head was devoid of hair, lacking both eyebrows and beard, with an unnaturally elongated visage that bordered on grotesque. Its eyes resembled narrow slits, glowing with an eerie azure light that I would go so far as to say that at a glance, this face bore a striking resemblance to a grinning human-faced fox. The two blue orbs made it even more sinister. In truth, I could usually withstand the sight of ordinary corpses, but this one instilled a fear within me that I could not face directly. Had I encountered it without any mental preparation, it might have driven me to madness. The rotund man was equally horrified, tumbling off the platform in shock, exclaiming, "I never would have imagined that the famed King of Ru would appear in such a guise. Is this truly the King of Ru?" I inquired. "Why does he resemble a fox?" The rotund man's gaze darted across the armored corpse, and he recounted, "A friend once told me about this creature, known as the blue-eyed fox corpse. Long ago, a man stumbled upon an ancient tomb from an unknown dynasty. Upon opening the coffin, he discovered a corpse lying alongside a blue-eyed fox. Foxes are known for their supernatural qualities, and finding one with a corpse portends ill fortune. The proper course of action would have been to return everything to its original state. But the tomb raider, unsatisfied, secretly kept a jade tortoise. Years later, having abandoned his former ways to marry, his wife went into labor. During the delivery, the midwife suddenly fainted, and upon investigation, the child was born with a pair of blue eyes. The tomb raider initially dismissed it as a mere illness, but as time passed, the child's hair fell out, and his features grew increasingly fox-like. Only then did the raider realize the connection, and he returned the jade tortoise to the tomb. From that moment, the child's condition ceased to worsen, yet he could never return to his original form. He smacked his lips and added, "However, the blue-eyed fox corpse is said to carry a curse. Merely gazing upon it can lead to one becoming afflicted, gradually transforming one's face to resemble its own. Did you catch a glimpse earlier?" Though I was not entirely convinced, the thought of becoming such a creature sent chills down my spine, and I retorted, "Enough of your nonsense. Whether I transform or not is a matter for later. Focus on helping me escape." The rotund man, realizing the gravity of the situation, ceased his prattling and set to work prying the corpse's hand away from me. Despite his best efforts, the hand remained immovable, as if forged from iron. After several strenuous attempts, panting heavily, he reassured me, "Fear not, for I possess numerous tricks up my sleeve that if all else fails, I shall simply sever her hand." I cried out in alarm, "Absolutely not. What if this corpse harbors toxins? That would be disastrous. Furthermore, I bear no ill will towards her. It would be most ungracious to start by severing a hand." The rotund man scratched his head, at a loss for what to do, that he suggested. "Generally speaking, A corpse that remains pliable must have unfulfilled wishes that if you can help her fulfill her desire, she will surely release you. Perhaps reflect on any peculiar occurrences when she first grasped you? As I pondered, a memory surfaced. When I had stood up earlier, her mouth had suddenly opened, and I had glimpsed something that resembled a key. Could it be that very key? With newfound resolve, I gingerly adjusted the corpse's head and softly uttered, "I beg your pardon." Then, I pressed down on her cheeks, and her mouth slightly parted, revealing the key nestled beneath her tongue, adorned with emerald jewels. The rotund man gasped in astonishment. "By the heavens, what a valuable item! She must have wished for you to retrieve that key. Just imagine how uncomfortable it must have been for her to hold it in such a small mouth." I nervously remarked, "What if she bites down hard?" The hefty man, growing impatient, responded, "Just look at yourself. You are riddled with vulnerabilities. Why would she choose to bite your hand of all places?" Upon reflection, I conceded he had a point. Resolutely, I braced myself, thinking that if it came to it, I could spare a couple of fingers. Drawing a deep breath, I extended my trembling fingers towards her mouth, just as I was about to brush against her lips when a voice suddenly whispered in my ear, "Stop." I froze, recognizing that voice. It was unmistakably my uncle's. But how could he be here? Wasn't he still at the cliff? I turned in search of him, only to find that aside from the hefty man, I was alone, confusion washing over me. Then I heard my uncle's voice again. "You have blood on your hands. As soon as it enters the corpse's mouth, it will rise that do not act recklessly." I frantically sought the source of his voice, ultimately realizing it emanated from beneath the jade platform. The jade was so richly hued that it obscured whatever lay below that I hurriedly inquired, "Uncle, are you beneath this jade platform?" He replied, "I will explain later. For now, follow my instructions. Lower the head of the female corpse, press your thumb against her throat, and then give her the back of the head a light tap. Remember, you must keep your thumb on her throat, otherwise the key will be swallowed." I acquiesced and followed his guidance, pressing against the corpse's throat and gently tapping the back of her head. Instantly, a key tumbled from her lips onto the jade platform. As soon as the key hit the surface, I felt a release in my shoulders, and the corpse's arms fell limply to her sides, her body collapsing onto the jade stone that I exhaled in relief. Thinking I had finally been freed, when I heard my uncle's voice again from below, "Nephew, is there still a hefty man beside you?" I glanced at the hefty man, who had picked up the fallen key and was examining it intently, nodding in affirmation. Suddenly, my uncle asked in a tone laced with urgency, "Can you see if he has a shadow?" I was taken aback, not quite grasping his meaning, but instinctively looked down at the hefty man's feet. His shadow was obscured by the jade bed. Without leaning forward, it was impossible to discern the truth that I felt a pang of uncertainty and replied, "I can't see clearly right now." My uncle's voice turned grave. "Listen closely. I need to tell you something that do not be frightened that on my way here, I saw the hefty man's corpse. You must be extremely cautious. The man before you is likely not human." I scrutinized the hefty man, noting his rosy complexion and demeanor, which seemed far removed from that of a ghost, that I found myself questioning. "Uncle, could you be mistaken?" He insisted, "No, it is certainly him, that I wouldn't err in this. He is likely one of the previous grave robbers. He has undoubtedly been urging you to place your hand into the corpse's mouth, intending to harm you." A chill of fear coursed through me as I asked, "Are you suggesting that this hefty man is a ghost?" "Yes. Regardless of what he says, do not trust him. Quickly, find something nearby that can ward off evil." At that moment, the hefty man lifted his gaze to me, and I felt a surge of unease. His eyes appeared oddly sinister, filled with a malevolent resentment that half convinced. I began to search frantically, my hands landing on the belt of a skeletal warrior, still attached to its scabbard, that I recalled that ancient peoples often inscribed protective texts upon their adornments, and hastily seized it. Though the inscriptions were faint, I could clearly discern that they bore the characters of the state of Lu. Could this truly be the remains of King Lu Shang? And who then was this female corpse? Was she his consort? In that fleeting moment of contemplation, I scanned the belt, recognizing that while I could not comprehend most of the inscriptions, one phrase glimmered in gold powder. Inshibauti, unmistakably a spell for exorcising demons. Elated, I pondered aloud. Curiously, how can you see us through this opaque jade bed? My uncle replied, "I cannot explain why, but when I look up from below, everything is crystal clear, almost as if it were made of transparent glass. I happened upon you just as you were about to retrieve that key from the mouth of the female corpse. I had to call out to you. Thank goodness you could hear me. Otherwise, you would have made a grave mistake." My confusion deepened. Something felt amiss. The jade platform was not wide, and the two corpses were pressed tightly together. The moonlight here was dim, making it improbable to see so clearly through the bodies. I glanced back at the hefty man, who remained engrossed in studying the key, and suddenly felt something was off. Given his character, even if he didn't comprehend my uncle's words, he would certainly interject. It was improbable for him to remain there, fixated on the key for so long, that I descended from the jade platform and tapped the hefty man's shoulder, intending to probe him, but to my astonishment, my casual touch elicited an explosive reaction. He glared at me, shouting, "You little bastard, you've been deceiving me all along." With that, he raised the dagger he held and lunged at me. Alarmed, I stumbled backward, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" His eyes blazed with fury, and he charged at me again with the intent to stab. Realizing that if I didn't flee, I would surely be injured, I turned and bolted down the stone steps. The hefty man bellowed, "I'll make you run," and pursued me with fervor. His rage palpable, as though I had slain his father, that I dashed down the stone path. The hefty man, despite his girth, surprisingly agile, that I noticed the corridor ahead was short, and I was nearing the stone altar, beyond which lay a tangle of vines that could ensnare me. Panic surged within me. Was he truly a malevolent spirit, intent on dragging me down with him? But could a ghost wield a knife? As I neared the end of the corridor, I abruptly halted, using the belt as a whip to strike at him. He sidestepped, and I seized the opportunity to bite his hand, thinking I might be the first in this world to dare bite a ghost. He howled in pain, dropping the dagger, and I kicked it out of reach, beyond the stone corridor, that in that moment I had exposed myself, and he swiftly pinned me to the ground, growling, "Damn it, I'll choke you to death." Desperation surged through me, and I wrapped the belt around his neck, thinking, "If you're ruthless, I am no less so. Let us see who prevails." We struggled, both grappling for dominance, for the crucial moment would be defined by who could choke the other before succumbing themselves. I saw he was relentless, squeezing my throat until my tongue nearly protruded, that I summoned all my strength. But to my dismay, the belt, though seemingly intact, snapped with a resounding crack. The belt was made of cowhide, adorned with small, scale-like bronze plates. As the leather broke, the plates scattered like petals, and one with the inscription "She Bowdy" fell into my open mouth. Instantly, a bitter liquid surged down my throat, and the realization that it was from the corpse made me gag. My vision blurred, engulfed in an inky haze that I was bewildered, wondering if I had truly been choked to death by the hefty man. The bitterness intensified, and as my surroundings grew clearer, I suddenly jolted awake to find myself pinned beneath him on the jade platform. His face was ashen, his grip still tight around my throat, and the key from the corpse's mouth remained unclaimed, his hands clinging to my shoulders in a chaotic struggle. It dawned on me that all I had experienced moments ago had been an illusion. I turned to the side, glancing at the corpse of the blue-eyed fox, its mask lying on the ground, its eyes peering through the slits, fixed intently upon us. Alarm surged through me. No wonder the hefty man had warned me not to look. The gaze of the blue-eyed fox corpse was truly ominous. Even as I regained consciousness, the hefty man's strength threatened to choke the life from me. In a moment of desperation, I grasped the golden box in the fox corpse's hand, without a second thought, and swung it forcefully at the hefty man's head. He cursed vehemently, tightening his grip, and I thought, he isn't merely trying to choke me. He intends to break my neck. In a moment of resolve, a murderous impulse ignited within me. This man was terrifying. Once I embraced that urge, my strength surged, and with a resounding crack, the hefty man's eyes rolled back, his body collapsing onto me, causing me to loosen my grip. That I coughed violently, expelling blood. Just then, I noticed the blue-eyed fox corpse seemed to have suddenly widened its eyes, an inexplicable force drawing my attention toward it. My mind clouded once more, and in a fit of panic, I shoved the hefty man onto the corpse, his considerable weight pressing down firmly. That as he fell atop the corpse, the strange sensation dissipated immediately. As I massaged my neck, The imprints of several fingers from the leader had nearly deformed it beyond recognition, and MY's entire body ached excruciatingly. The eyes of the green-eyed fox corpse were remarkably potent. Had it not been for the fortuitous moment when I ingested the piece of armor from its belt, one of us, either myself or the chubby fellow, would surely have met our demise. At a glance at the purple gold box, which I had previously wielded as a weapon, revealed a small keyhole. An involuntary exclamation escaped my lips as I turned my gaze back to the female corpse's mouth. Pondering whether that key was intended to unlock this very box, the purple gold box felt weighty in my hands, reminiscent of a diminutive version of the 8 treasures box, the 8 compartments for storing relics. Albeit significantly smaller, that time, Buddhism had yet to make its way to China, so it was certain that what lay within was not a relic. That I shook it gently, but it emitted no sound. I wondered if it contained the ghostly seal that the chubby fellow had mentioned. The key was lodged within the female corpse's mouth. Did I steel myself, inhaled deeply, and carefully inserted my fingers beneath her tongue, grasping the key and extracting it with utmost caution. Just as I was about to free it completely, I noticed a fine silk thread affixed to the key's handle, extending into the corpse's throat. A wave of unease washed over me as I realized that the other end of the thread appeared to be tied to something else. My grandfather had once informed me that during the Shang dynasty, Chinese craftsmen had ingeniously concealed crossbow mechanisms within corpses, triggered by golden threads, that as soon as tomb raiders extracted the jade plugs or precious beads from a corpse's mouth or rectum, the mechanisms would spring to life, unleashing crossbow bolts with deadly precision. Given the proximity of the living to the deceased during that era, evasion was nearly impossible. Countless tomb raiders had perished at the hands of such traps. I pressed against the corpse's abdomen, and indeed, felt several hard objects within. That I thought to myself, thank goodness for my cautiousness. Had it been the chubby fellow or the other man, they might have already fallen victim to this trap. Reflecting on the meticulous arrangements, it seemed as though they had been specifically designed for grave robbers, sending a chill down my spine. The silk thread attached to the key was made of gold, flexible yet unbreakable. I pinched it with my fingernail and severed it. Aligning the key with the keyhole on the purple gold box, I was pleased to find it fit perfectly. However, I remained cautious, uncertain of the box's potential hidden traps. After much contemplation, I decided against opening it for the time, being that that moment, I suddenly noticed that the female corpse, which had been leaning against me, transformed into a grotesque visage. That a wave of horror surged through me as her face shriveled like a decaying orange, emitting an indescribable sound from her throat. Within mere seconds, she morphed from a living beauty into a lifeless husk before my eyes. That I flinched, and her withered arm snapped off, her desiccated body collapsing onto the jade platform, continuing to shrink. Terrified, I realized that the gemstone on the key indeed possessed preservative properties. That I dared not linger any longer, hastily stuffing everything into my bag, thinking it wise to depart this place. I moved to retrieve the chubby fellow, who had been quite severely impacted by my earlier actions. After several attempts to rouse him without success, I thought, surely he cannot be dead. With little regard for the situation, I seized one of his hands and bellowed, "Get up!" Straightening my back, I hoisted him onto my shoulders. His considerable weight nearly caused me to cough up blood. That I shook my head in resignation, muttering curses towards his ancestors as I trudged onward. Fortunately, the stone corridor was relatively short, and I soon reached the midpoint. Upon exiting the vine-laden area, I found myself confronted by a precipice, with neither my uncle nor the other man in sight. It appeared they had retreated to seek an exit. Upon reaching the sacrificial altar at the end of the stone corridor, I laid the chubby fellow down, intending to rest momentarily, when to my surprise, my uncle emerged from the nearest hole in the ground. Well versed in such arcane matters, he was unfazed by the labyrinthine complexities. His presence rendered the maze trivial. Wishing to ensure he saw me, I waved and shouted, "Uncle, I'm over here." Upon spotting me, my uncle initially intended to smile, but his expression shifted dramatically. That he pointed behind me, and when I turned, I was horrified to see the chubby fellow had inexplicably sat up with the green-eyed fox corpse perched upon his back, coldly gazing at me. Moreover, look at these iron chains, bound so tightly. They do not seem to serve the purpose of securing anything, but rather appear to be intended to prevent whatever lies within from escaping. Upon closer inspection, my uncle realized this was indeed the case, that a sense of unease washed over us as we recalled the countless extraordinary events we had encountered on our journey. What manner of creature could be contained within? Should we proceed or retreat? Gritting his teeth, my uncle declared, I suspect that the treasures of considerable value lie inside this tomb. However, do we come this far only to turn back? What if there is Zongzi inside? We are armed with guns and explosives. If necessary, we shall confront it head-on. I nodded in agreement, and he continued, Besides, turning back now seems impractical. Every crevice along this cliff leads into that stone labyrinth. Exiting from there could take an eternity. The best course of action is to ascend from above. We glanced upward and spotted a fissure at the cave's apex, where the moonlight poured through. Casting a desolate glow, my uncle pointed at a massive tree, saying, Look, the top of this giant tree is perilously close to the cave's ceiling, and numerous vines cascade from its branches to the outside. It is as though nature has provided us with a ladder, and the numerous branches make it quite easy to climb. Pansy interjected, Uncle San, are you delusional? That tree is a man-eating tree. Climbing it would be akin to courting death. My uncle laughed heartily. This is the nine-headed serpent cypress. I have anticipated this. Did you not notice how those vines dared not touch the stone? This rock is called Tianxin rock, specifically lethal to the nine-headed serpent cypress that if we coat ourselves in some of its ash, we shall surely pass unharmed. De Kuei expressed his doubts. Will that truly work? My uncle shot him a stern glance, and sensing his impending reprimand, I quickly suggested, All right, let's test it and see. Without further ado, we sprang into action. De Kuei hoisted the plump fellow onto his back, while my uncle assisted Pansy, that I readied my gear and cast a final glance at the cave, pondering the fate of the sullen oil bottle. My uncle, noticing my concern, reassured me, with his skills, he will surely be able to protect himself. Worry not. I nodded, acknowledging that I had no right to fret over the oil bottle, whose abilities far surpassed mine. And he seemed to possess some extraordinary powers. If anyone should be worried, it ought to be him for me that I marched ahead, firearm in hand, with them trailing closely behind as we ascended the elevated stone platform. In our haste earlier, I had failed to observe that this platform was constructed of massive blocks of Tianxin rock, each weighing an astonishing amount, and I wondered how such heavy stones had been transported here. The steps were adorned with carvings of deer heads and cranes, a rare form of relief sculpture that left me pondering the status of the Lushan king, whose burial site bore such peculiar grandeur. At this moment, we arrived before the tree hollow, only to discover that the opening had not formed naturally. Rather, it had been torn apart by the numerous iron chains within. Before us lay a colossal bronze coffin. Measuring at least 2.5 meters in length, its surface densely inscribed with inscriptions. The script from the Warring States period is notably intricate, and the characters from Qi and Lu were commonly employed by scholars of that era. Following the annexation of Lu by the Chu kingdom, much of Lu's culture was absorbed, leading to similarities in their writing. The rubbings of Warring States inscriptions I had on hand were mostly from that period. Thus I could decipher a general meaning from the inscriptions, that at this moment, an unsettling silence enveloped us, as if we feared awakening the tomb's occupant, that my uncle produced a crowbar and struck it against the coffin, eliciting a dull echo from within, indicating it was undoubtedly filled with something. Knowing my interest in such artifacts, he quietly asked, Can you discern what is inscribed upon it? I shook my head, replying, I cannot comprehend the specifics, but I am certain that the owner of this coffin is the Lushan king we seek. The inscriptions likely recount his life. It appears he passed away before reaching 50. Without heirs, and his demise mirrors what I had previously learned. He suddenly collapsed before the Duke of Lu. The rest likely details his life. I had little interest in the cultural nuances of Lu during that era, so I merely skimmed the inscriptions. What do these characters signify? De Kuei inquired that I examine the coffin center, where the character Qi was inscribed, followed by a lengthy string of characters resembling a date that I recognized these characters as denoting a specific day. Yet during the spring and autumn period, with the Zhou dynasty in decline, the calendar was in disarray, rendering me unable to ascertain which day it referred to. This likely indicates the date of interment, though I cannot determine the significance of the day. While I was engrossed in the inscriptions, my uncle focused on how to open the coffin that he tugged at the chains, each as thick as a thumb. During that time, China had just entered the Iron Age, and such chains would have been considered luxury items. After so many years, most had deteriorated, serving little purpose beyond decoration, that I asked them to step back. Pulled the trigger, and fired a few rounds. The chain snapped cleanly, leaving only a few to maintain their position. That my uncle urged me to retreat, stating, "Stop your examination. Let us open it first." No sooner had he spoken than the coffin trembled, producing a muted thud from within. Initially, I thought I had misheard and was about to inquire further when another tremor occurred, this time distinctly audible, sending a chill down my spine. That I thought, "This is bad. There is indeed something amiss inside." We all instinctively stepped back several paces. Although we had anticipated some form of trouble with the coffin, experiencing it firsthand still left us gasping in shock. The commotion clearly indicated the presence of something animate within, and the notion of a moving entity inside the coffin was far from reassuring. That the Kuei's complexion paled as he stammered, "It seems there is something alive inside. Uncle, I believe we should leave this coffin unopened." My uncle scrutinized the seams of the coffin, shaking his head. "Impossible. This coffin is sealed tightly. Air cannot circulate within, regardless of what living creature it may contain. Even if it were to possess a lifespan of 3,000 years, it would have perished long ago from suffocation. Besides, this is merely a coffin. There are several layers beneath it. Let us pry open one or two layers and listen closely." I estimated the weight of the coffin. In my memory, the heaviest bronze coffin was from the tomb of the Marquis of Zheng, weighing approximately 9 tons. This one appeared similarly sized, but the Marquis's coffin was made of bronze with wooden panels, while this one was entirely bronze, likely exceeding 9 tons in weight. An estimation I found difficult to ascertain. That the Kuei and my uncle used knives to scrape away the wax sealing at the seams, then inserted the crowbar, shouting as they pressed down. With a resounding crack, the bronze panel lifted. That I rushed to assist, pushing the heavy bronze plate outward. It weighed no less than 800 pounds. After what felt like an eternity of effort, we finally managed to shift it aside, revealing the inner coffin. That was an exquisite lacquered coffin inlaid with jade, adorned with an array of gemstones arranged meticulously in geometric patterns, embodying the concept of heaven and earth. The jade encased a painted wooden coffin. The jade's exterior obscured any details of the painting, and Pansy's eyes nearly popped out as he beheld the coffin, his face a mixture of laughter and tears as he exclaimed, "Damn, with so much jade, I could strut around without a care." He gritted his teeth, preparing to reach for it, but my uncle quickly interjected, "No, this is Xinjiang Monist jade. That if you dismantle the jade for sale, you might fetch only a few 100,000, that with so many of us, it won't be enough to divide. You must remove the entire jade casing to realize its true value." Having previously gotten into trouble, Pansy refrained from making a move as my uncle glared at him, and he sheepishly retreated. That my uncle tapped the painted wooden coffin, stating, "Typically, the lords of the Warring States period were buried with 2 coffins and 3 layers of caskets. If we count that tree as the first layer, we have already removed 2 coffins and 2 layers. The next layer should be the most valuable." Carefully, my uncle used a small knife to detach the gold thread from the lacquered coffin, proceeding with utmost caution to avoid damaging the jade casing. After half an hour of meticulous work, he finally extracted the entire set of coffins. Once the jade casing was removed, I beheld the painted designs on the wooden coffin. These images were more comprehensible than the inscriptions. Illuminating the scene with a miner's lamp, I scrutinized the narrative depictions. One particular painting illustrated the moment the coffin was first interred. I saw a massive tree with a split in its trunk, while the bronze coffin was being carried by numerous skeletons, still uncovered, with many people kneeling respectfully beside it. My uncle carefully stacked the jade casing and placed it into his backpack. That I attempted to shoulder the burden, only to find it exceedingly heavy, making me wonder how I would manage to carry it. Inspired by this newfound object, Decay instantly became invigorated. Without uttering a word, he resumed his efforts to pry open the ornate lacquered coffin within. However, Sanshu swiftly grasped him, scolding, "You fool! You faint at the sight of a ghost, yet abandon all caution when money is involved, that there's only one layer left. Handle it with care. As he spoke, he crouched down, pressing his ear against the coffin lid, signaling us to remain silent, that we held our breath, fearing to disrupt his focus. After what felt like an eternity, he turned to us, his face ashen, and exclaimed, "Damn it, it seems there's a sound of breathing inside." We all froze, contemplating the bizarre notion that while we might accept the idea of a ghostly wail, the implication of something alive inside the coffin was far more unsettling. De Kuei stammered. "Could it possibly be a living dead?" Sanshu retorted. "Nonsense! Don't spew such drivel here, that we've come this far. Do you expect us to simply close the coffin?" He then produced a black donkey hoof, tucking it under his arm, gesturing for me to ready my weapon. That I lifted my gun, and De Kuei brandished his crowbar, standing guard by the coffin, prepared to strike should anything emerge. Sanshu spat into his palms, mustering courage before attempting to insert the crowbar inside. At that moment, a voice called from behind, "Stop!" We turned to see the stout man, who had inexplicably awakened, rubbing his head while waving us off. "No! No! This approach will lead to trouble. With your limited experience, do you really think you can succeed in this venture? It's like shining a flashlight in a latrine to find excrement." Sanshu grunted. "Then how do you propose we proceed?" The stout man waved Sanshu aside and reached into the gap between the lacquered coffin and the bronze sarcophagus. With his eyes shut, he fumbled for what felt like an eternity, and suddenly, with a forceful motion, we heard a crack as the coffin split neatly in two. In that instant, we all seemed to hear a chilling scream emanating from within, causing me to nearly drop my gun in shock. The stout man leaped back, arms outstretched, shouting, "Step back!" Unconsciously, I raised my gun, aiming at the coffin, and retreated several paces. The lacquered coffin rose like a lotus from the sarcophagus, its lids parting in a breathtaking display of craftsmanship that left us in awe. Simultaneously, we witnessed a figure clad in black armor sit up from within the coffin. My shoulder tensed, ready to fire. But the stout man seized my arm, cautioning, "Don't move. He wears treasures. Don't damage them." At that moment, I finally discerned the true appearance of the enigmatic King Lu Shang. That was a rare wet corpse. Its skin so pale it appeared almost translucent. The eyes were closed, and its features contorted in what seemed to be agony at the time of death. I found it perplexing. If he could preserve the maiden-esque corpse for a millennium, why could he not safeguard his own? Sanshu approached, glancing at the scene, and remarked, "I thought it was another Zongzi. Look, there's a wooden support behind him. And no wonder he can sit up." We all gathered closer. And indeed, it was an intricately designed mechanism. Once the coffin opened, the corpse would be propped upright by a wooden stick. Any ordinary tomb raider would likely have perished from fright. With a collective sigh of relief, we acknowledged the cunning of King Lu Shang. Yet it seemed he underestimated us. Those who fear ghosts do not disturb tombs, and those who dare to open coffins at night are often desperate souls. Such a scare tactic was rather naive. As we encircled the figure, I caught sight of the armor it wore, which was in fact the final coffin, known as the Golden Thread Jade Coffin. Strangely, the jade pieces had turned black. As I drew nearer, I was dumbfounded to see the corpse's chest continuing to rise and fall, as if still breathing. The sound was now unmistakable. I could almost see moisture escaping from its nostrils. De Kuei gaped in astonishment. This thing seems to be alive." Chapter 25. The Jade Figurine. I was utterly astonished, stepping back several paces, my muscles tensed in anticipation of the corpse suddenly lunging at us. I whispered, "How can this corpse be breathing? Have any of you encountered such a phenomenon before?" De Kuei trembled. "Of course not. If I frequently face such occurrences, I prefer to clean toilets than raid tombs." I glanced at Pansy, who was sweating profusely, clutching his wound. He said, "Regardless of what it is, let us give it a round. Whether alive or dead, it's better to act fast. If it stands up, we'll be in trouble." I realized he had a point. In this underground realm, it was better to act than to ponder. Swiftly, I raised my gun, but Sanshu and the stout man frantically waved their hands, shouting in unison, "Wait, wait!" Sanshu had already approached the corpse, gesturing for me to halt while he examined the armor. His mouth agape in astonishment as he pointed to the black armor, exclaiming, "Isn't this? This a jade figurine. My heavens, it truly exists. I was perplexed and hurriedly inquired about its nature. Sanshu, nearly in tears from excitement, stammered, This is a miraculous artifact. After all these years of raiding tombs, I've finally found a treasure. This is a jade figurine. He grasped my shoulders. Anyone who wears this will regain their youth. Can't you see? This corpse is proof. In that era, being in one's 40s or 50s was considered quite elderly. Yet despite the withered muscles, the face of this individual appeared remarkably youthful that I was taken aback, wondering if the notion of rejuvenation truly existed in this world. The stout man, equally mesmerized, remarked, Who would have thought that even Changsha Huang couldn't find such a thing? Yet it's here on this corpse. 3. Do you know how to remove it? Sanshu shook his head. It's said that it cannot be removed from the outside. That poses a problem. Are we to carry the entire corpse out? As they examined the body, I noticed the corpse offered no resistance as they tugged at its limbs, seemingly devoid of any danger, and my anxiety began to dissipate that I asked, if we manage to remove the jade figurine, what will happen to the person inside? The stout man had not considered this and replied, Well, it might just disintegrate into dust. I interjected, But if he was alive and well, wouldn't that be tantamount to murder? The stout man nearly collapsed in laughter, responding, Young comrade, if tomb raiders had your level of moral consideration, we'd be out of business. Ancient nobles were all steeped in blood. Even if we extract him, he'd likely be executed. Why concern yourself with that? You're just overthinking it. I conceded he had a point. Observing their bustling activity, I decided to assist by inspecting the coffin for any remaining treasures that the coffin's base lay a thick layer of scaly material. With various artifacts I could not name stacked within that I grabbed a handful of the scales, asking, What are these? Sanshu, lost in thought, sniffed and replied, That's the skin he shed. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me and immediately discarded the material, cursing, What on earth did King Lu Shang suffer from a skin disease, shedding so much skin? Sanshu retorted, Stop your nonsense. That's his old skin. Each time he sheds a layer, he becomes younger. Judging by this quantity, he must have shed at least 5 or 6 layers. Disgusted by the snake-like scales, I lost interest. Just then, the stout man exclaimed, There's a door. We gathered around to see a golden thread protruding from the jade figurine's waist. I was baffled. What's this? You've got keen eyes, stout man. Even a thread can't escape your notice. The stout man shot me a glare and muttered, You southern folks have too much bloodlust when raiding tombs. You leave no stone unturned. Tomb raiding is an art. See, if it weren't for me today, you'd have to dissolve this corpse to remove the jade figurine. Sanshu, feeling insulted, snapped back. Get lost. You can't even be sure. For all we know, that thread may have been here all along. The stout man chuckled heartily. You'd best not be superstitious. He then reached for the thread. But just as his hand was halfway there, we heard a whoosh, and I felt something flash past me like lightning. Sanshu reacted quickly, kicking the stout man away just in time. A black blade embedded itself into a tree with a resounding thud. Had it not been for Sanshu's timely intervention, the stout man's head would have been pierced, though we turned to see the muffled oil bottle standing at the foot of the stairs, covered in blood with a mysterious green Qilin tattoo appearing on his body. His left hand remained in the throwing motion, while the right hand held an odd object that as we focused, we collectively gasped in horror. In his right hand, he was holding the severed head of the blood corpse. The enigmatic figure known as the muffled oil bottle gazed upon us, unsteadily ascending the steps, his breathing labored and heavy, indicating a dire predicament. The multitude of bruises adorning his body hinted at a fierce battle he had endured. He cast a glance at the coffin before gesturing for us to step aside, murmuring softly, Make way. The corpulent man, veins bulging from his forehead, could hardly entertain his request and leapt up, furiously exclaiming, What the hell were you doing just now? The muffled oil bottle turned his head, fixing him with a cold, piercing glare, and replied, To kill you. Enraged, the rotund man rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge, but Decoy swiftly restrained him. Noticing the tension escalating, Uncle San, aware of the fat man's temperament, hastily intervened, saying, Hold on, My young friend must have his reasons. Let us listen carefully. After all, he has saved your life on multiple occasions, hasn't he? Let us exercise some caution. The fat man contemplated this and begrudgingly refrained from further aggression, struggling to break free from de Couet's grip, and indignantly sat on the ground, declaring, "With so many of you around, it's impossible for me, the fat lord, to contend with four hands that there's no choice but to yield to your whims." The muffled oil bottle placed the bloody severed head upon the jade bed and coughed, stating, "This blood corpse was the previous master of this jade figurine. When King Lu Shang plundered the tomb, he discovered him and removed the jade figurine, resulting in his current state. The jade figurine sheds its skin every 500 years during the shedding. It can be removed, otherwise it transforms into a blood corpse. The animated corpse before you has existed for over 3,000 years. Had you merely tugged on the thread earlier, it would have risen and we would all have perished here." After he spoke, he coughed several more times, and I noticed blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Sensing the gravity of his internal injuries, Pansy, who had been leaning against the wall in discomfort and remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. "Young man, I, Pansy, have a forthright tongue. Please don't take offense. You seem to know far too much that if it's convenient, could you clarify who you truly are? You saved my life. If I survive this ordeal, I would like to express my gratitude in person." Pansy's words were astutely crafted, leaving muffled oil bottle with little room to dodge the inquiry. Yet, to my surprise, he remained silent, seemingly disinterested in our concerns. He approached the corpse of King Lu Shang, scrutinizing it with a look of disdain. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes, and before I could register his movement, his hand had seized the corpse by the neck. Pulling it out of the coffin, the corpse emitted a piercing shriek, convulsing violently. The entire sequence unfolded too swiftly for me to react. The muffled oil bottle coldly stated to the corpse, "You've lived long enough. It's time for you to die." With a surge of strength, a bone-crunching sound echoed, and the corpse trembled uncontrollably, its limbs thrashing until, with one final kick, its skin turned a deep shade of black, though we all stood dumbfounded, rendered speechless by the spectacle, that he casually discarded the corpse to the ground. As if the jade figurine were nothing more than refuse, unworthy of consideration, that I grasped his arm, demanding, "Who exactly are you? What deep-seated enmity do you hold against King Lu Shang?" The muffled oil bottle regarded me for a long moment before replying, "What difference does it make to you?" The fat man, indignant, retorted, "What kind of reasoning is that? We toiled to descend into this tomb, and after much effort in opening this coffin, you simply snuff out the corpse without explanation. You ought to at least provide us with some justification." The muffled oil bottle turned his gaze back to the bloody severed head resting on the jade bed. His expression steeped in sorrow, that he pointed towards the painted lacquer coffin and a purple jade box positioned at its rear, saying, "Everything you need to know is contained within that box." Chapter 26. The Purple Jade Box. Purple jade, akin to amethyst, is typically fashioned into talismans and protective objects, rarely utilized for crafting boxes. This particular box appeared to be hewn from a solid piece of purple jade, an exceedingly rare find, as purple jade is notoriously difficult to carve, resulting in a box devoid of any ornamentation, save for a golden rim at the lid's edge. Its placement indicated that it was meant to serve as a pillow for the corpse. Generally, a jade pillow is already a treasured item. The value of purple jade is incalculable, surpassing even the privileges of emperors of that era, though we carefully lifted the box and placed it on the ground. It bore no lock. Upon opening, we discovered a scroll adorned with golden threads. The fibers were interwoven with gold, remarkably well preserved. As we unfurled it, the first line read, "The earthly records of the ghostly Duke Shang Wang," followed by a plethora of densely packed small characters. The fat man, intrigued more by the jade figurine than the silk scroll, muttered to himself and hurried off to examine the figurine. The muffled oil bottle unsheathed a knife from a nearby tree and lay down beside the jade bed, silently fixating on the corpse of King Lu Shang, his gaze becoming distant. Uncle San and I settled beside him, scrutinizing the text on the silk scroll. With my limited understanding, I grasped only fragments. Yet piecing them together revealed a remarkable narrative. The records chronicled events that defied belief. Had I not already encountered numerous bizarre occurrences, I would find it difficult to accept such phenomena existed. Adjacent to the title of the records were a few lines written in his own hand, a brief preface followed by a detailed account of significant events from his birth to his death. Translating the entirety would likely consume weeks, but fortunately, I could comprehend the two most pivotal incidents. The first was the tale of how King Lu Shang acquired the ghost seal. The scroll provided a succinct account, and I summarized it aloud. At the age of 25, he inherited his father's position, leading the army of Lu to plunder ancient tombs for gold to fund military expenses. One day, he ventured into a tomb of unknown antiquity, where he encountered a colossal serpent lying motionless within a coffin. King Lu Shang, possessing immense bravado, surmised that a serpent resting in a coffin must be a malevolent entity. With a swift stroke of his blade, he severed the creature, commanding his men to eviscerate it. From within the serpent's belly emerged a purple gold box. Upon reading this, I paused, contemplating whether the box I carried in my bag was indeed the one extracted from the serpent's belly. Uncle San, growing impatient with my silence, urged, "Do not stop. Continue." With no choice but to refocus, I proceeded with the narrative. King Lu Shang paid little heed to the box, dismissing it as merely an object swallowed by the serpent. However, that night, he dreamed of an elderly man with a white beard, who inquired, "Why do you wish to kill me?" King Lu Shang, known for his violent temper and penchant for bloodshed, had long since forgotten the identities of those he had slain, and retorted, "If you wish to kill, then kill." The old man suddenly transformed into a giant serpent, lunging to bite him. Yet King Lu Shang, fierce as ever, struck the serpent with his blade once more in the dream. And as he prepared to crush its head, the serpent begged for mercy, asserting that its physical form had already perished at his hands. Should he kill its spirit, it would be condemned to eternal suffering. In exchange for its life, the serpent promised to grant him two treasures, which would elevate him to greatness at that time. The tomb raiding officers, though directly overseen by the emperor, held a lowly status. And King Lu Shang, with a lofty self-image, found the offer irresistibly appealing that he agreed. The serpent then revealed the method to open the purple gold box and imparted the means to wield the treasures contained within. After absorbing this knowledge, King Lu Shang, deeply understanding the intricacies, believed this affair should remain known only to the heavens and not be divulged to the world. With a decisive stroke, he severed the serpent's head. I couldn't help but gasp at the ruthlessness of King Lu Shang. At that moment, the fat man interjected, "One of those treasures must be the ghost seal. What could the other one be? Ancient texts have never mentioned it. Could it possibly be this jade figurine?" I gestured for him to remain patient and continued reading. After awakening, King Lu Shang employed the technique from his dream, successfully opening the box. However, he never documented what treasures lay within, merely stating that they were quite handy. Realizing the potential for such power to remain undisclosed, he systematically slaughtered his accompanying soldiers and their families, leaving no one unscathed, not even infants. I gasped again, realizing that King Lu Shang must have harbored serious psychological issues. How else could one be so merciless? The fat man exclaimed. How could he single-handedly massacre so many? Surely he used one of those treasures, and I'm dying to know what it was. Please check if the text reveals anything further. I scolded him. Why do you have to prattle on so much? Go tend to your jade figurine. He pouted. Fine, I won't interrupt. Just read faster. I'm on the edge of my seat. Ignoring him, I pressed on. In the subsequent decades, he wielded the two treasures with unparalleled success, triumphing in both warfare and political affairs. However, in his later years, due to prolonged exposure to the miasma of corpses, his health deteriorated significantly, leading to various ailments. Consequently, the emperor deemed him too old and stripped him of his military command, relegating him to mere grave-robbing duties, effectively demoting him. As his health continued to decline, he began to fear death. One day, he dreamt of the colossal serpent from decades past, which informed him that his time had come, and that they were all waiting for him in the underworld. Upon seeing the faces of those he had unjustly slain, he awoke, filled with dread, and sought counsel from his military advisor. His military prowess was akin to that of an iron-faced gentleman, well-versed in the ancient arts of destiny and geomancy. After a moment's contemplation, he addressed King Lu Shang, saying, In antiquity, There existed a jade figurine that, when worn, could bestow upon its bearer the gift of eternal youth and longevity. Alas, it has long since become extinct. To seek it out, one must venture into ancient tombs. At that juncture, King Lu Shang found himself at the end of his wits, and whether the iron-faced gentleman spoke truth or fiction. His words ignited a flicker of hope within him, particularly as tomb raiding was his forte. Thus, he devoted the night to the study of ancient texts, which in that era were relatively plentiful, with many treasures yet to be lost to time. Eventually, he stumbled upon a fragment that hinted at a grand tomb, possibly containing the jade figurine. Subsequently, he mobilized over 3,000 men and spent half a year carving through the mountains, ultimately uncovering a vast royal tomb from the Western Zhou dynasty. Given the diminished state of national powers at the time, the scale of this mausoleum was nothing short of breathtaking. Constructed into the mountainside, utilizing natural caverns, the burial passageways were exceedingly intricate, based on the principles of the I Ching and Bagua. Had it not been for King Lu Shang's mastery of the esoteric arts, entry would have been utterly impossible. Most astonishingly, within the principal burial chamber, there stood a colossal tree he referred to as the nine-headed snake Nan, alongside the skeletal remains of a young man clad in a black, gold-threaded jade robe, meditating upon a jade bed beneath the tree. Upon witnessing this, the iron-faced gentleman decisively proclaimed, "This is the jade figurine." This young man's corpse appears neither entirely dead nor alive. Periodically, the dead skin sloughs off, revealing fresh skin beneath that I surmise he must have perished as a decrepit old man. The iron-faced gentleman was remarkably astute, possessing knowledge on how to subdue a blood corpse, but he employed a unique method to extract the male corpse from the figurine, sealing it within a stone sarcophagus in a secondary chamber. Following the iron-faced gentleman's meticulously crafted plan, King Lu Shang ingested a potion to feign death before the emperor. The emperor, believing he could traverse the realms of life and death at will, was filled with trepidation. To placate him, he granted King Lu Shang a burial befitting one of higher rank than the typical feudal lords. Under the pretense of excavating a tomb, his confidants discreetly constructed a fan-like ancient burial site atop the Western Zhou royal tomb. Being well-versed in the various techniques of tomb raiding, he laid down numerous traps and left behind 7 false coffins, concealing himself within the ancient tree of the Western Zhou tomb. Before entombing himself, he ruthlessly eliminated all those involved in the project, casting their bodies into the river, and subsequently poisoned all his attendants, retaining only a loyal man and woman to perform his burial rites. After fulfilling their duties, the two of them also succumbed to poison that I surmise that the numerous ancient corpses within the burial pit likely accumulated during this period. At this moment, a question arose within me, and I turned to my uncle, inquiring what ultimately became of the iron-faced gentleman. It seems there is no mention of his fate here. Did he perish alongside the others? My uncle shook his head, replying, "Such a person is exceedingly clever. He must have anticipated that King Lu Shang would resort to silencing witnesses and would not foolishly sacrifice himself for the sake of burial." The silent oil bottle remarked indifferently, "Indeed, he would not, for by the end, the one lying within the jade figurine was no longer King Lu Shang, but rather himself." Upon hearing this, a spark of realization ignited in my mind, and I exclaimed in astonishment, "Could it be that, at the final moment, the two exchanged places?" The oil bottle nodded, glancing at the corpse. This individual was scheming all along, merely seeking to leverage King Lu Shang's power to achieve his own immortality. "How do you know all this? It sounds as though you have lived through it yourself." "I have not lived through it," the oil bottle replied, shaking his head, "but a few years ago, while raiding a tomb from the Song dynasty, I uncovered a complete set of bamboo slips from the Warring States period. This document is, in fact, the iron-faced gentleman's autobiography. After imparting all his plans to King Lu Shang, he set fire to his family, casting a beggar's corpse into the flames to impersonate himself, then disguised himself as a beggar to escape death. Although King Lu Shang sensed something was amiss, he was powerless to act. Ultimately, after King Lu Shang's burial, he easily infiltrated the tomb, dragging the now utterly defenseless King Lu Shang from the jade figurine and taking his place. All of King Lu Shang's careful planning resulted in him making garments for another. He could never have foreseen such an outcome. I was perplexed. Does that mean the corpse of King Lu Shang, once dragged out, became yet another blood corpse? Are there not two here? This detail is not mentioned in his writings. It may be that King Lu Shang had been in the figurine for too short a time to transform into a blood corpse. The oil bottle's gaze became somewhat uncomfortable. In an autobiography, he merely alluded to this. There could not possibly be a detailed account. I regarded the oil bottle, feeling an inexplicable sense of disbelief at his words that I glanced at my uncle, who too appeared unconvinced. However, since he seemed unwilling to elaborate, it seemed futile to pry further into his fabrications. After stating this, the oil bottle resumed his impassive demeanor, standing up and declaring, "Daylight is approaching. We should prepare to leave." "Not yet. We haven't located the ghost seal," the plump man interjected. "Look at all the treasures here. Leaving now would be a wasted endeavor." The oil bottle shot him a cold glance, seemingly harboring a measure of animosity toward the plump man. The plump man, sensing his folly, shrugged. "All right, but we must at least take the jade figurine with us. It may be the only one of its kind in the world, and I am only considering everyone's interests." This sentiment was commendable, prompting my uncle to pat him on the back, urging, "Then what are you waiting for? Be swift and decisive. Let us vacate this cursed place." Suddenly, I lost all interest in these affairs, no longer wishing to assist them. Did I close my eyes, preparing to rest when, unexpectedly, several droplets of water splashed onto my face. Assuming it was rain, I looked up only to find the ghastly visage of the blood corpse protruding from the jade bed, its pupilless eyes nearly touching my brow. Startled, I leapt up, witnessing the head of the blood corpse rolling from the jade bed to the ground, as if something resided within it. The plump man attempted to approach, but the oil bottle restrained him, saying, "Do not move. Let us observe." The plump man nodded, and at that moment, a minuscule red corpse bug gnawed through the scalp of the blood corpse and emerged. Upon seeing it, the tall man cursed. "Damn! Such a tiny creature dares to show itself before me." He raised his crowbar, intending to strike that my uncle seized him, exclaiming, "Fool! That is a bug king. If you kill it, you will invite calamity." The tall man was taken aback, incredulous. "A creature so small? What are the larger ones, then?" The oil bottle was equally astonished, slapping my shoulder. "We must leave quickly. The bug king is here, and I cannot suppress these corpse bugs. It will be quite troublesome." At that moment, the diminutive red corpse bug emitted two high-pitched sounds and trembled its wings that seemed to have spotted us and suddenly soared toward us. The oil bottle shouted, "It is poisonous. One touch and you shall perish. Step aside." My uncle spun around to our side, but the tall man, still dazed, failed to react in time and instinctively grasped the bug. He froze for a moment, then let out a blood-curdling scream as his hand instantaneously turned crimson. Furthermore, the red hue swiftly spread up his arm. The plump man yelled, "He has been poisoned! Quick, sever his hand!" He lunged to seize the oil bottle's knife. But in the chaos, the oil bottle, already weakened, was jostled by the plump man, causing the knife to slip from his grasp. The plump man caught it midair, but then suddenly sank downward, cursing, "Damn it, why is it so heavy?" He struggled to lift the knife, but to no avail. At that point, it was too late. The tall man writhed in agony, his entire body rapidly turning a deep crimson. As though his skin was melting away, he gazed at his hand in terror, unable to scream, while the oil bottle, seeing my inclination to assist the tall man, gripped my arm and gritted his teeth. "Do not touch him. If you do, you will die." The tall man, seeing us retreat like we had encountered a monster, was filled with dread. He lunged toward me, mouth agape, as if to cry, "Save me!" Witnessing this scene, I was petrified and unable to move. My uncle rushed over, pulling me away just as the tall man lunged again, frantically trying to grasp at the plump man, who was already in a dire situation and could not react in time. The plump man, realizing the danger, snatched my gun, and I was alarmed, knowing he intended to fire. I hurriedly struggled with him, and amid the chaos, the gun discharged with a bang, striking the tall man in the head, causing him to stagger and fall to the ground. My mind buzzed, and I sank to my knees. Overwhelmed, everything had transpired so swiftly. Just moments ago, he had been well, and now he was in such a state that my thoughts were blank, unsure of what to do. The tiny red corpse bug emitted a sound and crawled out from the tall man's grip. Shaking its wings, the plump man cursed, while the oil bottle shouted, "No!" But it was too late. The plump man rushed over and struck the bug with the purple jade box, crushing it in one blow. In an instant, the cave fell into an eerie silence, devoid of sound. The oil bottle hastily grabbed a handful of dust from the ground and scattered it over himself, shouting, "We must flee, otherwise it will be too late." The portly man glanced around, noting that nothing was amiss, and curiously inquired, "Why must we depart?" No sooner had he uttered those words than the once quiet cavern erupted into a cacophony, an overwhelming chorus of incessant chirps emanating from all directions. Soon, we beheld an uncountable wave of azure corpses surging forth from the myriad crevices in the rock, their sheer numbers defying human description. A relentless tide rolled in, with those in the front trampling over those behind. A veritable deluge of creatures climbing towards us. I was momentarily taken aback, and my uncle, striking the back of my head, shouted, "Run!" He hoisted Pansy onto his back, while the portly man attempted to retrieve the purple jade box. The uncle bellowed, "Have you lost your mind?" The portly man, realizing he could not lift it, hastily snatched the gilded silk and stuffed it into his pocket. We all scrambled up the tree, its chaotic tangle of vines and protruding branches providing excellent handholds. Even someone of my agility swiftly ascended several meters that moment. The horde of corpses had already amassed at the base of the tree. Peering down, I gasped in horror. The entire area beneath the tree was a sea of blue. Should I fall, I would leave not a single bone intact. The corpses seemed to gather their will and suddenly began to leap upwards. They climbed the tree with far greater speed than we did, quickly reaching our feet. The portly man, perched above me, asked, "Didn't you say your blood was more potent than mosquito repellent?" Why I isn't it working? My mind was still reeling from the image of Decue collapsing, and I had no desire to engage with him. He muttered a curse under his breath, and suddenly I felt a sharp pain in my calf. One of the corpses had bitten down hard. I kicked it away and looked down, only to see the creatures surging upwards like a boiling pot, each clamoring to ascend. That moment, my uncle shouted from above, "The explosives! There's still some in the bag by the jade bed." I asked, "Where?" He cursed, "You're sitting right next to it and don't even know." "It's in the left pocket." I glanced down, but the bag of explosives was lost amid the sea of corpses, utterly invisible. That I hastily fired a few shots, managing to knock a few of the creatures aside. Just then, the muffled oil bottle suddenly produced several firecrackers, igniting them and tossing them onto the jade bed. Although the creatures had ceased to fear his blood, they still recoiled from fire upon seeing the flames descend. They parted to reveal the backpack. The portly man, with several of the creatures clinging to his backside, shouted, "Damn it, light a firecracker quickly. I can't hold on much longer." Pansy called from above, "Stop. There is too much explosive in there. If it blows, we all done for." I saw more and more corpses climbing up and knew that hesitation would surely lead to death. That I shouted, "I can't worry about that now. If I die, I die." Gritting my teeth, I aimed at the backpack and fired. The explosion was instantaneous. I heard a tremendous roar, felt as though my chin, rear, and thigh had all been struck by a pile driver, and was violently propelled backwards, crashing into something solid. That impact left me dazed. My throat tasted metallic, and I spat out blood as darkness enveloped me, my head buzzing and my ears ringing. After a considerable time, I regained my senses, noticing that many of the corpses had been blown away by the shockwave. That I turned my head but could see no one else, so I scrambled upwards with all my might. Coated in the powder from the stone platform below, the ghostly vines parted from me. Just then, a raucous clamor arose from below. I peered down to see the corpses surging back like a tide. They were climbing with astonishing speed, and realizing I could not afford to stop despite the pain, I shut my eyes and climbed desperately. Just as I was about to reach the fissure, a sudden pain shot through my back. Turning around, I saw a corpse had leapt onto me, sinking its teeth into my flesh. That I spun around and shot it, reducing it to a mangled heap. However, an even larger one quickly grabbed my thigh. That I clenched my jaw and struck it with my gun, knocking it down, but it immediately latched onto a branch. Attempting to jump back, that I fired again. destroying it as well, but a third and fourth quickly followed suit. Seeing that I was mere steps from escape, I thought, let them bite, they couldn't kill me outright, and once I reached the ground, they would have to answer to me. With that resolve, I continued to climb. Just then, a searing pain shot through my hand as I gripped a branch, and when I turned my head, a bloodied face emerged from behind the trunk. Two bulging eyes fixated on me. This face was a grotesque mask of flesh and blood. I could not tell if the skin had melted away to reveal the muscle beneath, or if blood had seeped forth, coating his face that in an instant I recognized it. It had a wave of horror washed over me. How could a once healthy man have transformed into this? A bullet had grazed the left side of his head, exposing bone, yet it had not penetrated his brain. Though severely injured, he was not dead, and a surge of hope surged within me as I urged, "Quick, climb up. There may still be a chance." Yet he remained utterly still, his eyes radiating a deep resentment, as if he could not bear the thought of us abandoning him. Alarmed, I felt his hand grasp my own, the terrifying crimson hue of his wounds rapidly spreading to me. A fiery itch engulfed my hand, and I thought, this is the end. The Kuei emitted a garbled sound, suddenly pulling me downwards. The sight of his melted skin sent me into a frenzy, and I wrenched my hand free. Yet he seized my foot, his gaping mouth seemingly intent on dragging me down with him, that I cried out, "Kuei, let me go. This is about survival. If you want to live, come with me. We might still save you. But dragging me down with you is futile." Upon hearing this, he seemed to snap, his eyes ablaze with fury, as he lunged at me, completely devoid of reason. In a moment of desperation, I resolved that it was either him or me. I kicked him fiercely, and as his grip loosened, I pressed the gun against his chest and pulled the trigger. The bullet, a hollow point round, struck him with tremendous force, sending him sprawling, a spray of blood erupting from him. His hands flailed in the air, grasping at nothing before he fell heavily into the pile of corpses that moment. The hand he had grasped had gone completely numb, and I could no longer feel whether I was still holding onto the branch, that I sensed myself plummeting downwards and reached out with my other hand to grasp a ghostly vine. But the powder on my hand caused the vines to retract. Cursing under my breath, I slipped and collided with a thick branch. The branch was teeming with corpses, and my impact sent several tumbling down. I struggled to clamp my legs around it to halt my descent, but swarms of corpses quickly closed in around me that I couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. I had so many ways to die before me: falling, being bitten, or poisoned. Heaven truly had it in for me. Just then, the portly man climbed up from below, kicking aside several corpses that turned out he was even slower than I'd at spotting me. He cursed, "What the hell are you doing just lying there? Look at my backside. It's riddled with bites." He approached to help, but I shouted, "Don't touch me. I'm poisoned. You need to leave me behind." Without a second thought, he hoisted me onto his back, exclaiming, "Take a look in the mirror. You look healthier than I do, rosy cheeks and all. How could you possibly be poisoned?" I was taken aback and looked down, noticing my hands were covered in red welts, resembling the aftermath of 1,000 mosquito bites. Yet the redness stopped at my shoulders and was gradually fading, that I was puzzled as to why the poison seemed ineffective against me. The portly man continued to climb, gritting his teeth while I served as his human shield, with corpses leaping onto my back, biting down savagely. The pain elicited a stream of curses from me. "You fat fool, I thought you were being kind. But you're just using me as a shield," he retorted. "Quit your whining. If you think you can do better, then carry me." I had no desire for further argument. The bodies dangling from the tree were densely packed. The portly man occasionally collided with the bones, but fortunately, the corpses faced the same dilemma. Too many of them were confused, and many leapt onto the corpses we had disturbed, gnawing at them. Realizing this was a viable strategy, he instructed me to kick the bodies, urging me to stir them up. Though I was reluctant, I knew my life was at stake, that as we progressed, I kicked each one I saw, leaving a trail of spinning corpses in our wake. The creatures, lacking the intelligence to distinguish friend from foe, began to swirl in confusion, not knowing whether to pursue us or attack the spinning bodies. Seizing the opportunity, the portly man quickened his pace, and we finally gained some distance, allowing us a moment to breathe. After the exertion of the recent activity, the sensation in my hands and feet has mostly returned. I pondered to myself, reflecting on how my experience of poisoning mirrored the sensations described in my grandfather's notes during his own ordeal. Ultimately, he survived. Could it be that I have developed some form of immunity as a result? My musings were abruptly interrupted as I noticed my limbs were functional again, that I gestured for the hefty individual to lower me down. Observing him drenched in sweat, panting heavily, that I thought to myself that while I had carried him on the stone platform to the point of nearly coughing up blood. We were now even to tea that moment. I caught sight of a figure perched on a branch behind my companion, beckoning to me that a shiver ran down my spine, and as I rubbed my eyes, the figure vanished. Assuming he had merely concealed himself behind the tree, I leaned forward to investigate, but my companion shouted, "Stop dawdling, let's move." "Wait a moment," I exclaimed, grabbing him. To the left, I just saw someone waving at me." He sighed, cautiously following me as we crawled over, only to find no one there, just a tree hollow barely large enough to fit a person, shrouded in darkness, concealing who knows what within. When my companion shone his flashlight into the hollow, he recoiled in shock. There lay a tangle of vines encircling a body that had long succumbed to decay. Its blue eyes were clouded beyond recognition, and its mouth was agape, as if it wished to convey something to me. My companion stared at me, exclaiming, "How can it be a corpse? You didn't just glimpse a ghost, did you?" Having encountered too many bizarre occurrences along this journey, I found it hard to dismiss the possibility of the supernatural. If that figure had beckoned us closer, surely there was a purpose behind it. Habitually, I examined its mouth, but the chin had rotted away, and something had fallen from it that I continued my search and discovered that it seemed to be grasping something. Upon prying it free, I realized it was a pendant. Just then, the grotesque creatures began to rustle and crawl up, and I lost interest in rifling through the corpse's possessions, noticing it was clad in camouflage attire. I offered a silent salute before resuming my ascent. That my companion climbed swiftly. We were not far from the crevice at the summit. In mere moments, we emerged from the fissure, and upon glancing down, we saw the creatures showing no sign of stopping, nearly swarming the edge of the opening. That my companion shouted, "It's not time to rest yet, run." Having lingered underground for so long, I had lost my sense of direction when suddenly, from the thicket ahead, a figure dashed towards us, burdened with something that I recognized it as my uncle. An elation surged within me. Upon seeing me, he shouted, "Quickly, go to the back and bring those gasoline containers over." I rushed over, realizing that this crevice was merely separated from our entry point by a low cliff, less than 10 meters apart, and our gear remained untouched. That I spotted the barrels of gasoline, and a surge of anger flared within me. I thought, "Good. Now you will witness the consequences." Each of us hoisted a barrel and hurried back. That my uncle had already doused the first barrel entirely. By then, the creatures were almost upon us. He tossed a lighter into the mix, and in an instant, flames erupted, accompanied by the acrid stench of burning flesh. The tide of insects immediately retreated, and the gasoline formed a fiery barrier at the crevice's edge. Watching those creatures scream in agony as they burned was indeed gratifying. We continued to pour the second and third barrels, and soon the flames shot higher than the two of us combined. The heat was so intense that it singed my eyebrows. That I stepped back, glancing at the pendant in my hand, which bore a nameplate identifying the deceased as James. That I wiped it clean and tucked it into my breast pocket, vowing to return it to his family when the opportunity arose. My companion, drenched in sweat from the heat, inquired, "What about the other two?" My uncle gestured behind him. "Pansy seems to be in a bit of trouble, possibly running a fever, but I haven't seen the other young man." "I thought he was with you." I looked at my companion, who sighed. "After the explosion, I didn't see him at all. It seems he might be in grave danger." My uncle shook his head, reassuring. "No, he is elusive and was above us the whole time. Even if he was thrown by the shockwave, he likely made it to safety." Observing my uncle's expression, I sensed his uncertainty. Although the enigmatic oil bottle was formidable, it was still vulnerable to the explosive agents. Just as we were, if he were to be flung out into the trees, his survival would be exceedingly unlikely. That we scoured the vicinity, finding no signs of life or escape. And my uncle sighed, offering me a rueful smile. That we returned to our camp to gather our belongings, igniting a bonfire and heating canned food from our supplies. That hunger had reached its peak, and I felt I could consume anything. My uncle pointed toward the low cliff behind us while eating. Look, this camp is right on the edge of the fissure. It appears that the old man's tree spirit was indeed this cypress. They must have made quite a commotion during their celebration, luring the cypress out from the crevice. Fortunately, we didn't stay overnight and descended directly into the cave. Otherwise, we might have been dragged away by the cypress. My companion remarked, I wonder how long the fire will last. If it goes out and those insects emerge again, it will be troublesome. With dawn approaching, we need to leave this forest quickly. I hastily swallowed a few more bites and nodded at my companion, and my uncle took turns carrying Pansy as we ventured into the woods. The journey back was tranquil, a stark contrast to our earlier joviality. Now, we trudged in silence, almost as if fleeing for our lives. That I had gone an entire night without rest, my nerves frayed, and my physical strength depleted. By the end, I was merely relying on sheer willpower to press on. That if a bed had suddenly appeared before me, I would have fallen asleep in less than 2 seconds. After nearly half a day and the entire morning, we finally emerged from the thicket and crossed a small slope formed by a mudslide, revealing the familiarity of a small village. That we dared not relax until we had delivered Pansy to the village clinic. The barefooted doctor, upon arrival, furrowed his brow and quickly summoned a nurse. That I collapsed onto a bench, and before I could register their conversation, sleep overtook me. That it was a profound, dreamless slumber, and I lost track of time. When I awoke, chaos erupted outside, and I was unaware of what had transpired. In a daze, I sought to understand the commotion, only to find my uncle dozing on a nearby bench, seemingly in even deeper slumber than I. I rushed outside the clinic to witness villagers hurriedly hauling carts and mules, rushing towards the mountains. That a mountain lad shouted as he ran, "It's bad news, it's bad news! There's a wildfire on the mountain." I was taken aback, realizing that perhaps our earlier fire had ignited the forest. Recalling the lack of precautions taken while burning in the hollow, I felt a surge of anxiety. If that fire spread and engulfed the woods, the consequences would be dire. My heart raced, for if the wildfire escalated, it wouldn't just be a matter of 1 or 2 lives lost. That we city dwellers possess little awareness of forest fire prevention. This could lead to catastrophic repercussions. I hurried back inside to rouse my uncle. That we both emerged from the clinic, grasping 2 makeshift urinals, as we could find nothing else, and joined the frantic crowd heading into the mountains to that moment. My companion appeared, seated atop a donkey-drawn cart, holding a basin and shouting, "We've caused a disaster! Hurry, let's go extinguish the fire." We all leaped aboard, and the cart swayed as we exited the village, revealing a thick plume of black smoke rising from the distant mountains. It appeared the fire was substantial. My uncle was struck dumb, murmuring, "Look at the direction. It truly is the fire we ignited." I quickly covered his mouth as a village official rushed back, shouting, "Quick, call the military! The mountain has collapsed." I immediately understood that the cave might have collapsed due to the fire, and my concern mounted. If those grotesque creatures emerged from the cave, it would spell disaster. We hurriedly raced towards the debris from the mudslide. That my companion, seemingly fueled by adrenaline, urged the donkey forward. Its rear end swollen from the relentless whips, the villagers, trained in forest fire prevention, had begun creating a path through the trees, while others filled basins with water to carry to the fire. Observing the slow and laborious process, I realized that each trip would take at least 2 hours, and it would not effectively quell the flames. That I called out, "Fellow villagers, stop fetching water. It won't extinguish the fire. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. Let us wait for the military." They regarded me as if I were mad. An elder among them replied, "Young man, this water is for drinking. Without water, those in the fire will perish quickly. We need to clear a fire break so that when the fire reaches it, there will be nothing left to burn, and it will extinguish itself. That if you don't understand, please refrain from interfering." He glanced at our makeshift urinals, shaking his head. My face flushed with embarrassment at their scrutiny. I realized I had overstepped my bounds and resolved to keep my opinions to myself in the future, lowering my gaze. I followed the villagers into the woods, where they swiftly cleared the trees, and after about an hour, we sensed the temperature rising significantly. The air was thick with smoke, and the villagers donned masks they had soaked in water, bringing them to their faces. That I glanced at my companion, whose already scant clothing seemed even more tattered. Determined, he produced a piece of cloth with golden embroidery and soaked it in water, tying it around his face. Grasping a shovel, I learned from the villagers how to excavate firebreak trenches. Wildfires spread with alarming speed and pose tremendous dangers. Large-scale blazes necessitate aerial intervention for containment, and containment merely means allowing the flames to extinguish themselves naturally. A tree requires over 2 decades to mature into timber, yet a wildfire can consume everything in mere minutes, inflicting devastating destruction. Moreover, the expanse of a wildfire is vast. If one focuses their efforts on a singular point, it swiftly encircles from unseen edges, leaving one trapped at the heart of the inferno, awaiting an inevitable demise that I recall an American film depicting a group of firefighters surrounded by flames, with no hope of rescue. Narrating their final moments that, of course, such a scenario was unlikely to befall us. The affected area was still relatively small, and the fire breaks were being dug expeditiously that we toiled until past 2 in the afternoon, when a helicopter from the Forest Protection Team appeared overhead. Shortly thereafter, numerous troops assembled in the woods, relieving us of our tools, that I harbored grave concerns that someone might perish due to this fire. Fortunately, when a head count was conducted, only a few sustained minor injuries. Upon returning to the village, we were nearly in a state of shock. I was ravenous and asked the child to fetch me 2 baked pastries. With each bite, I savored a flavor so exquisite that tears welled in my eyes. The village secretary commended us, remarking that it was exceedingly rare to encounter such high awareness among individuals from the city. Inwardly, I thought, please do not flatter me further. Such praise only weighs heavily on my conscience, for I am indeed the arsonist, destined for ruin. The nurse tended to Pansy, changing his bandages and cleaning his wounds. His breathing had noticeably eased, yet he remained unconscious. The doctor reassured me that there was currently no danger, and if any casualties arose, Pansy would be transported to the city's major hospital. This news brought me a slight sense of relief. My uncle and I returned to the guest house, where we indulged in a refreshing shower. Unbeknownst to me, as I glanced at my reflection, I realized that not a single part of my body was unscathed. I was covered in bruises and abrasions. In the heat of escape, I had felt nothing, but now, the reminders of my ordeal were painfully evident. Emerging from the bathroom, I could barely move my legs as I collapsed onto the bed. Sleep overtook me almost instantaneously. This slumber was profoundly restorative, lasting until noon the following day. Upon waking, I noticed that the hefty fellow and my uncle were sprawled on their beds, snoring thunderously. That I descended to breakfast and inquired with the staff. The fire had been extinguished. Given its scale, it could only be classified as a minor wildfire, and the military had since retreated. This revelation provided me with a measure of reassurance. After conversing with the personnel at the health station, I learned that Pansy had been transferred to Kianfishan Hospital in Jinan. That I expressed my gratitude, realizing that lingering here was unwise, and began preparing to depart. Days later, we returned to Jinan, and my uncle and I first visited the hospital where Pansy was being housed to complete his admission paperwork. He remained in a precarious state, still unconscious. That my uncle and I resolved to stay for a few days. That as soon as the hefty fellow emerged from the mountains, he hurriedly parted ways with us, leaving only a phone number for future contact. That he entrusted my uncle with a gilded silk scroll for safekeeping. That day, I called the hospital, only to find that Pansy had yet to awaken. Prompting a deep sigh to that moment, my uncle entered, his expression dark and stormy, exclaiming, "I am furious. I have been outwitted." Surprised, I assumed he had fallen victim to a scam at the antique market. "Uncle, with your experience, if you were deceived, it must mean that the counterfeit was of exceptional quality. Surely, you could sell it again without issue." I remarked to my uncle produced the gilded silk, declaring, "Selling it is out of the question. I am not referring to antiques. I am speaking of this." I nearly toppled from my seat, exclaiming, "What, this cannot be true?" He insisted, "I assure you the gold content in this item is astonishing. That I had it tested, and the purity is so high that it could not possibly have been produced in that era. This is an almost perfect replica." I could hardly believe it. To my uncle sighed. I had my suspicions for quite some time. That young man, despite being capable of defeating the blood corpse, chose to flee initially, only confronting it at the end. Clearly, he intended to shake us off and undertake matters alone. I was taken aback, saying, Is it possible that during the time we were separated, he ventured into that cave and opened the coffin of King Lu Shang, placing this counterfeit gilded silk inside? How could one person accomplish such a feat? Especially since the tree hole had been torn open by those iron chains. If it had been tampered with, we would surely have detected signs of it. My uncle replied, "Did you ever inspect the back of the coffin? It was excavated. He may have dug a tunnel behind the tree, directly swapping the gilded silk from the back of the coffin." He sighed deeply, lamenting, "I cannot believe that after all my years of experience, I failed to recognize this. This individual is truly unfathomable. I initially thought he was merely a descendant of the ancient tomb raiders, but it seems his background is far more intricate." I was perplexed, questioning, "Are all the accounts recorded above false?" My uncle nodded vehemently, expressing his frustration. These tales akin to the classic of mountains and seas were never particularly credible, though we were merely captivated by the mysterious atmosphere of the ancient tomb and chose to believe. Upon reflection, the inconsistencies are glaring. Moreover, consider your own level of understanding. Why could you only comprehend the two most crucial segments while struggling with the rest? This indicates that he deliberately emphasized those two parts. I gaped in disbelief as my uncle sighed heavily, stating, "It appears that the secret of the Lu Wang Palace resides solely with him. Now that the tomb is collapsed, gaining entry to investigate is impossible." At that moment, a spark of inspiration ignited within me, and I exclaimed, "Indeed, I nearly forgot. I didn't leave empty-handed from that cave." I began rummaging through my backpack, fervently praying I hadn't lost it. Fortunately, the purple gold box remained intact, that I produced it. Saying, "This is it." I took it from the hand of the fox corpse. Upon seeing it, my uncle remarked, "This is a labyrinth box, primarily designed to hold locks. Thus it has limited storage capacity. The mechanism is intricate. Observe." He twisted the lid, causing the four corners of the box's base to unfold, revealing a rotating disc. There were 8 holes, each marked with a number, resembling an old-fashioned telephone dial. Such boxes are among the oldest forms of coded containers. You must know the code to open it. I protested. "That can't be right. Look, this is the key I found in the mouth of the female corpse, see? It fits perfectly into this keyhole." My uncle took the key, comparing it with the keyhole, and exclaimed, "This key isn't for opening the box. It's meant to lock it. The labyrinth box can be opened with a password, but cannot be locked using one. Once you open the box, you'll need this key to secure it again." I inquired where one might find an expert to open such a box. My uncle pondered, then sighed, stating that such individuals are rare and better sought than found. Rather than search, it would be more practical to find a hardware factory to remove the lid. That I spent considerable time attempting to manipulate the box, but it remained stubbornly unyielding. The rotating disc, with its 8 holes arranged in a decimal sequence, presented a daunting task of 10 8 combinations. 0000000 to 9999999, that I wondered how long it would take to exhaust all possibilities. My uncle observed my fixation with the contraption and bid me farewell as he retreated to his own room. That I pondered whether I had come across any 8-digit combinations within the Lu Wang Palace. There seemed to be a few numbers on the bronze coffin, though they appeared insufficient. That AS for the 8-character password. Could it be 02200059? It seemed improbable, as that number was inscribed on an American's belt buckle. Tentatively, I dialed 02200059, and with a click, the box emitted a sound reminiscent of a winding mechanism, causing the lid to flip open automatically.